Hello and welcome to the FSL Dota 2 Open 3, which is a tournament for 8 teams, all women. I'm OTOMO, and joining me is Sophie. How are you doing today?
Hi, I'm doing great. How are you, Otomo?
I'm doing well, good as well. We had like 2 seconds ago, we were talking about Squid Game, and we're just right into the game. But
Yep.
yeah, we have eight teams here, all women. They're going to be split into 2 groups, and they'll have a round robin. So everyone's going to play against everyone in those groups. The top two will advance, best of twos, and that's what we're going to be presenting for everyone today. So do you know any of these teams? Are you familiar with any of them?
Yeah, I've played against some of them before. I think their new name is Merci my waifu, but I think
Yeah.
they're also known as Lugiami, if I'm
Oh
correct.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
I played against them before, and I think also either Pacific Pink or Foxy. I'm not so sure. I don't exactly remember because I know those two
Hmm.
teams are really strong. That is all I can remember. But yeah.
I remember I saw Live or Die, which is one of the teams we'll be watching today. Played against was the representative for Sri Lanka. They played against Team Mongolia in another tournament, and they didn't make it, but they looked pretty good in that tournament as well. So we want to thank the people who make this tournament possible. We have Intel as well as Yahoo who brought this tournament. So thank you guys for making sure it happens. And I love the initiative of having just these women-only tournaments. What do you think about it?
I mean, it's really awesome because when I played in FSL before, I think it was the Dota 2 Open 1, it's like
Mhm.
really, I don't know what the word is, invigorating. Like it's a very, exciting, uplifting feeling because it's like, girls getting to be
Mhm.
competitive in esports. It really makes you feel empowered. That's the word, empowered. Yep.
So, and did you win FSL, the first one?
Nope, we did not. But we did pretty good considering it was my team's first time to
Oh,
join. So yeah.
so are you thinking of joining the next FSL? Will we be like casting you in the grand finals, or are you going to be just eliminated before and be like, I'll be there, I'll be there.
Yeah, I think so. I think my competitive career is a bit over. I think I prefer doing, some casting and chatting up with my buddy over here. Yes.
I do the same thing. I'm like this one,
I
like
know.
no,
I'm
it's
like,
this one, it's this
this.
one, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love the thing about what you said about competing is like once you hit 22, you're past your peak. You can't play
Yeah.
competitive gaming
Mhm.
anymore. You're like
Yeah.
old now.
I
It
mean,
makes me think.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, it makes me think
It's
about OG's new team. It's built around two 16-year-olds, and I'm thinking, oh my god, when they were 16. Well, I want to talk about my age, but I was definitely not. When I was
yeah.
16, I was just mowing the lawn trying to get money for cyber cafes, and they're competing at like TI soon.
I know it's crazy, and Team Spirit is also a lot of them are really young, aren't they? Weren't they like the youngest
Mm.
team at TI this year, and they
Yotaro was like
brought it
18.
home?
They have another player who's like 19. So it was just a
Yeah.
very, and well, but who cares about them? We don't care about them. They're not women. We don't care about anything that's not FSL. We don't care about that.
Right, right. This is the Women's Day. This is FSL. We're here to celebrate our females and watch them just battle it out. Just
So I was
ready to
looking at
watch
some.
them.
I was looking at some of the teams, and I know that an awkward name, but Stepsis is a very strong team. I believe that
Oh.
they have like one of their players like top 2,000 in Southeast
Oh,
Asia.
wow.
So that's one of the teams you're going to have to be worried about. You mentioned
Mhm.
Marcy my waifu, which is the representative for Singapore at GEG. So they're another team that you're going to be like a little bit worried about. What else? Live to Dive, which is we talked about was the Sri Lankan team. So I think that these are we'll be watching a lot of these teams today. There are going to be other matches which unfortunately we're not going to be broadcast, but you can watch it through the client.
Mhm. It's
Uh-huh.
gonna be really
Yeah.
exciting, and I think everyone gets strapped in because we're gonna go crazy here. We're gonna have some fun
Uh,
casting some good Dota.
what do you think of the meta so far? It seems like the 7.330E is kind of like very open. It seems like almost anything works. Is that
Mhm.
the same impression you have?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like right now it's kind of a weird spot because I mean, also in my pubs, it's like it just feels like a bunch of animals. Like people are trying
Oh
some
God.
weird things. Like it's going really crazy. I think also because TI kind of inspired a lot of people to get back to Dota again. So
Yeah.
everyone's kind of in this place where there's like, oh, let me try this hero as safe lane. Let me try this hero as off lane. Like I've seen some weird stuff, but it's good because everyone's trying to just get comfortable with the meta. Everyone's kind of experimenting. But last meta I found like kind of particularly boring. It was just
Yeah.
a lot of tiny,
Hmm.
and a lot of like the same things over and over again. Some slark, it wasn't as interesting I think as previous meta. So I kind of appreciate the circus going on in Dota right now. Yeah.
I agree. I like it the same way. And you were mentioning about the previous meta, which was the tiny one, where we saw just tiny silver edge and that's it. They would
Right.
every game, and you're like, oh great, we're doing this again, But now we have a different problem, which is the carry. You load up the game, you're in your Archon 2, suddenly your carry's mode Yatoro, and you're like, oh god, not this one.
All the macros collapses.
Yeah, I met these 3 games ago and we lost.
Oh my gosh.
That's Dota right now. But I do think that it is very diverse. We saw a lot of the very meta heroes in TI got nerfed. Monkey King got nerfed. Tiny got nerfed. Medusa got nerfed. Even Morphling, I think, also got nerfed. So quite a bit nerfed. And then we saw Drow Ranger get a nice buff. So it seems like everyone's sort of evening out. And I like it. I like when Dota's at this sort of stage where everything's viable.
Right. It makes it exciting.
Except Spiritbreaker. He's not viable.
Oh my god.
He's not. He's the only hero ignored in the regional leagues and in TI-10. The only hero. People looked at Spiritbreaker and they're like, no techies. I'd rather have techies than that.
But Spiritbreaker is so crazy. I feel like people, underestimate the power of the breaker. It's just the most annoying when you just see nothing and suddenly feel everything, You just Spiritbreaker with a Shadow Blade coming at you full force and that's it, You just pray to Gaben. What else can you do,
The thing is, it's like, I feel like there's this concept where some heroes are really good in pubs, but they don't translate into the professional scene. Because when you're picking Spiritbreaker and you're charging, from the fountain all the way in a straight line to the enemy, no one calls it out, no one pings, no one says anything. But in pro games, like the moment he passes by a ward, everyone knows. So there's no way you get those long range charges. So, it's like I feel like it's the same thing with Bounty Hunter, who in a pub is really good. You track people, you get all that bonus gold. But in competitive, when you look at the hero, he doesn't actually provide much by himself. So he's a pub star, but in pro, it's like, he's nothing.
Yeah, that's actually so true. And that's why I think, these competitive games and like team, actual tournaments are very interesting because you get to see cool things that people have prepared if they've been scrimming prior. Like you get to see cool combos like, Mars Snapfire or like Tide and someone else that you can wombo combo with. It's just so fun to see them all happen, and it's so like 5-man Echo Slam, 5-man RP, like it's so crazy, And that's what I love to see when it's like seeing really good quality Dota is you can see like all of the hard work just like unravel in that one team fight.
I mean, it's like you said, right? If you can see these big ultimates, they're really cool. I was watching some of these old videos. Did you know that TI 10? They had the opening video. Everyone saw the thing with the Aegis where they passed the Aegis on to everyone else, but there's also they had these scenes of little like in-game scenes where like some heroes were fighting each other, and there was a game from every TI being brought, and one of them was Dendy's very famous when he was the Rubik and he stole the Tidehunter Ravage in TI2 and he made this big ultimate. So there's all these references which are really cool. So it's amazing to see all this stuff.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I'm very excited.
Yeah, well, one of the heroes that I think is really cool in pro scene, but is not pub hero at all, is Lion. Whenever you see Lion in pro scenes, he blinks in, hexes, and his whole team just jumps on the person. I pick Lion, I blink in, my team TP's back home. Like guys, don't. It's like guys, I got the Terrorblade. He's by himself, and you just fight 3 of them. Back in the fountain. Like what Terrorblade? No, I don't want to fight that.
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean, and it's such a strong hero because also with the shard, like if you're against like whenever I play Lion and I'm playing against Leshrac, I'm just like, hey, I can suck all your mana, you can't do anything to me, or like same deal with like Storm Spirit and stuff, It's just such a strong hero because you have that hex where literally they can't do anything, and you also have a stun, so that's 2 disables already. And then you got this massive Finger of Death where you can just stack a bunch of damage onto, and it's unlimited possibilities.
See, I feel like you're part of the problem because you don't. When you play as Lion,
oh no,
you shouldn't be thinking about stacking finger damage. I bet you're one of the people who's like, the guy's got 200 HP. I guess I'll finger him. I guess I'll kill him. When you have like 3 people beating on him. Because
I will admit to doing that. Yep.
And then when he dies, you're like 160 seconds without the ultimate, and then another fight happens, and you're like, if I had an ultimate right now, I would have changed the whole world.
Yep. That is, I've definitely been in that situation a couple of times. I mean, there's some games, it's like Sherwin. You get a bit greedy here, You may want to just, try to get as much damage on your finger, buy an Axe, maybe a Kaya, I don't know, just experimenting, Don't shame me for it.
And if it doesn't work, it's not my fault.
My allies... definitely not.
My allies couldn't make enough space for my position 5
Oh.
line to get, Aghanims.
Yep, definitely.
By the way, for people who are wondering and saying, I love this whenever we have a tournament, the viewers will be like, start the game, like we're holding them back. But the lobby is actually not ready yet. The moment it's ready, we will go straight into the game for your viewing pleasure. We don't even like talking to each other. We're just forced to because the game is not ready yet.
Yep, it's weird.
It's like, we met each other. But yeah, so that's Dota 2 for right now. Are you watching any of the regional leagues, the DPC season?
Not currently. I will be though soon.
All right, cool. That'll be something to be excited about. I'm into especially Southeast Asia with Talon. I think they made it through to to the Division 2. That's gonna be kind of exciting to watch. Watching players from all over the world sort of travel to different regions to compete is kind of like it's exciting. Leslau from Alliance, he used to be in South America, now then North America. Now he's in Europe. It's like it feels so global. The Dota's like I just go to another country and play Dota right there.
Yeah, it makes it feel like like esports is really going like up another level because that's something that you see frequently in I guess what would you call it, regular sports, like athletic bodily sports, but with esports it's nice to see that it's really going big and it's being normalized too. I think before it was like at least a couple years ago how weird it would be when like you're doing esports, like what does it mean, is it really anything to be proud of? But now it's like it's a big deal. The cool kids in school are playing all the video games.
Yeah, now the cool kids are like, yeah man, I'm divine. There you go. That's where I'm at.
Yep.
We should be starting the game momentarily. It looks like the lobby actually failed, so that's going to be a little bit of an unfortunate situation to be in. We're just going to have to drag this a little bit longer. So you said you're a big fan of anime. What anime would you recommend for people who don't watch it?
Jujutsu Kaisen. Actually, if you're like starting anime for the first time, I think One Punch Man is really good because it's just very basic. Like the story is basic, it's easy to understand. Just some OP guy who just punches everything, I guess. But if you, get into it, Jujutsu Kaisen is my current favorite.
Why do you mention One Punch Man? Does anything here remind you of him? Is there something on the screen that reminds you of One Punch Man? Is that what you're saying? But I don't quite agree with you that One Punch Man is the best entry anime because when you start it has way too many like references to tropes being very popular. If you get it, it's hilarious. If you don't get it, it's your first time watching. You're like, this is very exaggerated.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. What would you recommend?
I guess it depends on whether you like something very serious or like the dark stuff. I think Fate Zero is really good in that.
Really?
Yeah. Have you seen it?
I've never seen it yet, but it's definitely one that like my cousin always recommends to me, so I will plan on seeing that one.
He has excellent taste if they recommend it.
Yeah.
But I have seen Jujutsu Kaisen, and I like it quite a bit. I thought that it was it's shonen-y, but also has very gothic demon and curses, and I'm like that's supernatural and it's really cool.
Yep. I always keep my little Gojo to protect me,
Oh. I heard that I think that guy's gonna do a lot of things in like the next season or something. It's super weird when the story begins and they're like, this guy can just beat the whole world. I'm like, well, I'm glad he's on our side.
Yeah, I've read the manga, so it's gonna be very, very exciting. I can't wait to see like everything being animated. I think that's the most exciting about like reading manga is like just what's gonna happen. So I guess it's the story's not gonna be like super exciting, but seeing everything animated and with color and just all the action happening
with the music.
Yeah, with the music,
especially the music. I always feel like when they have really good music, it makes a lot of difference.
Yeah.
All right, there is a new lobby, but I guess we'll go join it. Sure, why not? And again, sorry everyone for the delay because we are having issues getting everyone into the lobby and starting the game on time. It's not really in our hand, but since we're having all these issues, we're going to make sure they're sorted out. We're going to take a few minutes break and we'll come back. Hopefully we'll be in the lobby and we'll be in the drafting stage. So thank you all for your patience and we'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right, we are back here with the lobby, and I have to say something I find very interesting is that
The
Terminator
dire
has
team
used
ban.
almost their entire reserve time on just the first stage of bans. I find that that's kind of new. You jinx the enemy by taking forever to ban.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it is the Tidehunter and the Dawnbreaker. Tidehunter, I saw him recently in
10 seconds
I'm trying to remember
remaining.
the name of the tournament
Radiant
exactly, but
team
it was
pick.
saw him on Monday, and he was being played by in this like national tournament. It was like Philippines versus Thailand, and
Oh.
Thailand won because they were able to abuse Tidehunter as a position 3. They were able to get him in the last 3 games of the best of 5 finals, and they just went refresher orb. They just get a refresher orb on
Dire
Tidehunter,
team
double
pick.
ravage, and they just crushed the game. But so taking him out early on, they start with the Sand King.
Dire
What do you think
team
about
pick.
opening with the Sand King? Rubik, there you go.
I think, I mean, I would say I'm quite a Sand King spammer myself, so I think it's a pretty like good hero to start with, especially because I don't really see how exactly you could counter it so easily. It's very
10
consistent.
seconds
Also, you have the
remaining.
Sandstorm that does you know damage over time with that
Hmm.
increased
5
radius is
seconds
also
remaining.
really strong for team fights because you can just be sitting there and if no one has detection or you manage to purge it off with like a Lotus or a Yule's, you're just going to be sitting there for a long time
Hmm.
stunning people and they're never going to find you, I guess. So
Yeah, I like Sand King as well, but I do think they could have taken the maybe in the second pick instead of the first because you saw that like they picked Sand King. I don't know if Marcy, my wife, was already going to pick Rubik no matter what, but he
mhm,
is a pretty good hero to have against the Sand King. The stun you steal is really good.
that is true.
Like it gives you both an escape as well as an offensive ability, and of course it lasts longer because Rubik, he
Radiant
is
team pick.
that the Grand Magus,
Night
and there you go,
Stalker.
Night Stalker comes out. So pretty solid in the off lane, right now with the Night
Yep.
Stalker as well as the Rubik. Decent nuke damage. Night Stalker goes in. Rubik has a good person to steal from. So I like the opening from Marcy, my waifu.
Yes, I'm a big fan of the Night Stalker pick.
10
Also a
seconds
Night Stalker spammer,
remaining.
and I've seen Binks play Night Stalker, and she is good with it, let me
Radiant
say.
team ban.
She's very strong. And it's just also, I mean, all the buffs from this patch of Night Stalker, like
Hmm.
from what was the last patch where they really changed it a lot with the increased duration of the ulti? That
For
made Night Stalker really strong.
wasn't it? I think it was reduced by like 5 seconds or something,
10 seconds
or
remaining.
the cooldown was increased in the current patch. Either way,
Mhm.
Terminator,
5
they're going with
seconds
a very
remaining.
strong laning stage. If Lena's very flexible, where we can see her as a 2, we can see her as a position 4. I'm kind of feeling like it might be a Lena Sand King. Like they might flex it later, but you got
Mhm.
double stuns, you got a lot of good damage. She works really well
Dire team
with the
ban.
Sandstorm because like Sand King stuns, Lena stuns, and you take all the Sandstorm
Radiant
damage.
team ban.
But if Night Stalker gets on either of these heroes, that's a tough situation to be in.
Mhm.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, and it's nice because Lena also, she's a very nice four to play with because her base damage is pretty high. I mean, if you're
Hmm.
playing it as a support, you're just getting whacked like as a pause one by this Lena. And the attack range is also insanely huge as well. So you're just going to be quite in trouble. You're going to need your support to keep funneling you salves and tangos.
Which is always fun to do,
10
right?
seconds
Is
When
remaining.
it
you
though?
when you're playing and you're like
5
disruptor and
seconds
Morphling jumps
remaining.
in, loses all his life. He's like, give me your sub, you give him one, buy me
Uh huh.
another. Like
I
all right,
know.
all right, daddy, I'll get you another one. Just don't be mad at me. But we are having interesting ban. I like the ban from Terminator with the life stealer. I think they don't want to play against anything with magic immunity, so maybe Juggernaut might be banned as well. With you, when you have all these stuns, you don't want any of them to be dodged. So life stealer is a good ban for that, and as well as Legion Commander just to remove it. So
Mhm.
Terminator, I feel like they know what they're doing with the picks. The bans are taking a while for them though, and this is Marcy's ban though, and they're taking a while as well.
Yeah, I was really hoping to see maybe some Dawnbreaker support because I find it really interesting, like, seeing these new heroes be played
Hmm.
competitively. Because I feel like since they're so new, we haven't really seen them to their fullest potential, I would say.
Yeah,
So it's really exciting to see what different things people do with
Radiant
it.
team ban.
Terminator, they could go with a position 5 Abaddon or a position 5 like
Dire
Omni Knight for
team
the
ban.
Dispel. That's something I think they really should. I mean, not saying they should consider, but that's something that they could be thinking about saying, like, all right, this is a pretty tough lane. We want a 5 that has some sort of save potential. Because if you get a heal, it might not be enough against all the burst damage.
Mhm. Yeah, they have that Medusa ban as well, which is really good
10
because it's just a
seconds
very
remaining.
strong hero in general. I mean, you leave it alone for like 20 minutes and
5 seconds
it's just
remaining.
like a raid boss. It's Medusa against the world. So I think it's a good ban for them also.
I think if you leave Medusa alone for 20 minutes, I think you're doing something wrong.
Oh, definitely.
Like, guys, let's go and actually find Medusa. Nah, she will be fine. What can she do? But Mars, my waifu, what do they have position? They have, they probably want another support, the carry and as well as the mid. It does feel to me like they might want to go for something defensive just to protect their carry, whoever it may be.
Mm-hmm. What would you predict would come out right now?
Remaining.
I mean, like Abaddon or Omni, both are pretty suitable. Omni is not as good as he used to be because Heavenly Grace is now dispellable, and so is his ultimate. So it's like he's got two things that are dispellable. But Abaddon is pretty good. Low cooldown on his shield, meaning that he can be able to disrupt a lot of these stuns. And you don't really want to burst him down because you just can't with his ultimate. But Mars and Marofa, they are thinking about it. It's like you have to decide, am I going defensive or am I going to go offensive? Because they do have the Night Stalker and the Rubik, and these heroes definitely want to be like aggressive, playing on the enemy side, taking these kills. They both kind of low cooldown, especially Night Stalker at night. Low cooldown heroes with no real downtime, so they just want to be sort of fighting a lot. And who are they going to go with? They go with the War. Alright, so they're going to go with the heal.
I think Warlock's a very interesting pick. Personally, it's not my favorite, support to go with because the cooldown of your ulti is so long and it's just such a slow hero. You kind of just heal, stand there, and your skills are, I wouldn't say your skills are very low cooldown either. I mean, it's not like Lion how your skills are like 7 seconds cooldown around that. I think it's a bit longer for Warlock. So, and you're really hoping that your ults land here. So I hope nothing is ever botched.
But one thing, it does give them the lane sustain that they might be thinking about. Like during the first couple of levels, maybe there's not enough burst damage from the Sand King of Elena, so the Warlock heal would be very useful.
That is true.
Terminator going with the Spectre. So Spectre allows them to actually find both the Warlock and the Rubik Corp. Kind of squishy. I wouldn't say Warlock is exactly so. He's got like 3 strength gain, which is crazy when you think about it. And he's got his heal, so I don't think the Spectre will be able to burst him down too easily. But there, Ogre. All right, so the position, like the Lina is like, is it going to be a 2 or a 4? It's very, like that's all that the ambiguity there. But yeah, Marcy, my wife with the Warlock, I don't like that it's such a long cooldown ultimate. It does feel like their other 2 heroes are always ready to fight. Yeah. But it does give them the sustain in the lane to sort of, if you're up against the Lina Sand King, you pick a decent carry. Warlock should be enough to keep them alive. Should be, but
we'll have to see on that
one. We'll have to see, right?
It's also that Ogre pick is, pretty good. You have another stuns. I think the more stuns, the merrier, in my opinion, in Dota.
Oh, wow. That is not what I thought they were going to go with at all. That is... I'm not sure I like this Clinks pick. It is... Like, if you get like you have another sort of squishy hero, Night Stalker can go in, yes, and Clinks, once he gets his ultimate off, like there's downtime where when he has his ultimate, he's pretty good. When he doesn't, he can burst him down. But Spectre can find him. Like Spectre, she presses R and there she has a lot of targets. So I don't know. Yeah. I'm not feeling the Clinks picks.
Yeah, so what I was saying with the more stuns, the merrier. It looks like Merci, my waifu, doesn't really have any stuns. So I think it's going to be kind of tough for them to, get these quick pick-off kills, especially when, all of the heroes on Radiant currently on Terminator, they're all pretty chonky.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, the Clinks doesn't really want to build the Silver Edge. You look at like who's going to get break on Marcy, my wife, but no one really wants to get break on that team.
You could build it on Night Stalker.
I guess, but usually you see Night Stalker getting something like the BKB, the Aghanim's, the Blink Dagger, so you can be... And you can't. I don't think you can build your team all around like countering one person. It has to be one person's job to bring out the Spectre. So we'll see what they're going to go with. And I do like the Ogre Magi pick because up against the Night Stalker and the Rubik, you kind of want someone who's who can take a few hits. And Ogre Magi is definitely a position 5 who can do that.
Very true. Also, you think about a Bloodlusted Lina, and I already am shaken. It is horrifying. Especially, if that is a 2 Lina.
Right, I was thinking the same thing. Like, because if it's a position 4 Lina, you really couldn't give a damn. You're like,
yeah.
I guess she's tickling me faster, and there you go.
Oh, so it is a 4 Lina.
All right, there we go. So it's going to be the Kunkka mid and another very chunky hero who also buffs up everyone else. I really like the Terminator's draft so far.
I do too, yeah. They're looking very strong.
Like, their downtime is a bit lower. Yeah, they have the Haunt and the Epicenter, which take a while, but Kunkka,
5
Lina, Ogre
seconds
Magi are
remaining.
generally almost always ready to go. Whereas Marcy, my wife, it feels like Warlock really relies on the ultimate, or he's not as impressive, and they go with the Timber.
You may now
Okay.
select your heroes.
That's a Timber mid then.
Right?
Find that a
mean,
very interesting pick. I mean, I don't know. I just haven't seen Timber work that well for really anyone currently. I mean, I think it's just a hero that everyone knows how to play against. I mean, you get a Spirit Vessel or, Shivas or whatever. It's just everyone understands how Timber works.
I also think another thing that made Timbersaw really bad is how strong Silver Edge was, especially in the previous patch. It was like 60 damage, 40 attack speed, and when you break, you also do it like a guaranteed crit with bonus 300 damage or something like that. So Silver Edge was so strong. It's been nerfed, and now it gives you like 32 attack speed, 52 damage, so it's quite a bit less, but it's still a very strong item. So one of the things that makes Timbersaw weak is just the fact that one item in the game is very strong, and that is the Silver Edge, which Kunkka, he is fine with building. Like there's no problem with Kunkka building a Silver Edge.
Oh, for sure.
Well,
yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, right now I definitely am siding with the draft of Terminator. They just look very strong overall.
There's like a lot of good burst magic damage on Terminator's side as well to bring down the Timber side. I don't know. Like, I feel like Marcy, my wife, might be the better team, but we'll find out really soon. I don't know. Just to be a contrarian, I'm gonna go with the Dire draft, and we'll see how that's gonna work out.
Okay, sounds good. Ooh, look at Binks' set. Damn.
Right? See, when you have, by the way, 11,000 games, I'm not gonna be betting against that.
True. Yeah, it's also one of the most exciting things in my opinion is, when everyone picks their hero and you see all the cosmetics come up. Oh, so fun. So many sparkles.
And then you see someone's like level 30 on Void Spirit, and you're like, oh, that's not what I wanted to see.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Just what I needed.
It's really cool seeing their medals per hero, because it's, just shows you how much you should be scared, I think.
Right? Well, let's see. So it's going to be Warlock and the Clinks. I feel like these two, they can be brought down by the Lina as well as the Sand King. We've said that a bunch of times, but just to reiterate, since we are paused, waiting for everyone on the Dire side to be ready. Spectre and Ogre Magi should be farming pretty decently. Like, I don't think the Rubik and the Nightsuck will have enough damage, but they might. It's like if you are out of position, it's going to be a problem for them. And ultra late game, I definitely prefer the Radiant draft. And that Spectre ulti just seems like she just scales. You got Spectre and Lina. Like, who scales better in the position 1, position 2 than this duo?
Right, so true. I mean, late game Spectre is definitely something you never want to face off against.
And of course, this is FSL, so it's all women. So it's Spectre, Lina, girl power.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Very true.
All right, so it's gonna be the guy going mid here on the Lina. Yeah, who's gonna go up against her is the interesting thing. But you're all right. It's gonna be the Timbersaw mid. I feel like that's something to kind of be annoyed about. With if you're like the thing about Timbersaw mid that makes it a problem is that there's just not that many trees to chain to,
right.
and they're sort of in the side. They're not in the direction of the tower. So instead of you going towards the enemy, if they want back to their base, you don't go towards them. You sort of go to the side of them, and that's why it makes him. Like, he gets a good amount of golden experience, but he's not able to actually bring people down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one thing I really hope to see is, did you see that clip of Arteezy when he placed the Iron Branch down so the Timbersaw wouldn't get to him? It was very, very cool. Or no, so he would kill the Timbersaw. Yeah, it's interesting when you see people use like these small items like an Iron Branch or just, like the little things. When people use their neutral items and it makes like a huge impact. Like, I love seeing things like that.
Yeah, I remember when Clumsy Net came out, and it was like, if you get it on Skywrath Mage, you basically get a free Rod of Atos, and you can run with the game. But if you don't, it's like, that sucks because you lost 2k gold value because you have to get your own Rod of Atos. So, but neutral items in general feel a bit awkward to me because of that. It's like so hit or miss sometimes.
So it looks like that's 3 bounty ruins for Dire side.
I'm already feeling better about the team I picked.
Bounty runes, they're the game winners, especially the starting ones. Yep.
Well, to be fair, it's also a lot about the team morale. You know, you get
Oh yeah,
none.
that is true.
You get none, the enemy gets all, and you're like, oops, daisy. So the classic matchup of Kunkka versus Timbersaw mid. Kunkka should be. I think Kunkka should be able to farm pretty easily. I don't think either one of them can really kill the other. One thing that Timbersaw might be annoyed with is sort of when he wants to chain away and you can get X marked.
Not for the likes of you.
So, but like, are they really going to be rotating Belina a lot to the mid lane to help him out? I think
Yeah,
they'll
I mean,
just stay top.
I think that Tidebringer is just also a lot of pain, though. I think just laning against the Kunkka in general, you just getting hit by that Tidebringer over and over again. There's nothing you can really do to dodge it besides walk away.
But like Timbersaw has got enough like armor, so I don't think he's gonna be too worried about it. He's got enough armor as well as enough regen, so he's not gonna be worried. But Legaia, she is like going at Xiaoma, just so much damage. And there you go. That'll be another stun. Probably she's gonna be able to land it, or not.
Just getting a couple pokes in.
What I like is how both kind of don't really care. One of them, you know, the guy's got a lot of regen, and Xiaoma is a warlock, so he just heals himself if he gets in trouble. Sorry, herself. Well, bottom lane is going to be the Spectre as well as the Ogre Magi here, pinging out the hard camp, wanting her to pull it. And this is a big creep wave, so it's going to be pushing towards the dire side, and you want to pull, so you're going to send more creeps towards them. And you can see G sort of like trying to make sure they don't go to their side of the creep wave.
I mean, this lane equilibrium is looking really good for dire side right now because, I mean, it's generally what you want to do is you want to keep all the creeps on your tower. It's really easy to last hit as a Night Stalker as well, so, you know, just some free farm for her. No contesting really here.
Yeah, but it's a good move here by...
the pull.
Yeah, you can see that. I'm trying to read the name of the Ogre Magi. It's Sasha.
Sasha May.
Stop moving, you know? Pick the video like, no, that's not moving from you. But yeah, Spectre is doing a good job, and Rubik trying to make sure that she blocks the safe camp at least.
Very, it's always like a thing to find that sentry ward in that camp. You know, it's so frustrating sometimes when they put it in the most like difficult to reach spots because you just use so much sentries, and as a support, that's valuable money.
My solution to that is always just to put my sentry right in the middle of the camp.
Yeah.
And then I find their sentry, then I remove my sentry, and it's like
such work though.
Right? It's like 10 seconds of me like looking around. And
Yep.
I love when you poke around one tree and it's on the other side. And
Oh
you have to go
my
all...
God. Yep.
I don't have boots. My feet are sore, you know.
Very
But-
true. Very true.
Out of all the people who are suffering, it is the Clinks who's actually taking a beating, and Clinks is actually dead. And we did say that there is a lot of burst damage coming out from the Sand King and the Lina. And the Warlock she left her friend hanging, you know, and you can't do that. Not if you're the babysitter.
That is true.
Not so fast.
I like the skill build that the Sand King got. She got 2 in Burst Strike first. I mean, it's a double range lane, so I guess it's kind of a no-brainer, and it's really there's a lot of kill potential, especially when you're laning with Alina. So you can go ahead and level up those Burst Strikes.
Because also you're like the guaranteed stun, so you need the extra range because you can't like Lina might be able to get the stuns land, you know, sometimes, but you are the guaranteed one, so might as well prioritize that. Exactly. But the lane did push a little bit towards the dire side, and Kazel is able to get a little bit of farm to recover. Now even with the Spectre actually.
It seems Bings is leading in last hits.
She is having a good time. If, you know, like Bing, she's got a bracer, she's got that Quelling Blade. That's a lot of bonus damage that she can work with.
Ah, she's real thick. And those 5 magic stick charges. Oh, there's a stun. You got the sandstorm up.
Well, they have enough damage. The heal, that's pretty substantial.
Yep. That's what you were talking about, the heal. It's like, you know, don't care. I'm Warlock and just heal myself. Can't die.
Yeah, but the fatal boss, now that's what you care about. You can see like the guy
yeah.
lost so much HP because of that. And that's what Warlock does. You know, it's like a very lane stable hero. Doesn't actually get you any kills, but stabilizes the lane, making sure it doesn't go crazy. And Mike is the problem. Alright, so 5 minutes in, seems like the Dire, they're sort of leading a little bit in terms of last hits, but Radiant, they did get it first blood. So it's pretty even. We are less than 1k advantage for either team.
Who do you think has more farming potential? Like, which team do you think can farm faster?
Oh,
the missed Burst Strike. What, the landed LSA? Fatal Bonds are up. The dust is popped. They're using the Sandstorm, the Gaia. And they're just poking at each other. Oh, what? The Gaia goes down first.
Yeah, I think that if you're Clinks, I imagine you're kind of okay with that. Yeah, you don't want to die, but at least you get the EXP and you come back with full regen, you know? Sometimes when you live, you're like, I kind of wish I died, because now I have to walk back to base or kill myself to an enemy tower. So, yeah, I think it's, in the end, it's sort of even. Clinks did get the EXP, which helps out a lot. And, Minky needs to be a bit careful here, no HP.
But it's nighttime, though.
Interesting build on the Ogre, going with the 2 points in Fire Blast and with 1 point in Ignite. Generally speaking, Ignite is kind of the safer skill to take. And
Sasha May going down. It's really like hard playing the lane when it's nighttime against the Night Stalker. It's just, you know, once you get that Q, you just pop a couple mangoes and you just spam that Q and you're taking out people's health instantly. It's best to just actually grab a range up for the lane and I think you'll be totally fine. Oh, the LSA coming off onto Warlock, followed by the Burrow Strike. That is Warlock down.
Yep, Warlock might not be the best here to have this situation, but they are able. They do get killed. They lose their Kimka. Sorry, I just stuttered like an idiot. They lost their Kimka mid solo against the Kimka Star. That's something to be worried about. There's another stun.
Oh, check it out.
There's another stun.
Oh, but they will not follow up. See, that's what I'm saying, is that the more stuns, the merrier. It's like, what can you really do against all of this? It's just so pain. There's a salve to help out our Kazel Clinks. Ooh, nice cancel of the salve, though, by Ligaya.
Ligaya is on fire. I was thinking that maybe that one of the teams would be sort of like more ahead by this point, because we do know sort of we assume that the Radiant team is a little bit more skilled, but both teams are very close to neck to neck with each other right now. Sorry, the Dire team is a bit more skilled. I like what they went with the safe lanes though. Sand King Lina, it's safe, it's strong, it gets you kills, it secures the lane, shuts down the enemy carry. Like there's so much nice things about this combo.
Very true. Ooh, Binks is a bit low. She's got that mango though, but will our Rubik funnel her some tangos?
That seems a bit too generous. Rubik wants to get the arcane boots. She's like, girl, I can give you mana or I can give you HP, and I want mana, you know, for both of us.
A lot of kill potential right now, though. In the bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm still surprised by the. I want to check out Ogre Magi. Did she go 2-2 or is she? Okay, she got 2-2. So
that's very interesting.
Yeah, Ignite's usually maxed out. I just find it very odd to see Fire Blast getting more points.
Why do you think that could be, that she got 2 Fire Blasts?
The cooldown does go down by 1 second, and if you are going with this like stun heavy lineup, having multiple points in Fire Blast does give you more burst damage for sure, you know. But Ignite is still the better skill overall. Hits 2 people, does more damage, stacks. That comes with the slow, so it's odd. Maybe if we get any interviews, we can ask them.
Ooh, walking through the mid lane. Just taking a stroll, a little map world tour. It looks like she's gonna pop the haste and go top.
She's playing the map tourist role that my Pudge always plays. I'll check this corner, then I'll walk around there. They
missed the Clinks! But I guess I'm just gonna get this tower. Oh, Dark Ascension popped onto Night Stalker. She's gonna Q Ligaya. The guy's just gonna get smacked, but Bings did not dodge the LSA. Kazel is just poking at Ligaya. The boat is coming up with the X. Landed perfectly onto our Clinks with the Burst Strike onto our Night Stalker. And the Epicenter is gonna come up. The Epicenter did not get off, and Timbersaw is chaining in with his Chakram. He's gonna get chased. He better run. It is looking tough. That is all 5 of them top. Oh my gosh. They're just melting. Bings can go for more. Dark Ascension, still 1 more second. The stun from Ogre Magi. Will they be able to get it? Sasha May looking real chonky. Telekinesis. And there it is. The finishing Fade Bolt.
Oof, that is scary. I mean, you were getting free farm on the Spectre the whole time, but I feel like you would you'd much rather have won the team fight.
Oh, for sure.
That was expensive. Epicenter did not go off for some reason. I think that she took a void at the last second, which starts the channeling all over again. At least it wasn't cancelled like the old days where you just press R and if you stop
that was awful.
That was the worst. So
that was the worst.
At least that part didn't happen. At least it's not, the cooldown isn't cancelled. But other than that, an absolute disaster.
Yeah, they lost 4 heroes for that.
G? She's gonna be fine. She's the only one who's really farming that well for her team at the moment. Well, Kunkka, sorry, Hihi making a bit of a recovery.
I love
Not
that
worth-
name, hee hee.
Hihi, right?
Your admiral is on board.
Yeah. She killed and booted. Hihi, dude.
So we have the urn on hee hee, so she's gonna get that spirit vessel hopefully soon to be able to counter that timber, making fights, I'd say, a lot easier.
And it also does nullify a lot of the healing you get from the Warlock, but I guess I wonder if you really want to get Spirit Vessel when you're sort of behind by more than 1,000, and they are setting up a kill here on G.
G looks like she could be in trouble. The Burning Barrage, maybe gonna come up, but maybe not. The Warlock ulti is popped for our Spectre, but the Burrow Strike is in. We see, and the Epi's gonna come off finally. Onto two heroes. Our Clinks and Warlock both go down. Whoa, Dota with a double kill. That's big. I mean, that's a safe lane for a safe lane.
Yeah, they were able to get, I mean, they got the position 5 as well, like as a nice, bonus. So well played for them. And yeah, we'll do that. Love the ultimate. This is what would have happened if she had used it top, before changing her mind. He is gonna go for that phase boost, which is good. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the Spirit Vessel, because on one hand I think it is a good idea to have this game. I just don't know if Kunkka's the one you want to get it for. You could get him the silver, like more of a Silver Edge rush, get the
That is
break,
true.
and that's sort of useful the whole game. If you get Spirit Vessel, Timbersaw gets a Yule Scepter and Octarine Core, which are very common items. You lose a lot of value of the Spirit Vessel. Oh dear.
That's just pop as well as the stun. Dragon Save. Spectral Dagger, but the LSA misses, but the Burrow Strike lands. The Telekinesis to push, tanking away. Kazel is just walking away. The heal coming out from Warlock, but it is not enough. Well, Dota going in and getting pulled with, oh my gosh, just 1 HP. The Fatal Bonds might be able to take her down if Timber can catch up.
Radiant's courier.
And they want to kill. Oh,
There's the Fade Bolt.
Dire's top tower is under
They got her,
attack.
and they're good.
Oh, the LSA. Oh, that's a stolen LSA. Merity. Whirling Death in. That's see, that's the thing about Ogre. It's just takes so much to kill a pod 5. There's the boat with the X mark and the torrent and the LSA back onto the Gaia. This Rubik is doing a lot with its stolen LSAs. Very impressive work here, but it gets dead by the ignite.
It gets dead.
Gets dead. Oh my gosh,
dead.
it gets dead.
It was a live, now it's a get dead.
It is Englishing hard language,
Yeah, it works out. I mean, it works out pretty well, I think, for the Radiant overall. Timbersaw is going to be a bit of a problem for them, or like as the game goes on, because she does have the hood, and she's going to go for the Octarine Core. So that Spirit Vessel that we talked about, it is coming out at 200 gold, so you will probably get like, 5 minutes of value out of it, where you get the full value, but then the low sword comes out, and you're like, ah, crap.
Our Timber is pretty fat as well. You've got Timber leading in the network, followed by the Spectre.
By the way, Ogre Magic, I did max out the Fire Blast. It is a 500 damage nuke if you get the multicast off, so that's pretty good. Like that's fine.
Yeah, I guess
Dire's
you
middle
do
tower
want the
is under
nukes
attack.
against a
Dire's
Timber
structures
too.
are
I mean,
fortified.
I'm guessing if you're the Radiant, you're probably thinking, I do not. Oh,
ooh,
that's a place to ward, right?
yeah, it's a nice word. Oh, Dark Ascension is popped, Burst Strike is popped as well. They use Dust, but he blinks out of his Sandstorm. Binks is chasing with her silence. The Warlock's ulti is dropped as well. LSA onto the guy, and the boat is there. It does not hit anyone. They're gonna chase this Kunkka down. Kunkka is dying slowly, and Dota tries to save this Kunkka with the Burst Strike, but it's not enough. The LSA comes out from the Rubik, and it's over. 3 people are just... It's death everywhere. It's quite a lot of fighting, I think. But they're doing a great job playing with the Dark Ascension. I think that's really, good for them that they've been working with that ulti really well and, taking advantage of the timings of Night Stalker.
Radiant's bottom tower.
The Magi looks like it could be okay. Gets the double ignite as well as the fire, but the Fire Blast doesn't multicast. That's where all the damage is in the Fire Blast. And maybe she's right. Maybe the ignite isn't so useful once you're up against the Warlock.
Right.
But in that whole fight, Spectre G did not have her haunt, so she wasn't able to help them out. And without haunt, it's too risky. The golem dropped down early. Just not worth taking the fight. That LSA.
I know. It's funny because we were talking about how they don't really have stuns on Dire side, but it's looking like Rubik is putting those LSAs to work.
That, I mean, Golem has a stun. That's one of the nice things when you pick like your stun is a rock, and you're like, guys, just give me 2 more minutes and I can stun him again.
Right, 170-second cooldown stun.
Hey, it's an AoE though, so you get stun
True,
more than one
true.
person.
That is, I like the way you think. Very optimistic.
Spectre is not that far from her Aghanim Scepter, which will give her that global presence wherever a fight happens. She'll be able to join in. Alright, that's a Spirit
They use the
Vessel.
epicenter as well. Spirit Vessel is taking down this Timbersaw very quickly. Xiaoma's trying to run away with the little Warlock legs.
Dire's middle tower
Oh.
is under attack.
Wow, really good fight by Radiant.
Uh,
Very
the-
well played.
They had all their abilities, like the epicenter as well as the haunt came out, and both teams playing around their cooldowns. Like you said, one team has the Dark Ascension as well as the Golem. The other team's got haunt and epicenter. And I'd like to see both of them being used at the same time.
For a big grand team fight, yep.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, I
has
think it was
fallen.
really interesting because, I mean, I didn't even really
Radiant's
expect the
bottom
fight going there
tower
because I
is
saw
under
the
attack.
Timber looking a bit confident in mid lane farming. I mean, I didn't think they could burst him down that fast, but they did. With that Spirit Vessel, they managed to get him down pretty quick.
Radiant's
Yeah, even
bottom
though
tower
she's
is
got the
under
hood,
attack.
she still doesn't have the lowest orb, and she's not gonna have it for like a few more minutes. So that Spirit Vessel it's gonna bring probably more value than I thought. To be fair, you know, I thought you're gonna get maybe 1 kill, but it looks like you might be able to
There's
get
the
more.
Bruce Strike, and there's the X as well with the Dragon Slave. Pouring this up as well. The LSA does not hit. Ignite onto Merity. Will they go for more bings with the Dark Ascension? She does as well. They're gonna chase after the Sand King, and he is gonna go down. The Burning Barrage doesn't do that much damage. It doesn't connect. Merity, she's getting X'd again. There's the Torrent, and the Spirit Vessel is doing its work. Will they get the kill from Tiebreaker? The Laguna Blade comes off, and there's the Warlock only hitting 3 heroes, it looks. Oh, but another boat is up, and the boat hits, taking out Bings. Wow, and the dust is up again, slowing down that Klings. But the heal is also doing its good work.
Oh, poor Hee.
Ooh, a missed LSA and a missed Torrent. They're gonna keep chasing Kazel. Oh,
I
there's the
swear to
pause.
God, Kunkka had the X mark animation like 3 or 4 times in that fight.
Yeah.
Where she does that thing with her hand, and he's like, it's almost there, and then just doesn't land. So I'm wondering if there's an actual problem because like the pause came out, maybe like they get, you know, like girls, there's a bug. You know, I'm pressing and nothing's happening.
Oh,
Dire's
Mouse.
top tower is
Right?
under
There we
attack.
go.
We had Mike, then now Mouse.
I imagine like that because if you go back and watch the replay, it feels you could say that Clinks was also juking really well. So she was, you know, you have to get the vision the whole time. But it feels like Kunkka was not able to get the X mark. Was doing the animation, but it was just not enough.
I know, it's so frustrating when you see that like arm lift, and then, but you never see the animation of the actual skill. Oh, you're just waiting. Ooh, Dragon Scale, very nice. Oh, question. Does
Yes.
the Tidebringer, everyone hit by the Tidebringer, do you get affected by the Dragon Scale as well?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that some abilities do trigger it. Like I know that Dawnbreaker, if you use a Starbreaker, everyone gets it. But I don't think that it works like that with
Dire's
Tidebreaker.
bottom tower
We,
is under attack.
we have this handy tooltip. Let's actually see. I think the tooltip is one of the worst things I've ever seen because half the time it doesn't actually give you the information you need.
Oh, uh-huh.
I remember a little while ago, Necrophos, it didn't tell you that it gave you bonus healing if you killed heroes with Heartstopper.
Oh,
It was,
really?
it was not a tooltip at all.
Oh.
So that was kind of crazy.
Yeah, because that's like a big deal.
It is a big deal. It's like, oh, you get 6 times more hit. Like, you don't know this.
Oh,
I
do
mean-
you see that creep? It's just a 1 health creep. 1 hit.
They're merciful people.
I know. Kind-hearted, definitely. It looks like they might want to go for a team fight though. We have 4 people on
Radiant
Radiant side
are
smoked
scanning.
out. They see the Spectre though. It looks like the Spectre might be in a bit of trouble. Wrong.
She tells you what she
Wrong.
thinks. You're wrong about that.
But see if the hug comes up. Will we see a team fight?
Oh, she might be in trouble.
There's the Dark Ascension pop. She is looking like she's getting low. She can't get over that cliff with the Spectral Dragon. She's just gonna go down. The Silence is like Bings as well. And Waldora's in. Will the epicenter come off? There it is. She's bouncing everywhere. And she gets that Warlock down pretty quick. But the Chakram is killing Waldora. Oh, VP and Merity. Little battle here. We got a little 3v3 going on. Our mid.
Admiral is on board.
Gaia with the LSA. Merity is really low. She's gonna go down, I believe. That Spirit Vessel is doing its work. The Ignite comes out. The slow Hee and the Gaia. They will just burn slowly, and Bings can run away, it seems. She doesn't have a TP yet, but I think she's in the clear. she's just gonna walk through those trees.
This Lotus Orb cannot come out early enough for the Timbersaw. You see, but she's really suffering. I think we might actually have the tools to get it if she disassembles the Arcane Boots and finishes up. But other than that, like, because she didn't go for the Yules into the Lotus Orb, like Lotus Orb is like an extra 1,300 gold, so it does take a lot of time, bonus time to get it. And the Radiant are there taking full advantage of that. This was a 5 versus 4 fight because G was dead before the rest of the Radiant draft showed up, and Radiant still won it.
That is true. It's interesting because we were talking about how the Spirit Vessel might be a bit risky, right, for the late game, but it is doing its work right now.
Wow. Clicks just hit the Spectre twice, and I think he healed. Or something. It's just like,
Wait, what?
no, it's like she just takes no damage from the Clicks right now. And that might be a problem. You don't have a Silver Edge Maker on the Dire side. It might have to be the Night Stalker. And there you go. Timbersaw does have a Lotus Orb, did disassemble the Arcane Boots. And that is going to make a big difference. Oh, Kazel.
Oh, there's a Dust Pop and the miss. Burrow Strike, and the Ignite is coming off onto Kazel. They're just going to chase this little bone man. Just running away. Will anyone be able to do anything? The Ignite comes out from the Rubik, and the Spectral Dagger, and the LSA connects as well. Burrow Strike. Very nicely done. No need to use the Laguna Blade, but it looks like they're going to go for a bigger fight. We have Dark Ascension. 5 more seconds on cooldown. The X Mark comes out. Very nice connect with Torrent and the LSA. And the blow. And the Laguna Blade. But the Golem is dropped. They're going to keep chasing for some more. G is going in. She does not see the Warlock anymore. They don't have detection onto it. Rubik is just hiding in the trees. Very good for Radiant. Oh, but oh my god. She went in and she's going for more. She is hungry. That axe is just doing it.
And that's, by the way, this is when you talk about when you saw stuns. The Night Stalker was just a little bit out of, like, in front of her tower. She takes a Fire Blast, she takes a Sand King Burrow Strike, she takes a Light Strike, and she's dead. Because she's just stunned the whole time. Their burst damage, along with their control, is very high on the Radiant side. And Dire, losing, like, they lost Kazel, then they lost Bings, and it's like there's no way you can fight. Then they lost both supports.
Yeah, I mean, it's also really nice for the Kunkka X Mark. I mean, it's such a consistent way to set up both the Torrent and the LSA together. So it's, you know, it helps because LSA is kind of hard to land sometimes, but you get that for sure X. Like, you know where they're going to be.
Yeah. And, well, it is looking a bit tough if you're a fan of the Dire team right now. Xiaoma doesn't have her ultimate for a while. She's going to go for an early gem. I like this. When you get that early gem, you can also sort of establish map control. It is risky, because if you die, it's gone, and maybe you don't want to rush it at this point, but I feel like teams kind of underrate Gem a little bit. It gives you so much control.
That's very true. I mean, a Gem is pretty good for both teams. I mean, on the other side, you have Clinks, and on one side, you have Sand King, so if you lose that Gem, it could be kind of a turnaround for either team.
It's like it's like almost a 2,000 net worth swing. You know, it's like 1,800. You lose 800, they get. Sorry, you lose 900, they get 900. So it's a lot of value. Clinks doesn't have much in terms of damage. Has the Maelstrom and is going to go for the BKB next just to stay alive. I like the BKB choice, but then you look at the rest of the team, you're like, where's your damage? Meredy?
Just a cheeky Burrow Strike. I love that, you know? Just gotta put some fear into them.
Make sure she's never too comfortable, you know? We want to see her sweat a little bit.
We've got the BKB onto Kunkka also, so it's fresh, 9 seconds on it, so it's really good. And it seems that we are getting BKB built on our Night Stalker as well. I like how she is going straight for the BKB rather than going for the Blink first. I think if you were really stomping, I think maybe that Blink first would be okay, but it's really hard against this lineup because, you know, they've got a lot of spells, a lot of stuns, and a lot of ways to just, you know, get absolutely destroyed. I mean, that Epi in the Sandstorm, you don't want to stand in that. That's just the worst.
Another thing about Night Stalker is that because her silence is an AoE around her, teams can just run opposite directions. And then you're oh, you know, like, oh, well, you know, which poison do I want? I can choose one and get stunned by the other.
Yeah, and it's hard also because, I mean, you have these heroes with, like, pretty big cast range. You have Lina and Ogre, who I mean, even Ogre as a melee, you really don't need to get anywhere close to a
Dire's
hero to
top
do
tower
like
is
to
under
do work.
attack.
You just throw ignites bajillion times and throw your
Radiant's
fire
bottom
blast.
tower is under
Especially he's
attack.
got that Aether Lens also,
Radiant
so she
structures are fortified.
she is out of harm's way.
Dire's
I like
top
when you keep
tower
calling.
is under
I did the
attack.
same thing by the way when it's like a Drow Ranger. I'm like, that's a
Radiant's
girl.
bottom tower
Drow Ranger is
under
girl.
attack.
She's gonna be she the entire
Oh
cast.
yeah, I know. It's such a struggle.
Oh, there's a
and
haunt.
there's a haunt. Very pain
Dire's
onto the
middle
Rubik.
tower
Fuck
is
it,
under
there's
attack.
nothing to stop this. I mean, just silence what you do. The bow comes out as well with the Laguna Blade and the Golem onto several heroes. But this Timber has fallen very fast, and the Golem has also gone down quickly too. Will they be
Rubik's-
able to chase for more?
Rubik has the bow, so that will help them if they fight. But no Golem.
Oh my gosh. It is just so hard being a support against a fat Spectre. You just die instantly. She's got that Orchid, so you know there's really no way to run away. It's not like you can telekinesis her and just TP, you know? You just it's
Radiant's
just
bottom
it's
tower
over for
is
you,
under
you know?
It is feeling like the game is really going to the Radiant side. I'm gonna see the what's called the win percentage. I bet it's gonna be like 1,000 in favor of the Radiant. It's at 80%, and
Wow.
they love it. They love Spectre, by the way. Whenever Spectre's even equal in farm, they give her like 60% chance because she is just a late game powerhouse. And I mean, you look at the Dyers, like, where are we gonna get any breaks, guys? How are we gonna really shut her down? We have to kill everyone else and hopefully out-heal her some way. One good thing is that if you do get failed bonds on like Spectre or Kunkka, you connect them with their allies. They have so much HP that they probably will kill their allies just with the fatal bonds.
That is very true. Ooh, the Gaia. She's an Invis rune, just walking around.
Dire's bottom tower
Very
is under
sneaky.
attack.
It's really hard for Dire though now because it feels like they're playing really safe. I mean, everyone is practically just hugging the base.
And that's something you don't want with this kind of draft. It's kind of like, this is a very feast or famine kind of draft, you know, where it's like Clinks is okay late game, but nothing like a Spectre. Timbersaw doesn't
Definitely.
really scale. Night Stalker is also like solid, but not exactly the same as a Sand King.
Ooh, they see him. The Blink stun is out onto the Clinks, and Clinks is going real low. He has the BKB pop. Bings is also giving them that extra vision. Bow comes out, and the LSA hits the Warlock. This fight is looking really messy. They also have Laguna Blade onto the Rubik, and everyone is just going down. The guy getting a triple kill now. Very impressive and very consistent work done by Legaia. She is really, you know, being
Dire's
like
middle
the
tower is under
base of
attack.
a lot of these team fights. Those very good LSAs, consistent damage from the Dragon Slave, and those big nukes from Laguna Blade to take out our Timber Saws and our chunkier carries.
I like how she has like the standard support items. She's got Force Staff, she's got Aether Lens, she's got magic. Like she doesn't have any damage, but she's still getting all these kills off
Yeah.
of her team. So
And she's
I think
building a BKB next.
I think she had actually the most kills in the game. She's got 7 for her team, equal tied with the Sand King, who also has 7. So sorry, who also she has 7 as well.
Step lively now. Your
Well,
admiral is on
if you
board.
are Dire, it's like you can't actually split push that well because you're up against Spectre. She presses R, and you're like, oh well, our split push is done.
They're gonna take this Roche, which is a very good idea. I mean, they don't have Haunt, they don't have Epi right now, so don't really want to fight so much when the other team has their rock still. They don't have Dark Sentinel,
Radiant
so.
are scanning.
But it's gonna look like just a free
Dire
Roche.
are scanning.
Looks like it does have the BKB, but it's like you can't jump on the supports because when they have 4 staffs, and at least Linda has a 4 staff, which means that she can just dodge, just walk out of it herself.
Yeah.
And Ogre Magi has got the Ghost Scepter. And of course she's bloodlusted, so she moves quite fast. You wouldn't think she'd be that fast for... Oh, there you go. We're going for the Ogre Magi.
Telekinesis onto Ogre with Fade Bolt and the Timber Chains. A lot of pain coming out. The Ignite and
Dire's middle
the Fire Blast. Ooh, but the Ogre does not make it out. The Golem is dropped though. Will Dota go down? G is looking very strong. Mighty strong. Our Clink, see, it just doesn't look like he's doing that much damage. I'll say out of Melody, and they will not use the See, our Clink just looks like he's lacking a lot of damage. But he's getting that Daedal, so maybe that's gonna turn it around.
I don't know. That's the like it'll help for sure, but that's one of the problems with Clinks is that this hero, when she starts falling behind on the Clinks, it's a very tough situation because you don't actually contribute anything besides damage for Clinks. Like even Drow has a silence, you know, like Drow.
Oh, that's very true.
But Clinks, you're like, guys, I'll hit them, and you're like, will you kill them? No, but I'll annoy them slightly, you know. And that's really not what you need from your character. When you look at Spectre, Spectre also provides global vision.
X and the Torrent onto our Clinks, Dark Ascension is popped, and Binks is just gonna eat Legaia, maybe? Possibly, both misses. And Binks is just kind of chasing them down. It's kind of hard for her to get anyone though because, I mean, they have 4 staffs, the Yules, kind of just, you know, hiding right now. And the Burst Strike is onto our Timber, but we won't be able to do anything. The 2-man Torrent with the LSA. X mark onto our Spectre, who still has the Aegis.
Yeah, there's a lot of poke and... Oh, that's something.
Oh! Our He is down! Our last onto the things. It looks like Radiant is going to want to back out of this fight. It's real grim because they're out of skills here. Things is chasing during the daytime, so Lupin Blade is also used. Oh my gosh! And here's the turnaround that we've been talking about.
Yeah, G is still alive though, and she does have the Aegis, so she's not too worried. Can they actually get the kill, or if it comes out and Meredy brings her down? That's only the first life though, there's 2 more to go, and where's your flinks? No damage there, and I think G probably just gonna walk out of there pretty safely. And it's she gets 4 steps in as she's running out, but if you're Dire, that is kind of the fight you were hoping to get.
Yeah, that wasn't bad at all.
The big thing is, of course, you also get so much experience out of that, and that does help you in that next stage. You know, you have level 3 Dark Ascension. We got Clinks is now level 20, so she gets that extra attack range. All right, that's something.
And the Blink Dagger will be coming up onto our Night Stalker soon as well. Legaia also almost finishing her BKB. She is pretty fat for a support.
I mean, that's how it usually is. Like if you're Ogre Magi. I think you should dual Midas in this sort of situation. I always do that, you know. I get Ogre Magi. You get Midas in 20 minutes. You're like, guys, don't wait. Now I'll start paying for itself. Right?
I see. Return of investment.
Yeah, let the X4 return. You know, start now. Well, Dota is what she got. She got the Yule Scepter, the 4-step Blink Dagger. She is providing so much control and in these fights. And I just love the item build. And she's gonna go for the Wind Waker.
Oh, I love that. Wind Waker is such a fun item to buy. And, you know, I mean, it looks like it could be pretty good here. You know, you can save people from the Golem. You can, I guess, save your supports from Night Stalker. I mean, I don't think it is the, like, I think there could be maybe possible, you know, better item choices. But I think it's definitely the most fun, you know, item choice.
It's like when you get the Arcane Blink or the Strength Blink, you're like, this item's way too overpriced, but I really like when I blink it does that sound. I'll go get it.
When you blink it with the Strength Blink, it goes dum. Oh, you feel the strength, you know, you feel the power.
You're like, I want to make sure they know I blinked in, you know, I don't want them to ignore me.
Very, very true.
Timbersa's got the Kaya, so she's doing a significant amount of damage, and Clinks is pretty close to Daedalus. I still think she's gonna have trouble like actually coming to people, and oh dear.
Blinking by what? Oh, you see the item change. She's gonna go for an Ags now. Get that extra range.
Oh yeah. Well, that Sand King. Well, no Wind Waker. Do you think she heard us? She's like, well, I don't make it too easy for these guys.
There's our Spectre chasing Clinks. She's got that mini Ags. What? Just TP. I love to, you know, when there's no Basher, no Abyssal, just TP.
It's like when you teleport right in front of a Viper and you're like, haha, screw you.
Oh yeah, good feeling.
You may have ruined my lane. I can still teleport.
Very true, very true.
I love the Kuka Aghanims, by the way. The water park is going to be very difficult.
Oh, there's the first strike. The BKB popped just to dodge that. Will they be able to turn it around? They see the Sand King. It looks like that's quite a bit of damage on the case, but the Yule saves himself. He is in. Oh, Dota is down, and the golems are up. It hits the guy. The guy has the BKB. He's going to try to turn this around. G is actually just melting a lot of damage on the case, but he goes down to the boat by ET. And the water park, we have it in the epicenter is used as well. Things is going to finish trouble. He doesn't have BKB anymore. anymore. And the Burrow Strike hits onto the Timber Saw, and it's just going to be standing in the sandstorm. That's weird. The Lotus Orb comes up, goes to spell, but it's not going to be enough. Beautiful, and that's another triple kill for Ligaya.
I think some of that might go to the Rubik. Minky, she stole the Burrow Strike. She blinked the tree, she lifted the Sand King, but she did not Burrow Strike her right after to kill her. And I'm like, I need to go see the replay just to make sure. I don't want to accuse the. It turns out I'm wrong, but I think that could have actually like been a kill for them if she had used her combo, just like use all her spells.
Yeah, if you see the recap, she did have that Burrow Strike. It might be right there. Wow.
Well, it's like a bit of a costly mistake there. But you never know, right? Like, if she had used it, maybe it would have been even worse for them.
Right. Lena's gonna get the Axe next, which, you know, I think is always a fun buy. Lena, you get that big, you know, damage, the pure damage. Very nice. And when they all have BKBs, why not, right?
My favorite part about the Lena Axe is that it doesn't pierce BKB, it slices through BKB. Like no other spell in Dota 2, it goes, like they say, everything pierces BKB or goes through. This one slices. It slices through it.
What do you think sounds stronger? Do you think a pierce is stronger or a slice?
I think a slice kind of sounds stronger, but it also makes me think of pizza. So I'm kind of like,
What? I was thinking of like slicing, you know, like in anime when they slice like demons' heads.
Yeah.
I was thinking like that. I was like, that sounds cool. But pizza, I mean, that's cool too, I guess.
No, I mean, it's a slice of pizza, right? That's how it works. Piercing just feels like, you know, just it goes through it. Like, I don't know, that doesn't seem like it's much.
Oh.
But Ligaya will be slicing people with that axe.
Dark Ascension with the Lotus Orb and the BKB pop by Bing. She's chasing Ligaya. Now she's going after the Ultra, but the Ghost Scepter saves him. The LSA does not connect, and it seems there's a tiny bit of a stalemate here. The X is onto Bing. She does not have BKB anymore. G sees the Warlock, and she's just poking at him. Warlock is down. The Epicenter is about to come off with the Water Park. Very nice connecting of both skills, and it seems very good fight by Radiant. G is going to try to chase for more Wodara. They have the dust. Hazel still has the BKB and will she be able to do enough damage to Wodara? The element does not connect. And yes, that is quite a bit of damage. He also taking a lot of damage, and all of Radiant is pretty low. The high ground defense by Clinks. It is time to shine.
Well, when the team comes back, they will have their ultimates available on the Warlock. That's something to work with, but... And Clinks is starting to chunk people a little bit thanks to that data list.
It is doing its work.
Yeah, I mean it is. Like finally, at least now you can feel like, alright, Clinks is a legitimate threat, but is it enough is the question. And tier 4 items are up, so you might, if you're Clinks, you're like, please give me whatever, give you know, the Penta Edge, whatever gives me the most damage. Because I need the damage right now.
Another Roche, taken by Radiant. There's not really a way they can contest this, you think? I mean, they have the golems, but they definitely won't be able to find out.
By the time they reach, it's going to be long gone anyway. Shard is also going to come out here. Who's going to take it is the question. Ogre has a great shard, but they don't give it to the Ogre.
Yeah, the Ogre shard could be good here. The damage absorption from
that's with the
Clinks
Spectre right now. I think they're talking. They're like, should I eat it? Should I not eat it?
Yeah, she's just holding.
She's thinking about it.
Oh, she ate it.
She's a carry player. Of course she's gonna eat it. She's greedy, you know. I just. Do you remember when Royal Jelly came out? And
oh yes.
That was everyone wanted Royal Jelly. Like, give me what they would tell you from across the map. And remember, it wasn't global, so you have to give it to them like within cast range. They have to use it themselves. So you have to walk all the way just to give it to them.
Yep. Those items were kind of crazy when you think about it. I mean, what's that kit? The
repair kit.
Repair kit.
Yeah.
What a crazy item.
Oh no, it wasn't as crazy as the item that gave you an Aghanim Scepter for 3 minutes. That was a tier 2 item. It's like Aghanim, not shot. I don't know what it was called, but you eat it, and for the next 3 minutes you have an Aghanims. So you get on
what?
Zeus. Yeah, it was like one of the first items.
Oh my god.
Helm of the Undying, that was also a good one.
I definitely don't remember the Ags one, but that sounds absolutely insane.
Oh, you should have seen Helm of the Undying. If you die, you survive for an additional 5 seconds, like Wraith King's ultimate.
Oh wait,
So-
yeah. I remember that one. Yep.
So you give it to like Phoenix, and you just you press your egg after you die, and it's like, oh wow, that's.
Wait, if you press your egg after you die, would you come back up again?
I think you reincarnate. I mean, now we can't actually test that now, so you just have to believe me.
Okay,
Yeah.
I trust you.
I don't trust me. I'm not even sure, but I'm like, yeah, I think it does. I think you get reborn.
You know what I
Radiant's
miss is the
bottom
mango
tower
tree.
Is under attack.
Oh yeah, the mango tree was fun.
It
I
was
like
so
that.
cute.
I like that people
Dire's
used to use it
top
as a
tower
ward,
is
so
under
you can put it like.
Yeah. Mhm.
And then if you're the enemy, you walk out, they're like, hey, look, mangoes. Someone must have dropped them here.
Yeah, the mango tree was cute.
That was the most interesting part of mango tree is, do I put it in my base and we all get mangoes, or do I put it on a cliff?
Yeah, so true.
Kunkka almost at that level 25. At level 25, Kunkka is just crazy. 3 boats, a water park, and a tidal wave. It is kind of
Look,
crazy.
pop. Dark Ascension is being popped. Trying to run away from our Spectre, who used the Axe onto Night Stalker. That Axe is really scary. I mean, it's just seems so broken, especially, I mean, imagine just being like, for example, a Skyround with how little HP, and you just see a Spectre come out of you, like, out of nowhere. It's just as scary as hearing, like, Lycan's ult, you know, and being a support. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide.
I really enjoyed seeing Lycan's ult being spammed the TI, you know? Especially on Monkey King when he turns into a dog and he jumps like a dog on a tree.
In the
and,
trees.
Like, that was the best thing ever.
That was very cool.
Spectre Hot is used though, and Bings is in trouble.
And they use the X as well, but Bings does not have a BKB anymore. They drop. Wow, that's a big bomb on 3 heroes. And the water pressure comes well, but the boats are going to work, and Clarity is just stuck. And there is the big Laguna Blade.
The big
Axe.
slice.
Yeah, the big slice. Saw it right now. Our Rubik is running away Vessel, but our 2 cores and support are chasing after the LSA, taking down Xiao Ma.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And
Very
it
well
is-
played.
Yeah, it is Kelsey, sorry, Kazel, as well as Mary against the world, and
Dire's
not
middle
likely
tower
that they can
is
hold
under
it by
attack.
themselves. G has just had a stellar game. I kind of thought that she'd suffer a little bit more, but
Dire's middle tower has
I mean, they just played really well. They just played really well on the losing side.
attack.
was
Merci, my
taking
wife,
those
was
hammers.
suffering a little bit.
The
Oh,
Burrow
Dota?
strike out, but the epicenter is up right, and the Yules. That was perfect timing from the Yules right after the Hazel. Looks like she. Oh, yep. There's the Sun and the Laguna Blade with that extra cheeky bow.
He has a
GG is
buyback.
called.
Yeah,
Wow.
a little bit more on one side than I thought. I mean, we didn't take 42 minutes, but never felt like Terminator was not in it. You know, like it seems like all the stun draft worked so well for them. And I'm very impressive to see how they could make it all work like that. The Spectre was able to farm for her timing. He was just saying they're so tanky and they have so many stuns, and that's all Terminator needed to do to win. Merci, my waifu, didn't really have as good a late game. I thought Minky played really well on the Rubik, but then after a while, just like she wasn't able to contribute anymore. It's a tough game, I think, for the Dire draft.
Yeah, I think Terminator was also just very consistent as working as a team. Like you could tell, like every team fight, they stacked their stunts perfectly, and it was just very coordinated and well. It was good Dota.
I like how if there's this app called Overwolf, do you use it?
Oh yeah, I do.
So I leave notes for players when I play with them, and I'm like, oh crap, I left notes for all the Terminator team because I played with them recently.
Oh, that's
All
fun.
good things. All good things.
That's great. Yeah, that was great. I mean, I think we expected, how it would turn out with the lineup of Terminator. Very strong.
Yeah, the way that they were just able to out tank and out stun, I think that's the biggest thing. It's like you don't have stuns on the other side. It's like Rubik lift and then Golem. And, you don't have anything in between that. It's like Rubik lift or Golem, which was crazy. I did like the Clinks pick at the end. I thought that we were talking about from the draft. We said that Warlock and Clinks were the ones that I thought I had to do the most important job, which is survive the Sand King and Lena Lane. I was thinking either take something with Magic Immunity like a Juggernaut, or they take something like an Abaddon Omni Knight to keep them alive. And Warlock provides a bit of heal, but it's not even burst heal. It's like heal over time, and you don't care about that. So tough. It's a tough situation for them to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, also I was really hoping that maybe there would be some kind of comeback at the end, but that was a great game from both teams. They played really well.
All right, that is only game one, though. We are playing a best of 2. We're going to come back again with Terminator versus Merci, my wife. We're going to take a short break, and we'll see you guys back when the game is ready. we are back with game 2 between Marcy and versus Marcy my wife versus Terminator for the Dota 2 Open FSL Season 3. I'm OTOMO, and here's Sophie. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Very excited to see this next game. I really want to see like a even-sided battle. I feel like last game was a bit sided towards Terminator because as we were talking about, their draft was just really strong and they played really well. So I'd like to see some fight from Marcy my waifu.
And actually, we have the draft ready. We are about like halfway through the first level of pick phase. And let's see. And there you go. Terminator banning the same heroes, which is the Tidehunter as well as the Dawnbreaker. Whereas Marcy, my wife, was saying, no. We don't like the Sand King and the Spectre in game 1. We're going to make sure you guys can't pick them. Terminator starting with the Mirana in this game. Probably the guy as Mirana. She played amazing on the Lina. I think MVP of game 1. What do you think?
I think the same as well. But I really love it how they have like these respect bans because it's nice to see that they do respect how well they played. They can show it. I like your Sand King is really good. Your Spectre is really good. We definitely don't want to fight it again. And there's the Abaddon that comes out.
Really interesting. I was kind of thinking that game 1 was a really good Abaddon game. Game 2, it's still a decent counter towards the Mirana. Arrow lands on anyone, 5 seconds, shield comes out, suddenly it's not useful at all. So that is nice. But it's very early to pick an Abaddon. If they might pick something with a break and a silence, then that could just crush the hero. Viper in particular is amazing as Abaddon because if you break him and then you silence him with anything, he cannot actually get his ultimate off.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. If you're silenced if Abaddon's silence is broken, his ultimate does not turn on automatically. You have to press it. And if you're broken and silenced, you can't press it. So you can't actually use it.
Oh, I actually did not know that. That's very interesting.
That's why I'm here. That's my benefit.
The analysis exist. Analyst? Yes, that's the one. Analyst.
It took us a few tries, but we got there in the end.
Some words are just so hard, man.
But yeah, if Abaddon is broken, his ultimate does not turn on automatically, so you can break and stun him or break and silence him, and both of them are really good counters. I know because they happened to me like yesterday, and I was like, come on! I'm telling you guys, it's broken! The spell's broken!
I love the Void Spirit pick though. I always love to watch a Void Spirit game because the skills are so flashy and it's a perfect hero to just style on people, you know what I mean? It's like you just jump in and press all your spells and it looks flashy and cool.
And he's kind of like a cool anime kind of guy, when he does that, like the Astros. Look at the way he stands with the hand and one foot, like one of those old samurai kind of guys. He's a pretty cool guy. And Slaughter comes out. All right, so Abaddon feels even better right at this point because the shield can remove two, the long duration stuff, either the Mirana stun or the amplified damage from Slaughter.
Yeah, I'm very interested by the Slaughter pick because, if I were playing in a pub and I saw an Abaddon as like a first pick, I don't think I would pick Slaughter because it's just, you feel so empty when your ulti just keeps getting purged or,
To be
just
fair,
not
though,
fun.
To be fair, though, during the laning stage, if Abaddon, one of the things about him is that he sort of serves as a buffer. He can stand in front of his carry. Even if you pick something like a Drow Ranger, he's really good to stand in front of them. Just so, like a shield. But Slaughter doesn't care. Slaughter's like, oh, you want to, fight one-on-one? All right, I'll just literally crush your brains with one hit.
True.
So,
that is very true.
Another thing is that if Abaddon, if he's near the Slaughter can stun him, follow up by Mirana arrow, they can bring him down.
10 seconds remaining.
That's a bit worrisome.
Yeah, it's also would be kind of a tough lane if you're able to stack that, the crush on
the bash is. I think it was called Slithering Bash. There's a Slithering Crush.
Yeah, the Slithering Crush is the stun, I think, and the bash. Yeah, if you're able to stack that and the arrow, it's kind of hard to just try to run away. You're kind of stuck there for at least I'd say 4, 5, 6 seconds.
Another thing that you have to think about is now, does Marcy, my waifu, want to go with a melee hero and Abaddon can just shield them every time they're stunned? Or a ranged hero and Abaddon will be in the front sort of taking the brunt of the damage? And that's two different approaches because they could go for something like a Drow Ranger and that might be, the lane might be okay for the Drow, but the Abaddon will really suffer. Or they can go for a melee hero like Lifestealer, who will be kind of fine, but if they get stunned, the Abaddon's there to save them. So who's going to be in the front and who's going to be at the back?
Yeah. Also, if you look at the Terminator's banner, it's an Axie. Have you ever played Axie before?
Is that the new? Oh, is that the new thing? The
Yeah,
Axie
it's like
Infinity, I think.
it's like a play to earn game.
And have you played it?
No, I haven't.
I haven't either. I know a friend who played it, and he's like, I think he's pretty good at it. Maybe he's earning money from it, but I don't get it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. One of my friends who she was
Dire
also
team
playing in
bad.
FSL.
Mm.
She's now doing Axie and she's doing great.
Awesome. Tell her to teach us. Like I would like to have. I like the idea of having money. I'm one of those people who thinks money is
Dire
good.
team pick.
And Merci, they are banning. They banned out the TA as well as and Troll World gets banned out by Terminator. So we are down. We're done with the second stage of bans. Who are they going to go with? Merci, my waifu. They're going to reveal something here, but then Terminator will have to reveal 2 other of their picks. So Merci might consider going for a position, a position 4 hero,
remaining.
not so they don't show too much of their draft.
I really
5
love though
seconds
how
remaining.
well Ligaya played, because I always feel that like a strong pause 4 can really change the game, because it's, to me, pause 4 is like one of the most complicated roles in Dota, because you're responsible for so much ganking. I mean, you also have to do the wards. You got to just be everywhere, and you just got to be aware 100% of the time. It's not like you're just gonna sit and farm, or you just have to keep being on the move. And so these pause 4s, they've been doing great. I mean, our Razor, who was on the Razor last game? Was it Minky?
Rubik, you mean?
I mean, yeah, sorry, Rubik.
Minky.
Was it? Yeah, she also played really well. She was stealing a lot of important
Radiant
spells.
team pick.
So, ooh, the Venge.
An interesting thing, because Venge could be a support, it could be the off lane, because we have seen that Aghanim Scepter off lane Vengeful Spirit being played. And she also provides us with another save. We're kind of talking like game 1. I feel like these were the supports you needed in game 1 against all those stuns. So that's interesting that Merci Waifu gets them now.
5
Abaddon
seconds
as Vengeful
remaining.
Spirit, really good saves against those heroes. But Terminator could consider going for, I feel like a Spirit that can chase is really good, like an Ember Spirit in particular, who...
Radiant team pick.
What are they going to go with? They go with the Ogre, alright, standard.
Standard, indeed. 2
That's
heads
gonna
are
be-
better than 1.
I think Ogre's probably had the funniest lines.
He does.
I love when I play with him and he's like, "What comes after 2?" Like,
10 seconds remaining.
he's just the best.
Pure skill, Ogre, this hero.
5 seconds.
I think I
remaining.
like that Valve tried to do this sort of the similar thing with Jakiro with the 2 hits, but it just doesn't feel like it matters, Like, it's like, oh, okay, Jakiro has 2 hits, whatever. Ogre's a funny guy.
Yeah, because Ogre just like he's a bit of a dummy, While Jakiro, he sounds a bit intellectual. I mean, the voice of them both. I mean, Ogre's like he's like high pitched voice, and, saying all these fun stuff. But Jakiro's like, ooh, I'm a big scary dragon with 2 heads. Fear
Dire
me,
team pick.
Chen.
Ooh.
Ooh. Now we don't know what the hell's going on, do we?
I'm ready for the
comes
circus.
Chen comes out. This kind of throws the whole draft to a bit of a loop for Terminator, because is it like 5 Chen, 4
10
Mirana,
seconds
and
remaining.
Ogre is a core in one of the lanes? Or is it like
5
Chen is a
seconds
core?
remaining.
Is it Mirana mid, and then you have Ogre
Radiant
Magi and Chen
team
as the
back.
supports or something?
Weaver.
Merci Waifu goes with the Weaver, though. By the way, another potential save with the Aghanim Scepter on the Weaver, meaning that, like, Terminator's going to have a hard time bringing people down if Merci, my wife, was, they're awake at the moment they jump.
Dire team ban.
That is true, but the Weaver, you think that's I mean, I guess if it is a 3 Vengeful Spirit, that might be a 4 Weaver, but if it's a safe lane Weaver, it probably won't be getting the Ags with it.
It seems like Terminator believes it's going to be some sort of off-lane Weaver, because they are banning the Drow Ranger.
Oh.
So that's their
10
read of the
seconds
game.
remaining.
And Weaver and Vengeful Spirit, not the
5
tankiest
seconds
2 people to
remaining.
have in the lane. Like, if you catch the Weaver, kind of dead, with anything. You already have an Ogre Magi, so another stun might be able to get them the kill they need. Maybe a Sven for Terminator's side wouldn't be so bad.
Oh, yeah, Sven. Oh my gosh, what's the worst was that Sven
Radiant team
meta,
ban.
where you're just seeing the Superman Svens all the time.
Oh, yeah.
I could not deal.
I love when you get Lotus Orb. When you get the first time, I was like, all right, if he stuns me, I'll stun him back. And he stuns me and he dispels it. And you're like,
Oh
what?
my, yep.
That's how it
the
works.
10
But yeah,
seconds
let's see.
remaining.
I do think that
Dire
Sven would be
team
good for
back.
Terminator, because it gives you all that bonus armor as well. They are up against bugs as well as Vengeful Spirits. Wave of Terror. Both of these reduce armor by quite a bit. So if you're a Terminator side, you might want it. Merci, my Waifu, could also use this Sven simply because, one, they need frontline. The heroes they have, not so good.
10 seconds remaining.
You know, they go forward, they're basically dead. Sven with the armor, good against the Slardar, can actually take the hits.
Remaining.
I feel like Sven's going to be the
Radiant
premium pick
team
for either.
I like that premium pick. Ooh, Ricky.
All right, well, that's their carry. So, I just wonder how Terminator is going to draft this. That is going to be interesting. With let's see. I played a game recently where there was a support. Oh yeah, today I actually played a game with a support Oracle. No, sorry, a mid lane Oracle. I was like support Oracle, a mid lane Oracle, and we won, but just barely.
Remaining.
Oh, I mean, it does sound kind of scary. I mean, that Oracle. What's the skill with the big nuke? That's just
Purifying Flame.
Oh yeah, that one. Oh my gosh, so pain. And it's got such a low cooldown as well.
And he went with like 3 null talismans. So you're like, oh great, and I was Necrophos, so I had the worst matchup.
Oh yeah.
Because I go Shroud, he removes it. I ulti, he saves. At one point I was like, let's see if it comes out as the last pick. So no Sven. I was kind of really banking on a Sven coming out for one point. All right, so the Minky is on the Vengeful Spirit, so it's a 4 Vengeful Spirit. It's going to be the carry Weaver, the off lane, Bloodseeker, and of course the 5 Abaddon. G is the carry. So it's going to be the 5 Chen, and it's going to be... Is that the mid Ogre Magi? It's going to be the mid Ogre Magi.
Oh, that's exciting.
I hope he goes for Midas. That is... All right, everybody. FSL bringing you the mid Ogre Magi, and I find that kind of crazy.
I mean, there's 2 really fun picks here. I mean, it's the mid Ogre and the Chen. I don't often see games with Chen, so I'm just excited to see how it's going to work out.
I'm excited to see how the Ogre Magi get a Midas, and you know, when you got the Fire Blast, the Aghanim Scepter, the Unrefined Fire Blast, and just throw 2 of them in a row. It's so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, what is your like predicted item build for this Ogre? I can't even imagine, really, but...
it has to be something like a Midas, Aether Lens, Blink Dagger, Aghanim, something like that. I hope he goes for she goes for the Blink Dagger. You can get Arcane Blink on Ogre Magi, and like that removes so much cooldown when you blink in.
Yeah, that's so funny again with the he she. It's just so like I'm so used to even if the hero is a girl, I'll just say she. But you know, if it's a boy, I'll usually say he. But you know, they're all we got a bunch of wonderful ladies here. So.
Again, it is wonderful. We want to thank Intel and Yahoo for making this tournament possible. I'm always excited when I see these tournaments that are, you know, like, oh, this is, you know, a woman-only tournament, or sometimes when they have a ranking only, like, oh, this is an ancient tournament. I kind of like that because it's different.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not the same old. I mean, it's great when you see all the best teams and like, oh, it's Nigma versus Team Secret. That's great, but sometimes you want to see something just a little bit different, and it's awesome of FSL to bring that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's also nice because, you know, like those all same rank tournaments, there's no like stomps. It's just, you know, even fight for everyone. While, you know, some of these tournaments that are like all random ranks, there can be some teams that just completely destroy others.
Yeah, it's like when you get the worst draw. It's like, all right, guys, I know we're legend. We're gonna go and have fun. You get like the mortal top 1,000 against the enemy on the enemy side. Like, well. It's going to be a short day of Dota for us then.
Oh my gosh. Xiaoma said, yeah, it's just so fun watching the banter in chat. Sana all.
All these players actually were talking in the lobby. They were like, oh, yesterday we played with each other. I was with you on your... we won this game. And now they're playing against each other. Like, oops.
Aww, it's so wholesome. It's also really nice because it's just so fun to see like a collective of girls, you know, all playing together. When, you know, when I'm in my ranked games, the feeling of when there's another girl on my team, I just get so happy. But like, I don't want to freak them out because I'll get really excited, you know. But then, it's just like it's so wholesome.
What about? Do you feel the same way about them if they turn out to be bad, or is it like, if you're bad, I don't really care. I don't care what gender you are.
Yeah, you know? No. If they're, I mean, if they're a girl, I don't really care how they play. I'm just happy that they are playing because I think it's hard for some girls in the gaming scene getting really like discouraged with, you know, some toxicity. But
Dota toxicity? What are you talking about?
Uh-huh.
And look. And now Minky thinks this is Tinder. It's not Tinder. This is Dota. Alright, there we go. So the mid ogre Magi against the Void Spirit. Should be kind of. I mean, I don't think either one of them is going to be able to kill the other. Like, by the time Ignite even lands on Meredy, should be able to. Well, okay, Fire Blast might not, but nice Ignite. Yeah, Meredy should be able to do pretty well. I'm going to look at the difference in terms of damage here. It's 60 damage on the Void Spirit and 54 on the Ogre Magi, so a bit favored for the Void Spirit there. The Void Spirit just has better spells blasting with.
Yeah, it's just interesting also because like Ogre doesn't have very high base damage, I guess, compared to a Void Spirit. I mean, you only have the 4 extra base damage, but in the early laning stage, it kind of feels like it does make a bit of a difference.
And another thing is that the Resonant Pulse is just really good for catching those creeps. But Ogre Magi's Fire Blast is a bit more of an animation, and Ignite is just garbage.
Garbage. Strong words.
Well, I mean, for hitting creeps, yeah, I think it kind of is. I mean, what is for getting the last hit, you know? No, you don't want to get that with Ignite.
Right, just garbage. A nice pull by Minky.
That courier is gonna make it out. Very nice. Minky got a little bit lucky there with the pathfinding. So we've talked a little bit about the teams. What do you think about late game? Do you have any? Do you favor either team?
It's really hard to say because I feel like Ricky late game is pretty scary. I mean, you're invis all the time when you get that like dataless or high damage items. It's really just pain, and he's so agile with all the the blink strike. You just jump everywhere. It's hard playing against these like high movement and escape potential heroes. But you also have a Weaver who literally moves at like max speed when Shukuchi is maxed out. So
yeah. Actually, when you talk about Minky, that's too violent. We don't want to show anyone dying. We are a Minky's actually gonna live. We're joking with you guys. I do think it's gonna be pretty hard for them to lock down the Ricky. Like, who actually locks him down? You can rupture him, yes. He can't move as much, but like you said, a lot of his movement isn't actually walking.
See that Ligaya going in, but jumping out. Just some cheeky pokes, and they both salve up. Yeah, it's hard to say who's gonna catch this Ricky. I mean, but there's the arrow, and see, this is exactly what I was talking about. You just go, oh my god! Our starter goes down first. Oh wow!
Huge.
That's big. I mean, it's what I was talking about. You're just gonna be like stuck standing still as an Abaddon between all those stuns, all the bashes. But our Abaddon, that was a trade.
Oh dear, and it's like Ogre Magi, he's taking a few hits. He's a big chunky boy, but Meredy shows mercy this time. A few hits coming out from the tower with the Fire Blast. But to be fair, we thought the Abaddon was gonna die first. It turns out no, the Slar died first, giving first blood to the Weaver and making that trade very bad for the Radiant side.
Yes, very true. It's fun seeing what this Chen does. It's like, Chen is just such an interesting hero to me because, I don't see it very often, so it's just fun seeing the potential and capabilities of it.
I'm not a Chen player because controlling more than 2 things seems like a hassle. I find it very, very odd that she is taking the enemy ranged creep because it denies them the experience and gold of killing it. And the creep isn't exactly, an amazing creep to have on your side. It's literally just a bit of right click. If someone in chat can tell me why you would take the enemy range creep, I'd love to know, because I mean, am I crazy or is that like a legitimate tactic?
Yeah, I mean, with denying that XP and the gold, I don't know. Yeah, I wonder as well.
Because you can go in and get like the ghost, the girl ghost. She slows, so that's nice. You get a little bit of slow out of that. You can get. I don't think you can get all the creeps at level 1. There might be limitations. Bings, you're in trouble.
The blink strike, but Minky is being the bodyguard, keeping G away. Ooh, Xiaoma is down. That's what we were talking about. The Gaia getting poked, but she got the magic stick charge. The bash onto Keizo. It's looking a bit rough.
Keizo.
Oh, and another bash. Very well played.
And not only that, but they also got a nice observer ward out of that. But by accident, she planted the sentry ward to catch the Weaver, and she's like, "Oh, you guys had a late ward. That's the best thing ever." So
that's such a good feeling.
Dota just really enjoying life right now, and Xiaoma teleports mid, but shields herself instead of shielding the enemy. And Merity actually takes the full ignite damage, so a little bit of miscommunication coming out from the dire side here.
She got a nice bottle refill though, you know. Bit of extra health and mana for herself.
And Radiant looking very strong this game. Terminator, I mean, based on the first 5 games, sorry, for first 5 minutes, it does feel like their draft is just better. You know, they're winning. The top lane is going really well. Mid lane, he isn't actually out farming Merity by anything, but once you get the Midas, you're sort of on a timer. Because Ogre Magi with the Midas, you're like, I'm just gonna farm for twice as fast as you.
The 2 astral steps doing quite a bit of damage. Hee. Gonna walk back home, it looks.
Does have the bloodlust, and not using it to sort of walk there faster and back. Come on, you have a bloodlust. Still no, by the way, she said the tier 3, still no bloodlust. That's 7% faster movement speed.
It's like being a Grimstroke and walking back with Inkswell.
Right? I mean,
just the little things make a big difference.
The thing is, it's not, maybe the animation is like so long, but it's not really that long. It's like half a second. I think you save more time than you would. Well, why are we criticizing? We're just casting them, you know? If we were good, we'd be playing. You especially, this is your tournament.
That is true. Oh, the astral step to walk in, and then she resonant pulses to get that little kill on Shed.
Dota is alone by herself, which means that she can't actually handle the lane without the Mirana, making sure she pokes back, and Minky loses her life. Looks like the stun still lands on the Ricky, and Ricky's only level 4, so there's no invisibility ability. G? Dead here, they have vision and things. Loving life right now.
Loving life. Yeah, it's also pretty hard playing against the Bloodseeker in lane. You have that Blood, right, which is a huge, like, AoE silence. Oh, the stun onto Kazel. They're not gonna go further. They have the Corrosive Haze as well, so that's pretty nice to put on Kazel because you can see her, but then they have the Dispel from Abaddon, so just a bit of an awkward situation you got there.
And they're putting Minky in the mid lane just so she can get some extra EXP, get that fast level 6, while the Void Spirit roams around the map making space for the team. Void Spirit is in the base right now, so wondering where she's going to go. Might just be back mid to farm it.
I'm excited for our Venge to get her Ags, because it's always so much fun when you see just, you know, the Venge die, but she's not really dead, and she's actually even stronger because she has that 12% extra movement speed.
I like that because it fits the theme of her actually being vengeful. You know?
Yeah.
Like you killed me, alright, I'll come right back with most movement speed. And I miss the days when she didn't have a life bar, so people didn't know that she was actually like an actual illusion hero that you have to kill. People, she looked like she just walked around like a monkey king tree. So people think, oh, I can't actually hit her. So I'm glad that was changed. I mean, I miss it, but I'm also glad it was changed because it didn't go very well when it was against me. Kazel, you be careful here.
The bugs, very annoying to deal with. Just gonna try to walk away and hit them at the same time.
Yeah,
that's just such a pain in the butt thing to deal with, is the bugs. And once he gets that shard, it's really good against the Ricky.
Shard in particular, this game might be really good because I think it reveals invisible people, and that's really good against the Mirana. Oh, Gamma.
There's the connect of the stun and the arrow with the bash. Oh, but the shield comes off just briefly, but it's not enough to save our Abaddon.
I don't think Abaddon can actually go top. Like going top, we talked about this during the draft. We said if they pick a ranged carry, Abaddon's gonna suffer because he's gonna have to be in the front to take in all the hits, and that's what's happening. She's taking all the hits.
Looks like she's gonna go down by ignite though. Look at all that damage. She really is. Oh my gosh, mid ogre putting in the work.
Yeah, Ogre. She's got one Null Talisman max ignite, and there you go. It's an insane amount of damage. Actually, it's 400 damage without a multicast. Multicast is good. Double it.
Oh, that's some quick math.
Oh, I actually taught math for a certain part in my life.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. And I also studied aircraft engineering, so there's a bit of math around that as well.
Oh, wow.
Dire's top tower.
And it was used perfectly for gaming.
Yeah, because the first plane I worked on was MH370.
I totally know what plane that is.
Alright, remember that plane that disappeared?
Oh my goodness.
Yep, that was one of mine.
Oh
Radiant's
no.
bottom tower is under attack.
Well,
Radiant's
we got a Tumblr
structures are
story coming out.
fortified.
One of my favorite neutrals. It's really fun when you're playing Legion. You get a Tumblr story, you know. Get extra close for those duels. Oh, and
Oh,
there's
that's a big TP.
Moonlight Shadow coming up. The bugs are out. It does not connect. Oh wait, it does connect onto the Ricky. Ooh, the rupture is used onto Hee. The stun's coming out from Wu Dota. Bings running away. She got that shield and the extra heals from our Xiaoma. Ooh, and Xiaoma and Bings will both go down.
And again, they just like don't really have the lockdown. Voice Spirit wasn't around for this fight as well. And like when the Ricky can just jump around as much as he wants. Magic Missile, he can dodge that, so she can dodge that easily. And it's a problem. I'm not really sure what the solution is for. Do you want to get some Rod of 8 tosses? You could on the Bloodseeker, that might help.
Yeah, I think map awareness is going to be extra important in this game. When you have MLS and people are just coming out of nowhere, you have to have those extra wards. You know, you just have to be on top of it.
They need to get Xiaoma to level 6 just so she can go in the lane and just like tank hits as much as she wants. Because Minky dies as well. He getting another kill on that Ogre Magic. The mid Ogre coming to your pubs real soon. Actually has the minus coming out very soon with 50 gold.
Coming to your pubs real soon.
I don't know. With very different results, by the way. You know, it's not gonna be this.
Exactly.
One of my favorite things was I was watching one of these ESL tournaments last year, and I think it was Boom Esports. They were picking the position 5. Oh, arrow does land on Xiaoma, and Verdi, that's not where you want to be, but walks out, goes down and walks back up. The Gaia might be losing her life. Verdi does not have any mana though, so needs to be careful.
Dota chasing after Verdi.
Dire's middle tower
Purging the
is under
ulti.
attack.
Good
This
stun.
Corrosive Haze is just going to be very hard to keep on someone for a long time, even with that dispel. Ooh, Kazel with a double kill.
Sensing a pattern here.
Kazel definitely a lot better this game than the previous game. At least having a bit better game than he did with the.
Rupture
Udora?
onto our Wodota. And Bash. She's just going to stand in that silence. I think there's definitely no way she could run out of that. That's a very hard decision for some people to make, is, you know, do I stand and fight and die? Or do I try to run away, but probably die, you know?
Yeah, probably hoping for her team to show up in time just to, you know, I'll die, but at least we can get something back.
Right.
Kazel having a much better game, but look at he level 11, 12 and a half minutes.
And that Midas only gonna make the XP gain and the gold gain much faster from here. Oh, the swap is out in the silence as well with the stun event, and that's a bit of overextending, I feel.
For
With
sure.
all their 4 heroes behind that tower.
And
Actually,
not
all
really,
those 5 heroes.
not really showing the respect to the enemy side that you think. And what is Bloodseeker going for? I think Bloodseeker's going for a Yules. Has the Voice Stone, I mean, that is another form of lockdown, right? I mean, it's not exactly the same, but at least you can remove someone out of the fight. That might help.
Yeah, and you get that extra mana regen from the Void Stone. It's not, you know, it's not the worst.
Alright, we have an even game at the 30-minute mark. The guy getting that stun ready, wants to land on Kazel, comes out, but looks like it's not gonna. Just
Does
a
not
little bit too late.
connect. What does our zoo currently consist of? We have a Centaur, and Ogre Frost Mage.
Ooh, the 8 armor is pretty good though. Oh, is it still 8 armor? Or when I click on it, it's
5.
5? That's just
5.
5? I mean, I remember when it was 8. That was like armor. 5 armor, that's still pretty good. I mean, it does give you 25% slower.
Oh, there's a stun from our Sardar with a Corrosive Haze. He's taking down Minky. Consistent poking, and there's the Alshul steps in. Both of them are used. Then is the Resonant Pulse is used as well. Will they chase some more? They still have the Aether Remnant to possibly catch them in World Dota. Oh, our mid is stunned. Our Voice Spirit is just locked down by the Fire Blast and the arrow. Connecting perfectly. They're gonna go for more. G is going in with the Blink Strikes. And now Tricks of the Trade. Xiaoma's ult is popped. Bloodlust coming off as well. And our Xiaoma is just gonna fall. It's really hard when you have a Bloodlusted Solardar. I mean, all those bashes. I didn't even think about how painful that
Dire's
would
middle
be.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, right, you're right. I, mean, I also was like, oh, he hits really fast because it doesn't matter.
Dire's
Just
middle tower
landing all those
has
hits that
fallen.
she needs, and keeping people controlled. I'm not sure how I feel about Janma actually activating the borrowed time just now. It was manually activated, and I think you could have like let yourself go down to low HP. Maybe you'll be close to the tower, then it would activate. And there you go, Ogre Magi not getting the multicast on the Midas, unfortunately.
What a bummer.
Dire's
By the way,
top
I
tower
remember
is
people
under
before
attack.
they would say because it
Radiant's
was
bottom
pseudo
tower,
random, the
Dire's
multicast,
top tower
they were
has
like
fallen.
tactics. They're like, oh, make sure you use it on a creep, like use ignite on a creep, then use the Midas to increase your chances. Now it's like doesn't really matter. You got it?
Oh, interesting. The bug's coming out next to the Gaia and Wodora. They're gonna try to take this bottom tower, which is good to open up the map for their Weaver.
Yeah, but unfortunately they got the Yules as well as the Magic Missile at the same time, so Yules coming out
Stun
defensive.
coming out. Oh, but there's the 2 steps in. And the 8th Remnant connects with Simulate. Wodora is so tanky, he's gonna have to get Rupture to go down. He's TP'd in, stuns with Ignite, and a lot of the deep damage over time is gonna be done.
Dire's top
Meredith
tower
gonna
is
try to
under
run
attack.
away. Oh, but we do have the Aphotic Shield. The swap is used as well. Stun onto the Gaia. Oh, Dora just manning up here, or womaning up. She is just going hard. Another bash. Our time. She's gonna run away now. The stuns.
Dire's top tower is
Very
under attack.
well done. A lot of the stunts. I'm very impressed by the way Wodora is playing. Just completely, you know, even last game, just womaning
Dire's
up
middle
in
tower
all
is under
situations.
attack.
Just, you know. And I love the spirit of Davai, you know? You just dive, dive, dive.
I like how the guy was like, guys, ladies, should I go to the tier 4? Is it too early? Like, yes, it's too early. Not now, we can do that later. But yeah, Wodora in game 1 with the Sand King was great.
Dire's bottom
Now she's also
tower is
showcasing that
under
with a
attack.
Slaughter. She seems to be really proficient with these frontline, tanky, stunning offlaners. You know, I imagine maybe Centaur would also be another hero she's very familiar with. And it's like suits her style, you know.
Strong.
Ooh,
Strong and
Philosopher's
brave.
Stone.
Oh, the money rock. Gotta love it.
That's the best one. That is the best one. Especially if you're like a disruptor.
Oh,
and they give you
yeah.
You're like, thank you for this item. It's the best.
That is the best. Yeah, when you're like just a pause 5 who does absolutely zero like right clicks, or you know, being like a Skyrat, you're not gonna smack anyone. And you get that extra mana too, which is really nice.
Oh, God.
There's the stun, and the bash is so painful. Like half the health is taken out. The borrowed time comes off on its own, and there's Xiaoma is gone.
And so is Minky. And they even took the Observer Ward that she planted. So things are looking really good if you're a Terminator fan.
Radiant's
Have you actually seen any of the
structures are
Terminator
fortified.
movies, by the way?
I've seen like one of them, but it was so long ago. I really don't remember anything.
Well, the only really good ones is Terminator 2. That's like the classic. The rest are all, you know, it's kind of like when they make a sequel and you're like, I didn't even know it could be this bad. Oh,
Ooh, Merity chasing, but Wodara's there to save her friend. Oh my gosh. They just perfectly stack these stuns and arrows. MLS. What's up? Merity. Ooh, but finds our Ligaya, and they both exchange their lives.
the bigger kill was getting Hehe, the most farm hero on the game. So in the game, in the mid lane. So that's the thing they needed. So Marcy, my wife, was striking back, still a little behind, but they do have an advantage of numbers if they can find someone. They know this. They smoke up. Who do they walk into? They walk into Udora. Get the stun off. Can they get more? No. Nice swap back into the Blood Right, but
They don't
seems
have
like
Rupture, so they don't have much chase potential here.
they could go for the Chen, and maybe that might be the easier kill that they can actually get.
They could, but G is coming in. She's just on the side, ready. Wodora going in with a big stun, bashing. But oh, Sasha May just gonna TP out because
Oh, dear.
you know that's what you can do in front of a Weaver. The stun comes off onto our Slardar. Our Ricky is going in, but will not continue. Minky looking a little yummy. She's got the point booster, so hey, the Axe might take a bit of time. I'd say maybe give it till like 25, 27 minutes.
Well, and just Ricky versus Weaver. Ricky's already like three levels ahead. It's only 1,000 gold, but Ricky just feels so much harder to pin down. They just do not have that on the Dire side. Void Spirit with the Agams will help for sure, because you get that nice silence, and that will help you control people a little bit. But
Yeah, I mean, the Diffusal Blade onto Ricky as well. If you get those hits off onto the Weaver, it's going to be really hard to try to survive from anything. I mean, each hit is about 40 mana, right? And so you hit Weaver, like, let's say, okay, do the maths here. You hit him like 5 times, and he already can't use his time lapse. Plus, he's going to be Shikuchiing in the middle of everything. So I feel like this Weaver might have a bit of mana problems if this Ricky can get on top of him.
I think you have to hit him close to like 15 times to completely burn his mana. Actually, to burn her mana though, and she does. She's gonna go for the BKB, so she's gonna avoid the mana burn. She does have the Falcon Blade. Oh, I was like, it doesn't give you much. She actually has no items that give her mana. It's kind of crazy how that works. Oh well, she does have the magic wand, and you just use the time lapse, and you should be okay. Like I'm worried less about the diffusal mana burn. I'm worried more about the slow. If you slow them inside the smoke screen, then Weaver won't be able to actually use the time lapse. That's the biggest problem,
Right.
which we saw work just now.
But she's got that BKB queued up next, so I think she'll be all right.
That is a fast. What's it? Oh, she's going for the Dagon.
Oh my
Cool.
gosh! So wait,
The
does the Dagon have multicast? Oh, it does.
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, every offensive
Radiant's
item
bottom tower
has
is under
multicast,
attack.
and every defensive item doesn't.
I
So you can get
see.
multiple Yules, multiple Hexes, multiple Midases,
Ethos.
but you never get multiple Force Staffs.
Oh, and there's a big stun by Wodora onto 2 heroes.
Oh,
The
man.
arrow does not connect with Bings, but the Ruptures use onto Wodora. Bings will just be frozen in between 3 heroes. You got 3 stuns on those heroes.
And then
With
keep
the
that in
bash.
the top lane as well. Not over yet though.
There's a Fire Blast onto the Weaver. Arrow does not connect either. The Purge is off. Oh, Dora getting into that big stun, but the time lapse is used. The Borrowed Time is popped as well, and Shama is gonna just get poked to death. MLS is popped as well. Merity gonna try to maybe salvage the fight a bit.
Attack.
Another odd use of Bird Time. She was full HP and she used it. I understand that she was stunned before she used it.
Oh
Not
my-
full gear.
Oh, Dora! Just, wow, amazing. She sees the opportunity, she takes it, but she will go down for that. But I say that's not so bad. I mean, you're taking a pause 1 for a pause 3. Hee. Gonna just run away, but the stun is coming off. Oh my gosh, Minky is gonna go down from this as well. So much damage, and Merity! Oh my goodness!
I think even if you trade like that, you're saying it's a pose 1 for a pose 2, but I mean they are more fun than. Oh,
That is
God.
true, our World Dota is really fast.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So, well, Mirai does have the Spirit Vessel. Not the best Spirit Vessel game against both the Weaver as well as Abaddon, but I don't think you really need to care that much about it because you are so far ahead. And Terminator looking like they're going to take the series 2-0 at this point.
I mean, Terminator has done such a great job in both games of absolutely like just using their momentum, and they're like haven't stopped with the flow of their own game. Like they haven't really got sidetracked. They put consistent pressure on the enemy team.
I mean, it all comes down, I think, to Wodora. The way she's able to sort of go in and out of fights, be that shield for the team. And that's something that really helps. When you have someone who's like, all right, go, play with me, just go with me. And I'm sure she's the one who's in charge of that.
Right. Yeah, she's even like low health, just jumping in there.
It's like, you avenge me, comrades. I'll go in.
Wow, and another connect of the stun and the swap to save the Bloodseeker, but it looks like it might not, unless Hazel comes in with the bugs, and she assigns the Diffusal Blades used on Hazel also, but Things does not make it out alive. Merity is getting chased as well. The arrow does not connect, and it looks like, oh, our Wodora is stuck a bit with the 8th remnant, but...
Would have been great if she just got pulled up to the high ground, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, well, that's not what I wanted.
No force
But-
staffs to do that.
But either way, the map is getting very small, you know, for Barcelona Waifu.
It is.
They know that someone's here.
MLS is popped. They're gonna go for Minky unless they find Merity in the crossfire. Could they
I
go
feel-
for both? Yes, they do exactly that. The arrows, the guy has been landing so many arrows this game. Way more than my pubs. Like, You know, I have a Mirana and I want to cry because usually it's just arrows flying everywhere, hitting nothing but creeps. But the guy is doing an absolutely amazing job of just landing him on kills.
Oh dear. Oh wait, wait.
Oh! There's the rupture on poor Ricky with the bugs and the dust. So we can see our Ricky might be in trouble, but what do we love to say? Just TP.
It's the same problem they had in game 1, by the way.
Yeah, the lack of disables and stuns.
I mean, this game you only got 2 guys who can actually stop TPs, which is the Void Spirit and the Vengeful Spirit. The others, they're like, I'll yell at them. They do that like the high five as the enemy TPs away.
Yeah, I mean you have the Yules and the Bloodseeker, but that's a 23-second cooldown like way to stop the TP. It's not that efficient as just a hero who would just have another stun. We have lags on low Dota.
That person is vulnerable for 2.5 seconds, and by that time their allies might show up to, they're like, oh, I can save them with my use scepter.
Right.
It's not ideal. However, this is one of the things that if you are playing in pubs, you can do is you spam the high five button, and sometimes people, when you're on the low ground, they're on the high ground. Oh dear.
There's a stun in from Dota, and our Ricky is just eating people alive. You have that Manta style. And Dota's gonna go in there. Oh my gosh, you see how much damage Xiaoma took on that initial blink strike? That is just so painful.
Corrosive Haze, and Ricky's just doing what, like 160 damage with extra 40 from armor. She's also got the Brigand's Blade, so that adds like what, 80 damage at maximum. It's pretty good.
They're just gonna siege now.
I guess the only way to come back if you are Merci, my waifu, is to swap someone in and kill them before the rest can like back them up. That's really your only chance.
Getting those mini pickoffs until they can, get some items that really have a good team fight. I mean, look at our Ogre though. You have the level 2 Dagon already. I'm excited to see her just zap people. How much damage is like the total of her 3 skills? The Dagon, the Ignite, and the Fire Blast.
Wait, let's see. So, Dagon is what, 600, then you have another 400, so that's 1,000, so it's 1250 if no multicasts.
Right, and the stun comes onto Ricky, and so does the Rupture. Aether Remnant doesn't connect, and our Ricky's just gonna stand there and hit towers. Blood right. Will they go for more? Will they try to fight this? There's the blinking by Dota, absolutely melting things. They're gonna chase for some more. Will they get Xiaoma? Oh, our Ricky might be in a bit of trouble. But she still does have the Aegis. Xiaoma, Borrowed Time is popped already, and Ricky's just gonna try to go for more. The Aegis is down. Xiaoma is gonna go down as well. They're in these tier 4 towers. And, oh, the TP does not come off in the Chen. Hazel pops the BKB. Will be able to just run away. Will Merity go for more? Bing is also bought back here, so...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you go, this might be your best chance to catch a straggler or two, but you also use buyback, so it's like... I think you might want to go for it in this case, just because if you let them go, next time a 5-on-5 happens, you're still at a big disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think they should have tried to get something else. I mean, their Chen is dead, people were TPing out. Maybe if you could just catch one. They're kind of out of resources, but just any pick-off, any chance at, redemption is what they need right now.
Void Spirit is getting close to that Agam Scepter. Actually has it. Bloodseeker was going to go for the Ag, but now switching towards the BKB, which is really not what you want, because that's that's 1,200 gold kind of leaving.
Oh, there's Dota. She sees Bings, and there's the stun coming off with the Corrosive Haze, and instantly bursted with that Dagon. So much damage. It's kind of risky to stay out there, especially after just buying back, so...
I just love the fact that Ogre's got 1,500 gold. Sorry,
I can't
15,000 gold, and she's just... Oh man.
And you get the Psychic Headband on the Ogre too. Wow.
I like Psychic Headband a bit more when the stats used to give you like additional, like the intelligence gave you additional magic spell land. Now it's like, now it's like, okay, 16% intelligence. It's like, besides Silencer and Skyrat, most heroes don't really care that much for it.
But check out that Dagon range. Oh, there's a stun coming out from Dota again. Just poking Merity. It's nice because she has that Ags. You know, she just has that safe puddle of water you can just sit in. You know, you're a bit fast in that water. You get that extra regen. You don't have to be scared. It helps you push that tower as well.
Status resistance also is a very nice thing to have with it. Well, 21,000 ahead for Terminator. This team looks like they're gonna go upper brackets. I mean, not upper brackets, sorry, but like past the round robin group stage. 99%.
I mean, both teams are very strong, but like it's clear that Terminator is just terminating. You know what I mean?
Nice wordplay.
Yeah.
I appreciate the effort. I think you know, it's a little too much. It's good. It's weird to me because both teams are the same ranking. Like their players are all on the same level. Because we compared that during the lobby. It just seems like Merci, my waifu, not sure what their style of gameplay is. No stuns seems to be the thing.
No stuns. I mean that. Yeah, I guess that is true. At least this game is what, one more stun than last game. Yep.
Oh my god, they just finished getting the tier 2 items. And tier 3 is already available for 3 minutes. That is kind of crazy, actually.
Yeah. Oh, you got a nice money rock.
Could have gotten it 12.
Ooh, look at her G. She's going in with double damage. And there's Wodota with the blink in. Stun is on cooldown. And the Rupture comes off. What? The Lotus Orb! So Bings is stuck there as well. Our Void Spirit jumps into after step. Big silence coming off. This is looking pretty good in Dire.
Yeah, they actually ignored the top racks to go for this fight.
Keep going in. Will they chase? He's gonna buy back from Dota. She's gonna just slither all the way down the lane. And Merity just gets deleted by the Dagon. She's got a regenerate on hand as well. The Gaia getting stunned. Silence coming out from Bings. On to our Ogre. And look at that ignite. Oh my gosh, this is so painful. He going in, diving for it. Our Minky, and they are gonna fight. Oh my gosh, is this considered fountain farming?
It's close, it's on the step.
Oh my goodness, that Dagon! She's so far from the Abaddon.
And now they decide, they're like, alright, we farmed enough heroes, let's actually get some buildings. And Bloodray throws out another 2-man stun.
That's Minky's axe, so it's not actually her.
Was that?
Just her spirit.
Was that 3-man Dagon just now?
I believe it was.
Dire's top barracks are
By the way, this is every position 5 ogre's like dream. Oh, there you go.
To be this farm to build these items.
They're like, this is what I always want to do. You want to get the Midas, want to get the Dagon, do that.
Oh, Merity is back up. Everyone from Merity is back up with all their LTC. Swap goes in onto Hihi. He's ruptured as well. The arrow does connect onto Merity, and Hihi is so strong. She's unkillable unless Bings is going in to right click. And Hihi goes down. Shaman power time is also used. Dota just womaning up, right clicking everyone to death. Those extra bashes doing the work. Oh, the Gaia swapped in and stunned, but GG is called.
And it looks like this one was way more one-sided in game 1. And too many things in 2-0, looking really strong this series.
Wow. Great game. I'm just amazed like how well the stuns were stacked on top of each other. That the Mirana stun, the Stardust stun, the Ogre, they almost always connected. Like you rarely saw it miss.
I just wonder how good other teams have to be if they want to beat Terminator, because I don't really think it's their sort of individual skills. Just the way their teamwork is so well. They know exactly how to play with Dota. They make sure that G is always farming. Gaia, like Gaia and Dota are just so good. And Hihi is very creative with that mid-pick Ogre.
Yeah, and the G is just really like great when it comes to focusing on farming. Like, you know, oftentimes some safe lanes, they do get distracted. They'll come to the fight, but she comes to the fight when she gets that extra item. So when she gets the defusal, she gets a kill, go back to the jungle or, you know, back to the lane to the farm, gets another item, then, you know, rinse and repeat. It's like a very nice cycle. While the rest, the 4 of them, they go off and play with Dota, you know, creating havoc on the map.
Yeah, I like G. She's like, don't rush me, bro.
Yeah.
And, I'll join when I'm good and ready. I'm not gonna join a second before that. But Kazel did feel like she had to do a lot of work. She had to be like in fights very early, and I don't really like the support duo, the Minky the Vengeful Spirit as well as the Abaddon. I feel like that was not enough.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I think it's just hard because you're used to a support. Like, I can imagine having like an Oracle that like saves someone else more. It just didn't feel like it was enough here.
Yeah, I mean because they had all the save, but they didn't actually have damage. And at the end of damage or lockdown. Whereas the other team, they had a lot of damage. Just not just the save was never going to be enough. But this is only the first series of the day. Next thing we have Stepsis versus Live to Dive, and I love that you're laughing about the name. I know, I get it too. But we are going to go for a break while we giggle like idiots behind the camera about this. And we will see you guys in a few minutes with Stepsis versus Live to Dive. Hello and welcome back to the FSL Open 3 for Dota 2. My name is OTOMO, joining me is SOPHY, and we're going to be here bringing you all the action. We have 8 teams split up into 2 groups, and all of them are going to go through a round robin. Top 2 will advance, from each group will advance for tomorrow. SOPHY, we saw game 1, and what do you think about it?
Game 1 was definitely a more even fight than the second game. I think game 1 was, both teams stood a chance. There was there was even that one fight where in the mid lane, it looked like maybe there was a chance of a comeback, but game 2 was just kind of steamrolled the whole way through. It was very strong performance by Terminator.
It was, and it didn't look like there was much of a chance for the other team, Merci, my wife, to come back. I love that some of the names are pretty like sentences, like the team's like, I like eggs for breakfast. They didn't really have a chance to come back.
Yeah.
But that is the game one, the first series of the second one is Live to Dive, so that's going to be fun to repeat a lot, as well as versus Stepsis. So we're kind of in trouble no matter what we say. We'll be going up against each other. Stepsis does look like a bit of a stronger team. I believe I saw them in a recent tournament. They have a very memorable persona, so it was easy to remember them, and they played really well. And it looks like they might be in this game as well. Let's go and see the draft, what they have. And they are starting with the Abaddon in this game.
Ooh. But I like the AA pick. I mean, the heals from the Abaddon and the borrowed time, not really going to be having much effect if he's under that Ice Blast.
Yeah, especially all that burst damage with the Lion. One of the things Lion could do is you can actually bypass the Abaddon's ultimate. If you time it just right, like you have to get him down to like 410 HP, then you throw the finger, unless of course you have more charges. Then you have a bit more flexibility. But with the AA, with the Lion, you can burst down the Abaddon. And it's just it's nice global damage. However, it is important to remember that Stepsis, the player rankings are quite a bit higher than Live to Dive.
Yeah, and this Earthshaker pick also, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the Earthshaker plays with the team. It's always a tricky hero because it can be like a huge hit or miss. You can either help your team out a lot and create really nice plays, or you could prevent them from doing that with, mistimed fissures or botched echo slams.
I love when someone's trying to escape and their enemies are chasing them. You're like, don't worry, bro. I'll fissure in between you two. And instead you fissure right in front of their face.
Yeah, you just block them off.
And you're like, well, you were gonna die anyway. At least I tried.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep.
But
I do like the Lion pick, very consistent as well. It's like we were talking about how strong the hero is a while ago.
One of the things I do like that I kind of liked about Earthshaker that doesn't apply anymore was his interaction with Fey Grenade. I thought that was really fun.
What happened with it?
Before, basically, Fey Grenade used to do your damage plus 20 damage a second for 7 seconds. But your damage is a bit of a loose term because when Earthshaker does Enchant Totem, that is his damage. So what we would see is Earthshaker gets once they pick up Fey Grenade, they have a max Enchant Totem. So they throw the Fey, they Enchant Totem, they throw the Fey Grenade, then they hit normal hit, and it does like 2 Enchant Totem hits. So it's a lot of damage. There are a lot of nice YouTube clips about that. Very balanced mechanic, of course.
I see. I actually did not know about that, but that sounds very horrifying.
It was. I think the only other hero who has something like this was the Bounty Hunter. If you use Fey Grenade, the Janada attack also applies. So that was also kind of cool.
Oh, so you get the money? Or just
just the bonus damage.
I see.
Which is still it's still a decent thing though.
Yeah, it is.
5 seconds
now Fey Grenade is a little bit more consistent, does 35 damage a second for like 7 seconds, which is nice, but you don't get that big one hero combo, which is the Earthshaker, Fey Grenade, or like before we had the Skywrath Mage and the Clumsy Net. I don't know. I feel like they do that, which is kind of cool with when they introduce an item, a neutral item. You're like, oh, this cool concept. They say, no, we're going to take it away.
Yeah, that's the thing, though, is because you definitely know it's going to get abused if they don't take it away, but it kind of just makes it less fun.
Yes. It's a lot less flavorful, you know what I mean?
Flavorful, that's the word.
Yeah, it is. It was like, remember when we had the Ironwood tree, and it was so good with Timber Saw, and so good with Treant, and then I was like, well, it's gone now.
Definitely. This Viper pick,
That's the break we're talking. I talked a lot about this in the previous game, how break is really good against Abaddon, and here comes the Viper. If you break the Abaddon, you hex him or you stun him, Ulti doesn't come out. In fact, you can just break and finger him, and if he dies, he's dead. He dies. It doesn't matter. You have to actually activate it.
So you're saying that Live to Dive, their MMR was a bit lower than Stepsis, was it?
Yeah, like by some margin. So,
Mhm.
we may not be getting the closest game possible. Like Stepsis
Right.
might just beat them because of their high ranking.
But it's like, I think it also helps with their draft because, Viper is just a
Radiant team
kind of
pick.
win lane, maybe win game hero. I mean,
Mhm.
honestly, usually you hear Viper and you hear like win lane, lose game. But, I mean, now they pick a Night Stalker. If Night Stalker just stands in the Viper, what's it called? Viper Strike? No, not the Viper Strike.
Nether
The
Toxin?
Nether Toxin. Yeah,
Yeah.
Nether Toxin. It's just, you really can't you just
10 seconds
do anything.
remaining.
You're just so slow.
And especially if you do use your Viper
5
ultimate on Night
seconds
Stalker,
remaining.
that really mitigates a lot of his threat. He has to
Yeah.
get close. He's like, I need to get, but I can't get close to anyone.
Mhm.
One thing to be worried about for Lift to Dive is they are pretty squishy on their supports. You look at Stepsis, Abaddon, Earthshaker, they can take a couple of hits.
And
But
that is food for Night Stalker.
right, like Night Stalker, he jumps on the line or the AA, and he's like, all right, I'll
Mhm.
just destroy you both.
Yep. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see who they pick next to kind of tank up their team, I guess.
Well, for Stepsis, they probably might want to start considering putting some ranged heroes into the mix because you do have. Well, I mean, Night Stalker and Abaddon definitely go in, but Earthshaker's he's melee, but he doesn't really play like a melee
Dire
hero.
team pick.
Mhm.
What are they going to go with the Troll Warlord, who is a nice mixture of melee and range. I like it. I think this hero has a bit of a problem when it comes to like farming.
Mhm.
It's like either I get a Battle Fury, which is not the best item, or my farm is a bit slow. But he's a terror in the
10
lane.
seconds remaining.
But Troll Warlords can get Maelstrom, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
I
you
mean,
can
that
get
would be
Maelstrom.
a that would be a good
remaining.
item because I mean, Troll Warlord, you're so strong early game. Also, you have the slow and the whirling axes. I do a lot of damage, and with that Maelstrom, you can get that extra like farming / fighting item rather than just sticking to that Battle Fury and just solely farming for like 30 minutes.
I may need someone to correct me on this, but I believe the AA Blast will shatter Troll World if he's low HP, regardless of whether or not his ultimate's on. Like it will shatter him anyway. I'm gonna take a second to look at this because it's one of those things where I'm pretty sure about it, but he's like don't know.
Also, if the damage goes on while he's like really low and his
Radiant
ulti, he
team
can die
buff.
even with his ulti on.
Facts.
No, it should just kill them regardless. Like it should just
Oh.
kill them no matter what. It's like from what I say, it says that instantly die when they go below the threshold.
Oh, interesting. We'll just have to see how that
10
plays out.
seconds remaining.
The axe pick, I think it's pretty okay. I mean, you got all these
Team back.
melee heroes
Radiant
on
team back.
Stepsis.
Yes,
You're gonna have to land those big calls.
and that means also it's going to be the Viper mid, which kind of gives Stepsis quite a bit of information. Axe going top, he's going to go with the Lion. An annoying thing about this lane is that while you do have this nice control, good slow, good
10
damage from the
seconds
two, the problem is that you're up against an Abaddon. So unless you actually target him,
5
a
seconds
lot of your harassing
remaining.
against Troll, he'll just be shielded, and whatever debuff is removed, and he'll probably live because Troll is damn tanky. So
Right.
either you take out the Abaddon, which we saw in the previous game was what Terminator did, or you're not going to be able to bring down the Troll World in
Dire
most
team
situations.
hmm And the battle hunger is just gonna keep getting dispelled again in that lane as well. So it's gonna be hard to get some kills, I think. But I think they can manage. I mean, the last game with the Slardar and the Mirana, with just well-timed stuns and
10
disables,
seconds remaining.
anything is possible.
I like how you say that, but the
5
truth is
seconds
that's because Abaddon was always in front of them, so they didn't really
That
try,
is true,
man.
yeah.
Like,
Radiant
all right,
team
so we are down to the
pick.
last pick. For Stepsis, they need a mid laner. For Lift to Dive, they do need a carry, probably, because I can't imagine like they have a carry right now. It has to be. I miss the old days when we had carry axe. That was
Dire
kind of
team
cool.
pick.
Stepsis, they go with the Lina mid. All right, pretty good. Good amount of burst damage. Can bring down the A as well as the Lion. Should lane pretty decently against the Viper. Yeah, just overall very like solid standard mid laner here. Lift to Dive.
10
What is
seconds
available?
remaining.
Spectre is still available in the pool if they want to go for it.
5 seconds
Well,
I
remaining.
like
up
the
against-
Lena pick though.
Oh yeah, me too. Yeah, it's a
Once
good
you
pick.
get that, I mean, you could get the Silver Edge you know, stop the axe from spinning. The corrosive phase, is it? Oh no, not the what's
Skin?
the skin? Yeah, corrosive
Choose
skin.
your hero.
Yeah.
Ooh. And they go for the Razor carry. Not the ideal carry. And I mean, not that I'm saying he's bad in this game. He's actually pretty good. He's up against 4 melee heroes. Troll World, if he charges in with his ultimate, then you can just literally turn him into a kitten. And during the lane stage, Night Stalker will have a tough time. But the scaling for Razor is a bit awkward.
Yeah, I'm not that big of a fan because every time I've seen Razor been played in, like, you know, competitive games or, you know, coordinated team games, it just doesn't really do anything in the late game, or it doesn't really feel very strong as opposed to like another safe laner. Like, imagine like a 6-slotted troll versus 6-slotted Razor. I think I would definitely be scared of the troll some more.
I was talking to one of my friends earlier. He's also like works with us, and he's like, well, if Razor gets the Aghanim's Refresher, he's incredible. I'm like, yeah, if he gets Aghanim's Refresher, every hero is incredible at that stage. So I don't think I agree with you. Razor just always feels like a bit of a lackluster carry.
It does.
But I look forward to the DPC starting because you're going to see Kuroki pick him as a position 5 every game. That's always so much fun to watch. Position 5 Razor try to get people's damage off, but it is the carry in this game. He's up against the Night Stalker. He should have a decent landing stage.
Couple of heroes here with no skins. You know, it's funny when they say like you should be scared of in your pubs people with no skins because they're either a Smurf or an account buyer. So, I mean, both of those things you should definitely fear.
I like when the game starts and someone tells you, "I'm an 8K player, guys. Don't worry, I'm smurfing."
Oh yeah.
Like,
and you lose miserably because of them.
And the excuse is always, "Well, this is a waste of my time."
I know.
Lost. Why did you play?
I know. Like, don't talk to me, you 2K player, or, you know, stuff like that.
Oh no, they don't say 2K to me. Is that what they say to you? Oh.
No, I am 4.5K. I was once 5K, but you know, post TI I just crushed my soul a bit. But yeah.
Well, in this game, it does look like Stepsis might be able to crush it if. Honestly, it's like their laning stage is pretty solid. Mid game they look pretty decent. Late game they scale better. Lift to dive. They can definitely win this as well. It's just gonna be a bit harder. Like their draft is it's a little bit better for the Radiant side. They got saves, they got stuns, they got Silver Edge Makers, they got Vision with the Night Stalker. I don't know. The AA Blast is gonna be a big deal though. If you can catch both either the Abaddon or the Troll Warlord, cancel out the impact of their ultimate, that's a big deal.
Silver Edge is such a crazy item these days. I mean, you see it in almost every game. To a point where it gets almost a bit frustrating. I mean, there was that one patch where people just were rarely making Silver Edge, and then all of a sudden now it's everywhere.
What I like about Silver Edge is that every patch they change how it used to have an Echo Saber component.
Right.
And before that it had an Ultimate Orb component. Then now it has a crit component. It's very clear that Ice Frog, he flips a coin and he's like, whatever it lands on, that's the item that's going to go with Shadow Blade to make Silver Edge. He's like, oh, 3 mangoes. Alright, 3 mangoes then.
Ooh, good harass, cutting off both people in the mid. Let's see, who do you think will win this mid matchup here? I mean, you know, they always say that Viper wins lane, but Lina is very strong in lane as well.
Yeah, I think it's kind of going to be a wash. It's going to come down to like their individual skill. I don't think either one of them really beats the other in terms of laning stage. Like Lina can stay behind, throw out the Dragon Slayer if she needs to get last hit. She also has extra cast attack range, so she's not as she's more ranged than most ranged heroes, including the Viper. Like Viper crushes it if he's up against a melee hero. If he's up against a range, most of the time it's kind of a wash.
Yeah, definitely.
Like if he was up against one of the spirits, you know, Ember or Void, then you kind of get worried for them.
You'd be in big trouble. Yeah, it's funny how we haven't seen. I mean, only 2 games have happened, but you know, usually you see a lot of those spirits being played. We got the Void Spirit, but no Ember Storm yet.
I always think that Earth Spirit must be adopted because all his brothers are Course. Why isn't he?
I mean, you could technically get away with support Void Ember Storm Copium. You know?
Yeah, that's true, but you can't get a core Earth Spirit. Like the other ones are so good, they have part-time jobs.
What?
as support. He's like,
Haven't
hey,
you seen like people do mid Earth Spirit or off lane? I guess maybe not in the pro scene, but I guess animal pubs you see anything. So I see off lane Earth Spirits quite a bit and mid Earth Spirits.
actually, mid Earth Spirit was something for a while. I don't think we see it now, but by the way, this
Big stun.
Troll Warlord and Abaddon, like, it is a bit of a tough lane to lane against because you can see he's got that level level 1 Curse of Avernus. That's tough. He doesn't have an Orb of Venom though. That would have added quite a bit of slow to him.
Ooh, Stardust taking a lot of damage.
I was about to call it level 1 Frostmourne, and I was like, oh well, that's not how it works.
Is that Dota 1?
That is not just Dota 1, but because Abaddon was the model for Arthas, and Arthas had that sort. You can tell I'm much older because I remember like Dota 1, Warcraft 3, and I said, she's like, is that Dota 1?
Oh, yep. When did you start playing Dota?
When it came out.
Like the first, when the first Dota came out?
Oh yeah, when the first Dota came out.
Oh
like,
wow.
There's so many stories that like we had before. You could buy Aegis. That was always fun. You could have, like,
my.
and when you buy Aegis, you get 3 charges of it. So, and Aegis provides you with like 35% damage reduction. So Dota games used to last like 2 or 3 hours, no problem.
Oh my gosh, no way.
I'm not kidding you. Like that's how it was. People would just buy Aegis. Everyone would have an Aegis because you have 3 lives. Why the hell would you buy Aegis?
Well, this is nice. At least Dota is bridging the gap between 2 generations.
I'm your generation, alright? What am I?
Are you? Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
And Void onto AA. AA is just one of those heroes that just takes so much damage. I mean, it's so squishy. 6 armor and 680 health, and when you're up against a Night Stalker, it's
Radiant's
just
middle tower is under attack.
not looking good.
Another thing is that the cold feet sort of forces you to run away from him, from the and that's one of the nice things about it. Oh, that's a 2-man call. That's a 2-man
That's
stun.
a nice stun by our Lion. Oh, but the Whirling Axes come out as well. Curse of Avernus stacks are just coming off. Ooh,
Ooh, what the
Whirling
hell?
Axes range. Very well played by Katarina.
That was kind of weird that Foxy just sort of stood there. Did you see that? Foxy was just like standing for a second, just not moving. That cost her life.
Lag, baby, lag. As my pub teammates would say, lag, lag.
Anytime you guys lag.
Yep,
The
lag.
thing about AA, by the way, is that he does need a position 1 or whatever is laying with him to hold people down, like a Slark, CK. These heroes are good, and
Ooh,
Viper.
our pulse 4 coming in. Kill this Viper, but there's a TP in from the AA as well. They will not be able to get the kill on Stardust. That was a good try in the south. It's gonna come off onto the Viper. Bring him back to life.
Good TP by Chensika, but you're still kind of suffering in the laning stage. And yeah, he needs to be with a Slark, a Chaos Knight, someone that can bring people back for the Cold Feet to proc, because Cold Feet is like 125 mana, and it's rarely proc. It'll never proc by itself. People will just always run out of it.
Right. It's just very hard playing against an AA though. I mean, the Chilling Touch is so pain. Little boxing gloves, as well as the Ice Vortex. It's just, you have to keep moving in fights.
I love the chilling. I love the chilling touch. I like when Ice Vortex gets the shard, because then you can just plant it all over the map, and it feels so much fun.
So pain.
It's so much fun. I think that's one of my favorite shard upgrades. I know it's not the best shard, like it's a very good shard upgrade, but it's not one you want to generally rush at 20 minutes, but I always do. It's a ton of fun. Well, we are almost 6 minutes into the laning stage. Radiant winning it kind of handedly. They're just doing it. We kind of expected that to happen.
I take it that you're a support player?
Well, of course. I mean, not by choice, but by circumstance,
I see. So, yeah, it's different when, you're on the receiving end of the Ice Vortex shard. It's not the most fun.
So much. And you can see people, like, crawl through it. Especially when you get, and it's like, they're so slow and you just laugh at them.
Well, I'm glad someone enjoys the pain.
That must be what techies players feel like,
Oh, yeah.
waiting
I've
for
never played techies in a pub ever.
the same here actually. You know, because
I'm proud of it.
because I'm a good person.
Yep.
You know, I care about other people's happiness.
Yes, and we care about the Dota community.
Oh, what do you think of this? You know that there's this player who's buying high ranking accounts. What do you
Oh
think?
yeah, the Herald who's buying like immortal accounts or something.
He's not just buying immortal. They're like the top, you know, we can be immortal and that's fine. Like because there's like a big difference between 6K and 9K, which is what he's buying, by the way.
Right.
And apparently he won one game out of 39 games. So.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I just feel bad for his teammates. You know, it's kind of unfair.
I love the guy. I think he's a legend.
Oh my god. See, we are on two different spectrums here. That's what I worry is that, you know, some people will like think this guy's the best and they will follow suit. You know, they're gonna do it as well.
But the thing is that problem already sort of exists, and Foxy doesn't get that bounty run. I like how
Dire's top
Chicken.
tower is under
Okay,
attack.
Stun is
Foxy's
not
like,
gonna-
get off my lawn, kid. You don't come
Yeah.
back.
Just as an Abaddon, your movement speed is so fast, so chasing it just kind of feels like a waste of time.
Was he like 320 or something? He's 325 without anything. Line with boots is 335, which is
Yeah.
crazy to think about.
Nighttime though, I'm surprised. I'd like to see something go down. Got full mana Night Stalker.
Radiant's
Gonna
already
start
with.
queuing.
There you go.
Ooh, the
Here's
Void
it's
and the
happening.
Fisher. He's not stuck in the tree though. So they can't go further. That static link is just so pain, man. It's such
That's-
an awful thing to play against.
That's sort of the best thing that they have for them, though. Like everything else is not looking very, very good. The Rays are doing kind of decently top lane is like their silver lining, and you say you want them to do something, but Radiant is winning the lanes. They're not really pressured to do much. They like look at Axe. He's got 18 CS in 8 minutes,
Oh wow, yeah.
and Troll
mean-
Warlord is doubling that. He's got
Right.
Troll Warlord's got 13 denies.
Oh wow, that's almost as much as the CS.
Radiant's
So
middle
if you're
tower is
Radiant,
under attack.
you might not want to switch things around too much because when you're winning, like what is one of the tips I was I forgot who told me a team coach. He's like, if you're winning, don't leave the lanes because you're winning the lanes. Why would you leave the lanes? Why would you change things up when your formula is winning?
Right. And it seems that like Katarina, she's getting quite a lot of farm. She's free farming against 3 heroes, and Abaddon's kind of just sitting behind her, you know.
It's like,
And I feel like she should be getting punished in this lane.
and they can't. Like even with these
Yeah.
people, they're all level 4. Like
Oof.
Axe level 4, A level 4. They don't have finger. They don't have ice blast. They don't have culling blade. So it
Radiant
just doesn't matter.
structures are fortified.
And this is so much space because you can see top lane, they're actually pushing for the tower, and they've zoned out the Razor. The Razor is not a hero who jungles very well.
That nice vision from the Dark Ascension. You guys gonna take this free tower. No consequences.
And blocking the stack over there, nice move by Chicken.
Dire's top
Doesn't get the bouncer in this stack though.
I love the name Chicken. Oh, but it looks like Chicken might be going down here. Cold Feet stuns, and there's the mana suck, but the shield comes off, and pause 4 only is hitting at Stardust, uses the Laguna Blade, the Viper Strike is used as well. They're just gonna hit each other back and forth. The stacks don't come off Fiery Soul because she's standing in that the
Dire's
Nether
top
Toxin,
tower
but
has
you know,
fallen.
it's totally fine.
And by the way, that was a deny to the neutral creeps by Chicken, and like she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna die. I might as well go die. Like I might as well go die to an ancient creeps." And that was really smart because it also pulled people away from helping the Viper. Because if they had actually like ignored Chicken and gone to help the Viper, they could have turned it around on Melina. But instead, Chicken, really good play. Like, yes, she died, but she prevented her friends from dying, and she denied herself, and they got a kill on the Viper. It's crazy.
Space created indeed. Ah, they're playing really well here, and they're doing a lot of smart things that I definitely would not think of. I mean, this our pause 5 Abaddon Chicken, like,
Radiant's
you know,
middle tower
stopping
is
that
under
stack. Good for her. I'm proud of her personally.
Oh, I'm sure that means a lot to her.
I don't know her, but you know, I hope it does.
We can talk to them after this game. Like,
Right.
after the battle. We were really proud of what you did.
That was really great. Yep,
Like right in front of the other team as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
the deny. Nice work.
But bottom lane, they got everyone here. Everyone's here. They're walking in. They're trying to find someone. They don't actually smoke in. And Katarina, it's like,
Oh, she's got to go back for the neutral. The Static Link is coming up, and so does the Battle Hunger with the Plasma Field. He will pop her ulti, but the Culling Blade. I forgot that's how that works. The Culling Blade just goes through the ulti.
And there you go. Live to dive. Actually, like, you know, punching back, you're getting 2 good kills for them. I think the worst thing about for Troll Lord is that was like neutral item or death. You know, it's like
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
It's funny. We both saw him turn around and we were like, oh no!
Still, our AA is level 6, does have the blast now. That means that they might be able to bring people, like burst people down with it. Chicken, gonna be okay. I think there's one of them called Foxy and one of them is called Chicken. I know I'm gonna say Foxy Chicken at some point. I feel like that's gonna happen.
And there's a team called Foxy too, if I'm correct.
Oh yeah, wait. No, they're called Foxy Gaming actually. Yeah, they are called Foxy Gaming. Yeah.
Yeah, Foxy Gaming. I like this name, pause for only. Making
It's
it
a
clear
bait,
what she's
you
there to
know?
do. Oh wait, yeah, she's the mid player. It is a bait.
She fooled you too, you know? It's just,
She did.
and we're the ones who are omniscient and can see everything.
Yeah.
What is Lucas Torwart is going to go for that Battle Fury, so no Maelstrom unfortunately. Just wants to basically farm creeps, and I don't blame her for that because Troll Warlord, like, this may not be the exact game because you're up against the Axe and the A, but other than that, it feels like she'll just scale insanely well this game.
I think it's good that she's going the Battle Fury first because I think it's good she's just gonna focus the farm. Because I don't think that the enemy team is something that you really want to fight into. I mean, we just saw what happened there with the Culling Blade, and you have all the disables, so you're not really gonna do much without getting that BKB first. Static Link and the Plasma Field, as well as the Ice Blast coming off onto the Night Stalker. I don't think it'll be enough to
Nah, it won't be
kill
enough.
her.
It's like, what,
Bench.
12%? Nah, it's not gonna be enough.
Alright, we got the Salve. They can turn this around. They still got Dark Ascension. They have Echo Slam.
AA's ulti took one of the biggest nerfs I've ever seen. Going from 40 to... Oh, there you go. Chicken.
Oh.
He's broken.
Viper Strike. We also have the Athos on our Stardust. Ulti is used by our Night Stalker. She's just gonna get that extra vision. The call as well. But the LSA is used onto the Axe. The fight's kind of split in two between Night Stalker and Axe. Oh, but the Echo Slam! Oh my gosh, that was beautiful, but it's not enough damage to take anyone else down. There's no follow-up from our team. Oh my goodness!
Live to dive, turning it on, just getting 3 kills, only losing the Lion, who's not even level 6 yet. And that's a difference. What? Can we switch to net worth just to make sure that we're... Like, Troll War is still farming up a storm, but everyone else is catching up very nicely.
I am so
Radiant's bottom
sad.
tower is under
That
attack.
Echo Slam was so nice, but there was not enough damage to follow up. That was absolutely insane.
I mean, when you look at it, if Viper is pretty tanky at this stage, and if Razor gets the Static Link off for a few seconds, she did go for a lot of ATOS, so that's a
Radiant's
lot of
bottom tower
bonus
is
stats
under
as well.
attack.
No, sorry, no, she doesn't have it. She has the Falcon Blade, as well as the Strength
Dire's
Tread, so
top
that's a lot of
tower is
HP.
under attack.
The Elevation is on the Viper, my bad.
Wow, unlucky.
So just a pretty tanky. And Radiant, besides the Echo Slam, the supports don't do damage. It's mostly going to come out from the Lina and the Night Stalker. If Night Stalker is Static Link, then that's kind of a lot of your damage just mitigated.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard because I feel like this Razor can also fight early, so you're going to kind of be fighting a 5v4 until this troll is ready to come out.
I wonder if they will consider smoking just to see if the enemy has big stacks, because you do have an Axe on your side. Alright, let's look at any items here. Axe is very close to that Blink Dagger. That's going to help him out a lot. Lion is going for the Glimmer Cape and buys the recipe first. I gotta
Very
say,
interesting.
Yeah, I gotta say, and I hope this isn't me, but I do feel like the Lion's less experienced than the rest of her team, you know?
Yeah, I definitely would never buy the recipe over the cloak.
But AA is doing good. She's maxing out the Chilling Touch, which is the best. I like that skill a lot. They're all in range of this Observer Ward in the bottom side for the Dire. I feel like they want to smoke. They do have a smoke on the AA, and are they gonna pop it?
I find it very interesting though that they're really trying to push this safe lane tower. I think the mid tower is more valuable, but you know.
Both teams
I
also,
guess-
their carries are sort of like, whatever, I'm just gonna farm. Like, you can
Yeah.
look at the map, by the way. There's two people on the northwest, and then everyone else is on the other side of the map. There you go, the
Right.
smoke. I think it was spotted because they were right next to the wards.
If they're going for these 4v4 fights, so I really think it's in favor of Live to Dive because they don't really have that much damage. I mean, like you said, besides the Night Stalker and the Lina, but you have the nukes on the Lion, you know, all the spins that will come off from the axe, the
Oh, there you
Viper
go.
damage. Oh, and there it is. There's the call onto Lina. Perfectly timed with that Blink Dagger. Very well done.
Foxy hits level 6 as well, so Finger is available. A little bit late,
Ooh.
not gonna lie, but Chansika.
Chansa got it deep, though. She just went to plant that ward, but got caught.
That's a DD Ruin for the Night Stalker. He might be taking a fight here.
Ascension
Yes.
is popped, and there's the silence as well. Everyone is silenced. This Lion looks like he's gonna go down very quickly. Jolly good, using the call. She's gonna drag him to the tower. But that's a lot of damage coming off the Night Stalker, and Static Link is used onto our Troll Warlord. The tower is doing some damage, as well as the Viper. The poison attack is too strong, and these fights are just going on the side of Dire, I believe.
Yeah, that last second plasma field catching two people on the edge doing max damage. It is pretty. It can do a ton of damage. What's the 185 times 2? That is a lot.
Yeah, and you're doing that whole fight. Oh no! Arlena's getting caught again. There's the Abba Shield to try to save her. And her Viper is just gonna keep right clicking with the poison attack. And Abba's gonna walk into the Nether Toxic now though. And go down with her as well.
By the way, Abaddon's ultimate was available, but because she was in another toxin, did not activate.
I
She
see.
did not manually use it, so that is why she actually fell in that fight. So it's kind of crazy because Live to Dive looked like they really lost laning stage, but these team fights going so well for them. Stepsis, I mean, the Troll War is farming, but you didn't think Alina would be suffering at all.
Yeah, I think it was just a bit rough there because everyone was behind that tier 1 tower in mid, you know? So it's kind of a bit overextending to stand right in front of that. You know, even as Alina, you have such high attack range, so there's no reason to have to stand way in front of the tower.
Alright, there's the smoke coming out from the Radiant side though. Stepsis, they found someone here, Laguna, and it's going to be the AA. Foxy might follow soon, but Viper's on the way. Foxy?
They're gonna keep chasing our Night Stalker with the Void and the Silence. Ooh, but a nice call from our Axe. The LSA does not connect, and the Viper's just standing there and hitting with that big poison attack. Right clicks, the Plasma Field is up as well. Will they chase Chicken? The Static Link not coming off yet. An Eye of the Storm just doing its thing. Oh, the Blink onto our Troll Warlord, and Static Link comes off. But a nice counter to Echo Slam. The Fisher comes off too, and he gets the ulti off on Troll Warlord, but the Culling Blade is too strong. Ice Blast coming in. Oh, it'll connect the Lina, and they could go for one more. The LSA connects on two, but the call does as well. Oh my goodness.
And Live to Dive, crazy team fight. They all they lost was a couple of supports, but they killed everyone on the other side. And I mean, if this is what buying Glimmer, okay, the recipe first online does for your team, I'll buy it every game.
Oh my god. I think it's also just like really hard. Like I feel bad because you know our Earthshaker has gotten some really nice Echo Slams off. The counter Echo Slam right there was good, and a while ago, you know, the first Echo Slam, what was that? That was like a 5-man Echo, I think. It was really well done, but the thing is they don't have enough damage to follow up.
The course on the Dire side, like they're doing an amazing job. They're playing very well together. The Axe is like, I catch, you guys murder them, you know?
Right.
And it's just going super well for them. This might be another kill.
Oh, jolly good. Didn't manage to get the blink off.
That's a report right there.
Oh no. Oh
But yeah,
my.
that was a kill, but it happens, you know? It's no big deal.
Yeah, I feel like Live to Dive is playing the map really well as well. I mean, they're pushing this tier 2 tower. They know they're much stronger than the enemy team, and it's daytime, so there's not much that, you know, Radiant can do.
And this tier 2 bottom, if they're able to get it, means that they'll also be able to get the outpost. This will kind of cripple the enemy support because they're not going to get any EXP.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, and
Radiant's
imagine
bottom
just
tower is under attack.
Radiant supports trying to get that outpost back, and you see a big scary Axe calling you. You know, you don't want to go anywhere near this area anymore.
Radiant's
Dire has it
bottom
all
tower
warded
has
up.
fallen.
and they've got a lot of map control.
Axe is gonna go for that blade nail. I like it. I mean, it is a very standard pick as well, but it's good. It's good for him in this game. For her. She's always getting those big calls, so why not maximize the damage you can do with it?
And it's nice also because you have those attack speed passives on both Lina and Troll, and the Night Stalker is also going to be hitting quite hard and fast. So it's going to be a lot of damage reflected.
Alright, looks like Roshan is going to be the play for Stepsis here. They do have a DD rune on the Troll War, so DD will not last long. It looks like the dire side is getting ready. They're kind of getting together. Will they smoke up and go for it? They're grouping.
I don't think they noticed though. And that's a free Aegis for Radiant. This
Troll.
could be what they needed.
Yeah, killing Troll Warlord twice. The thing is, I want to have a question. I wonder if Culling Blade is used on someone with Aegis and it kills them. Does the cooldown still go back to 0?
I think it does.
Okay.
I think. I wouldn't see why it wouldn't.
Because I know that I think you still get like dual damage and finger stacks when you kill someone with Aegis. So I can imagine Culling Blade would also, because you technically count as kill them. Oh, nice jump.
There's a call onto our Earthshaker. A lot of spells were used for that, though. I feel like maybe we didn't have to use the Ice Blast.
Yeah, especially now that it's much longer. But it's still a like what 60-second, 50-second cooldown.
Yeah,
it's level
very
1 or 2.
short cooldown.
It used to be short. It used to be 40. It used to be so good. 40 at every level. That was insane.
Wow. Very brave play also, though. I mean, Radiant just got the Aegis, but Dire wanted to, they're like, you know what, we're so strong, doesn't matter, let's go fight them anyways. They found a really good pick-off just for that extra gold and XP.
But Dire has also done a really good job of taking. Look at the bottom lane. They have like three observers and 1 sentry. They got. I like how they have an observer on the hill and an observer on the low ground. Actually, they got 4 observers.
There's 4.
4.
I think it's a bit inefficient use of observers, but I mean,
it works, right? Got them the kill.
Oh my
god.
God.
Imagine if you're on the Radiant, you plant 1 sentry and you find 2 orbs. You're like, oh my god, I literally had this dream last night.
Yeah, I know. That's a pause 5's heaven right there. Imagine all that gold. What are you gonna buy? Glimmer Cape recipe.
Or no, more sentries.
That is true. More sentries. That'll encourage people to buy more sentries, in fact.
I actually think that's why Observer Wards give golden XP. It's more like to, oh, that's a bad smoke. It actually was spotted. Looks like Chicken's like, yeah, I guess I'll just do wards.
Well, time for Chicken to get all that money back.
All the money we were talking about. Yeah, I think some of the changes that happen are pub changes meant to encourage certain behaviors, and one of them is the sentry. Is that Observer Wards give you golden XP? It's like, oh, okay. Because a lot of supports were really like, why would I buy sentries? They don't give me anything. But now it's like, oh, you're incentivized to do that.
Was there a time where destroying sentries got you gold? I don't remember.
No, just enemy observer wards.
I see.
Yeah.
I miss though when you used to deny and you'd get gold from that.
Actually, Alchemist gets gold from enemy sentry wards because of Greevel. Anything you kill gives you gold, so you actually get gold from that.
Oh, interesting. That I did not know. So it seems we
that's why I'm here for a bit of fun trivia and.
That is fun. Fun learning about Dota. Yep. I know, it's so crazy because I have like, how many hours? Like 5,000 hours in Dota, but I still have so many questions.
And it's some of those questions you're like, you're not sure how to get the mechanics to work in an actual game. So and by the time you log off, you log on again, you forgot that you even had that question.
Yeah, so true.
But Dota's full of crazy mechanics. Like when you have multiple shields on someone, which one takes damage first?
Right.
So, like
I didn't think about that.
Like I remember when Living Armor used to have like instances. You have to when you hit someone, it removes an instance, but blocks the damage fully or something like that. No, it was not like 100 damage exactly.
There's the Dark Ascension being popped. We have the BKB on the Night Stalker as well. Will she pop it? Might not need to right now. There she goes. She pops the BKB. Lion dies almost instantly. Jolly good is just having to run away. And she pops the Blade Mail, but it doesn't really do much. This Night Stalker is going to keep eating the supports. It's a very good play. See, this is AA in line. It's just straight food once you have that BKB. They can't do much. They're going to chase after Princess with the Fisher also. Very nicely done. The Troll ulti is popped as well, and they're going to take down the Razor.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, like both teams seem to have this switch when they turn on and they like play super well. And Live to Dive, they were not ready for that. They took out the Lion first, as well as Axe. So that's all their control is just removed straight away from the fight. And you can see AA just sort of lumbers away, like, oh my, I got no feet. How am I supposed to run away? And they get her after that.
Really good play by Radiant.
Yeah. It's a lot of it goes, of course, to the Night Stalker.
For sure. I mean, getting that
Dire's
line
middle
first,
tower is under
that's
attack.
big.
Still, Aegis, once it expires, that does give Dire the chance to fight back, you know? It's only
Dire's
10 seconds
bottom
left,
tower
so
is
next
under
fight, Dire might have said,
Dire's
alright, we don't want to
bottom
fight.
tower
Nobody takes
has
a fight
fallen.
until 26-20, you know? Until 26-20, no one's fighting. Then 26-20, alright, now we can fight. You can see they smoke up immediately. They are ready for this. They know the
Dire's
Aegis is
bottom
expiring
tower
at this
is
time.
under attack.
Foxy, not part of the smoke, though.
But we have a fresh BKB onto our troll also, so fights are going to get much harder from here on out.
Dire's bottom tower is under
That's true,
attack.
but I mean, but Berserker's Call goes through it, so does Ice
That
Blast.
is true.
And Viper Strike. And Static Link. Now that I think
Actually,
about
wow, yeah.
it. And Eye of the Storm, you know? It's like half the skills go through it.
But being able to not get hexed and stunned, that does make a pretty big, significant difference. I mean, when you're hexed, it's like 4 seconds when it's maxed out of just not being able to do anything.
Yeah, but only if the Lion can get the jump. And I don't know if Lion has a Blink Dagger. I think she went for the Glimmer Cape first. Yeah, she's got Glimmer Cape, Wand, and Tranquil Boots. So she's not exactly going to be... I say that she could actually walk up to them invis and use the Hex.
This
but...
was a pause for line though, right?
Sorry, yeah, it was a lot. It was for... Yes.
So I find that very interesting because, you know, pause for lions, you have some space to be a bit greedier in my opinion. You know, you just go straight blink and I think that's the best and most efficient way to go.
Yeah, but I don't think Foxy had the best game this series, was she? Well, not bad. I mean, I say not bad. I mean, 0-5 isn't exactly great,
Radiant's
but
top tower
it's not
is
that
under attack.
bad.
Could be worse. Yeah.
Could be
Are
worse.
scanning.
It could always be worse. So we have the 5-man smoke on Dire, but our Razor is revealed and they go in with jolly good. No call is used though. The force stuff away by Chicken.
They kind of could have caught the Abaddon, but they were like, do we really want to spend spells on him? Especially if he gets his ultimate off, if Viper's not there to break him in time, that could be costly. So, kind of letting him go, but also they let go of their opportunity. Forward, by the way, I know you talked about the BKB, he's also got SNY, so that's the disables will also last quite a bit shorter, quite a bit less on him.
Our Axis getting a Halberd, which is a really good item in this game. I mean, you can stop the Troll from hitting, stop Lina from hitting, stop the Night Stalker from hitting. So I think that's a really nice pickup. It always feels kind of painful though having to buy one. I don't know why. It's just like an item that like, like I'm not getting this item to do damage or to, you know, make, you know, big plays. You're doing it to stop the other team from hitting. So fun.
But it's so good against like in this game, like you said, like against
really
nuts.
We have the blink on our Night Stalker also. This AA is just gonna go down.
And yeah, they kind of need AA though. Like without the AA's ultimate, the enemy has too much sustain, so they can't actually fight. And slowly, Stepsis is just taking more and more control of the map.
Yep. I love hearing the Night Stalker auto attack like sounds so
It's not-
crunchy.
I was gonna say crunchy, damn it.
Yes.
I was like, yeah, it's like.
Yeah, it's
giving,
like. Oh, and there's our mid players dueling it there. Night Stalker ultis pop as well. They see the Stardust. And they're gonna take this Viper down to season unless we get a good counter call by Jolly Good. Oh, but she is silenced by the Night Stalker. Jolly Good going in just to die.
I mean, it feels like Live to Dive is very separated. Like when they're playing their best when they were all together. You know, they're taking these team fights, but now it just feels like every time we see a fight happening, it's just it's Stepsis bringing more of the numbers.
Right. Yeah, it's funny because it looked like Stepsis was doing great in the laning, and then it kind of went over to Live to Dive, but now it's back to Stepsis. That's just the easy line pickoff by Night Stalker.
This game has more twists than like Squid Game. You know, it's like I don't know how it's gonna go.
Dire's top tower is under
Well,
attack.
it's a bold statement. We'll see if it holds up.
Razor's gonna go for that Assault Cuirass, which is pretty good. They also gets a lot of physical damage, and the BKB will just give him all the survivability against magic that he needs. It's just how are you gonna start fights? It has to be the Axe gets a good call on a couple of people. If it's all one person, then the Abaddon can save them. You don't want that.
Yeah, it's hard though, because I feel like with this Earthshaker also sitting behind, when this Axe comes into call, you always have to be scared because, you know, they can come in with a counter Echo Slam. It's like when Axe gets a good call, everyone wants to jump in and like hit that person that's getting called, right?
Yes.
You can't really do that when you're waiting for that Earthshaker to show up.
It's a bit harder though for Earthshaker to get that. He's up against 4 ranged heroes besides the Axe though. So they could be attacking him from like different angles. They'll be pretty far behind the Axe. So he has to blink like past the Axe into the team. I think it's still okay for them to die because of that. I like sometimes when you look at some heroes and what they backpack and what they hold. Like Razor is holding on to the magic wand over
not the Hyperstone.
Right? I was like over the Hyperstone. Alright.
Yeah, you ever keep just like a lucky quelling blade until like minute 50?
Oh, I've seen that. I've seen some people do that when they have the quelling. Like they would buy something that gives them more damage and they put it in the backpack and they're like,
Radiant's top tower is
quelling
under
blades.
attack.
Yeah, you know? Ooh, a lot of TPs coming into this top tower. They might look to fight. Our Night Stalker, Dark Ascension is popped. Blink in. BKB is popped as well. She's just kind of getting kited by the Force Staffs though and the Glimmer, but she manages to catch the AA and she's smacking him down. BKB has expired.
Oh,
so the Viper ulti is going to come up. And Arlena is just going to keep hitting, but she's getting static linked as well. The buyback comes off into the AA to Blast, but the Blast doesn't really connect, or maybe connects onto Chicken. The Chicken is stuck there. Our mid laner is going to walk away.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, our Troll Warder is low too. What's happening to him? Or her?
Alright, so they get a 2 for 2. They didn't have to get a buyback though coming out from the Ancient Apparition, so pretty evenish trade I'd say because of that. And because they're behind, an even trade kind of favors lift to dive. Although
our Troll Warlord has a Satanic now.
You can dispel Battle Hunger, you can dispel some of the slows from Viper, and I think the Mana Drain also you can just dispel it as well. But other than that, a lot of the spells you'll be hit by our stuns. So
and you can't dispel the AA ult.
Yeah, unfortunately. Or the Viper
have an
Strike.
Echo Slam. There's the Fisher. Harass a bit. Nice Force Staff out. I love the Bullwhip. Such a fun item.
It is. It's great. Like you can whip the allies to move faster, with the enemies to go slower.
Yep.
Which is kind of weird that it like works like that when you think about it.
I know when you see like there's like 4 of you chasing down one enemy and you whip him. It's just a little weird.
The animation is great for it though. I love the animation that has like an actual whip.
Yeah, and the sound is it's too good.
Let's see any items. It looks like Ancient Apparition is going for that shard. He does have the Chilling Touch if he wants to get it. There's going to be a second Roshan of the game, so there's a shard there if they want to give it to any of their supports. Looks like Lion might be getting that Force Staff on the way. Well, yep, does have the Force Staff. So that's very defensive items for Lion.
There's a lot of Force Staffs in this game.
I think, you have to get it, right? Oh, here we go.
There's a Night Stalker ult. They know they're gonna run towards Roshbin. There's the blink in. Will our Night Stalker be able to steal the Aegis? Oh, but she doesn't. Razor takes it, and it's just a crazy fight. The Troll used the ulti, chopping down everyone, and everyone's gonna try to run away. But the nice Fisher, and it's followed up by the LSA. Our ES is playing really well here, and we still have an Echo Slam to use.
I don't know when she became our ES, but yes, she is. She is playing really well.
Yes, the ES.
And Katarina, my Katarina is playing so well in this game on the Troll Warlord.
I'm very impressed though by the ES because she's been hitting a lot of these really good Fishers, a lot of really like well hit spells. Echo Slams are very nice as well.
Yeah, she was able to just block the supports. And it feels like the supports on Dai are always just dead at the beginning of the fight. Like, the fight happens, they always aim the Lion. Lion has, like, the Finger of Death available. I think she's got, like, 1 finger charge, that's it. They just always, just 1 finger charge. They're always taking out the supports. And it's very clever, that's what you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say courtesy of the NS because that's just and there's the big Echo Slam once again, getting that axe with really low health. Katarina just running after the Razor. The Razor is slow as well, but the Static Link is making her do not so much damage. Will they be able to follow up? The BKB is popped on Princess. Will they have a Fisher to block him off, block her off? And the borrow time is used as
Dire's
well.
middle tower is under attack.
They can get this tier 3 tower, but they're waiting for their creeps.
Dear, it's
Our troll is gonna go farm some ancients for a bit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ice Blast hits our Night
Structures
Stalker.
are
The
fortified.
Night Stalker. We got 2 cards also, so it'd be nice to push the towers.
yeah, but still
Cards will
they're
go
still
down.
gonna go though. And I think the AA shards still does not have the shard though. How close is she? She's still 400 gold away, but really needs it. Unfortunately, she also maxed out every other spell besides Ice Vortex, so it's only gonna get like the full value at level 16. It's a little awkward to do that. Like the skill build is not really working with the item build.
Sounds like you, my friend, are the AA connoisseur.
I've dabbled with AA once or twice. And,
You've dabbled.
yeah, I enjoy AA. I think AA is just a really fun hero, but I think the hero is not longer viable because of the ulti nerf. The ulti nerf was too much.
I see. 5-man smoke coming out. We
Dire are
see
scanning.
a big fight. They get the scan off onto the Troll Warlord. Will they find him though?
I'm surprised they're putting the it
Ooh.
should be axe in the front. There you go. They're gonna
There
smoke
it
finger
is.
break.
They see the axe and they get the call. The whirling axe is well, the stats is top 2, and so does the ice blast. The BKB is popped. Night Stalker's coming in with his BKB as well. They're able to turn it around on the axe. The axe is melting, and Katarina is gonna go chase down everyone. The lion melts as well. They still have the satanic, but the ice blast is keeping him from life stealing. Easy chicken bar time is popped as well. The LSA connects onto 2 heroes, but our Stardust is BKB'd, and Stardust will now go down.
I don't want to be like a broken record, but that was another missed stun by Lion, by the way. Like, they walk up, they were able to get the Berserker's Call, and Lion actually missed the stun from the Earth Spike, and like, if there was a time to land the stun, that was it. You know, that was when you needed to land the stun, because there's no finger of follow-up, and Troll World, they should have been able to kill
Dire's
Troll
middle
World.
tower is under attack.
So, it's something to like really think about. Like, maybe this is just not working. You might want to put the Lion on like an optimal or
Dire's middle
something.
barracks are under
I always
attack.
feel like it's so sad to see, like, you know, when you're in that case, you're dire and you're trying to make a good play. You know, you're trying to 5-man smoke, make something happen, but it just turns
Dire's
against
middle
you.
barracks
It's
has
always kind of painful to see something like that happen.
They were able to get like a couple of kills. Oh, there you go.
Call into the lead with the Ice Blast. I think this is going to be... Oh, but nice Force Staff. Foxy using the finger. The BKB comes out as well. Miss Culling Blade. Oh, and there it is! The 3-man Echo Slam again by Divine. She's playing absolutely... Oh my goodness gracious. She's playing so good. I'm like fangirling here.
Dire's top tower.
Ah, he's going
Ooh,
again.
and there's the buyback in the call. I think it's a worth it buyback. She might be the goal for Chicken and
Dire's
Divine.
top tower has
But
fallen.
she only has the line behind her, so...
Dire's bottom
I'd say that's a
tower is
pretty
under
good
attack.
buyback to get that Lena.
And like you said, like Divine is playing out of her mind with that Echo Slam, just winning them the team fight hands down. That's not what you were hoping for from the playmaking core, but and again, Lion like Foxy missed the stun with the Earth Spike when kind of like you can't afford to miss these stuns. You need these stuns to land to get those kills, and gotta play it like that.
Yeah, I'm legit like fangirling for Divine right now. That is, she's been just hitting some really great spells and like, oh my gosh, wow. I have no words. I'm literally blushing. That was so good.
It is. I mean, just every time getting the 3-man Echo Slam like that, it's crazy. Axe is, I think she's almost got the Heaven's Halberd very soon. She's also going to go for the BKB after that. Penta-Edged Sword. Now that's really good for people who attack fast, and luckily you have Troll World and Lena who can benefit from it.
Yeah, that's
But-
true. It's funny because like you think because it gives that like extra melee range buff that you know you're I put it on the melee hero, but you know it works on pretty much anyone.
I mean, 45 damage is a lot. You know?
Yeah,
It's
it
like-
is.
And it has a chance to slow attack speed and movement speed, so it's like I want someone who hits fast to proc that as much as possible.
I mean, you get that 45 damage on top of that crit also from her Silver Edge. I can't do the math, but I can tell you that's a lot of damage.
That's a good amount there. It's like 45 plus 20. That's a lot. And Telescope is going to come out for both teams. Definitely one of the best tier 4 items because it gives everyone cast range and everyone attack range. Well, all the range at least. So it's a good item to have.
Roche is
Checking
not
for
yet up.
Roche. Still needs about a minute and a half for us to know when it will respawn. So it's gonna be a long time before we see Roshan.
I don't know why. I always just like can never understand. Like I know it's like so simple. It's like what intervals of like 3 minutes is it? Or
Okay,
2 minutes or something?
It's like this. You can hold the Aegis for 5 minutes after you kill Roshan.
Mm-hmm.
Roshan spawns 8 to 11 minutes after he dies.
Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. So it's like 8 minutes and 3 minutes after. Oh, and there we have the Dark Ascension pop on to our teams. There's gonna be a big fight here. Lina got called. They're stuck by this Fisher. See, this is exactly what I mean. This Fisher is keeping them apart. But the attack rate of Lina gets down the axe. They're gonna chase after this Viper now. Stardust is invis. She has the cloak. But the Fisher stops him, and it's just looking like another wipe from Radiant. A nice pick by Night Stalker. Very nice seeing it. The blink,
It's not
very
the
good.
heat. It's
See,
the
that
Nice.
cloak is a very cool item because it's like there's no like animation, right? It's just like you're instantly invis.
Yeah, exactly.
Dyer's
There's
top
no
barracks
fade
are
time.
under
I think it's
attack.
what is the exact name for it. But
Yeah.
it's really good. They won't go through backdoor protection. They don't actually have creeps anywhere near. The closest one is top lane, but they don't care. You do have the Abaddon, you have the Troll Warlord, so they want to get a few hits off. Both of them start running fast, let's like have the tower. There you go, creeps are here.
Dyer's
It's
top
so funny,
barracks
like
has fallen.
you just troll goes so fast. It's so weird.
And they buy back a little bit here, but on Princess, but looks like Chicken throwing a bit of a little flame here.
so
We might be
Blade.
losing.
Dyer's middle tower.
Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna be able to recover from this. They're just going straight for the tier 4 towers. The missed LSA, she's not gonna be able to get the AA.
Dyer's middle tower. has
There's no
fallen.
buybacks on any of the other teams. They have forts, but
I mean, it's basically GG at this point. So
Yeah.
it's just, like, instead of live to die, they start holding on for honor's sake, but Stepsis basically has the game in the bag.
Dyer's middle tower.
I mean, the rest are coming back in 10 seconds, though.
the blink in by Night Stalker in the bashes. RNG, very nice.
Ancient is under
I mean, see, that's the thing is that we were talking about. It's Razor just doesn't feel like it scales as well as this troll does. Our troll is hitting at 1,000,000 times per second.
is under attack.
Oh, there's the Ice Blast. Oh, Dark Ascension is ready, but our Night Stalker goes down and Axe goes down from the Laguna Blade. There's no buyback from the Axe, and Princess is just gonna chase after a pause 4 only, but she will go down. I
No
think
buyback
it's
on
about time
Princess.
to call
Dyer's
GG.
ancient is under attack.
Now, I mean, they are determined to let them, like, use all their time here.
That's a tactic for the next game.
Is under
I mean, who knows? They might be discussing the draft the next game. We do have our already scheduled. But yeah, game 1 goes to Stepsis. GG is called now. There's a throw this down, but doesn't matter. Stepsis, very dominant in this game. There was that period, like post-laning stage, where Live to Dive was able to just make a lot of good plays around the map. But other than that, Stepsis really had the game in the bag the whole time.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. They really killed it during the laning stage. They did have that little period where, yeah, it was a little scary for them, but then they managed to just come back. And I just have to give it to Divine, man. She posted up when she needed to.
She did. She put up a lot, and it was like the way she was getting the Echo Slam, even bottom lane in the first fight. She was able to get like a 3-minute Echo Slam with no Blink Dagger, just walking into them. So really well played by Divine, and of course Katarina as well. Like you can look at the score, like he just did really well on the Radiant side. Thanks a lot to the space made by Miss Anvor. I don't know how to pronounce that name. I think it's Miss Anvorgiza.
Anvorgeza.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a really good play by her too. I mean, she, when you're a Night Stalker and using your ult, you're just basically like a walking ward. So
Yeah.
I mean, you see the KD, it's nothing flashy, but she still did put a lot of work in those team fights.
I mean, when you're the first person in, you can't lay down and say, "Oh, they died and lost." Like, yeah, that's your job. You jumped in, you were able to survive as long as you can. And she always silenced all the supports. Like we're seeing Foxy and H Apparition always falling first in the fight, and that's thanks to Miss Night Stalker. There we go.
Yep.
So that's going to be game 1 between Stepsis and Live to Dive, though. We're going to take a little bit of a short break, and we'll come back to game 2. And hopefully Live to Dive will have a bit of counters to their strategy. We are back to FSL 3 for the Dota 2 tournament. OTOMO, joining me is Sophie. We just saw Stepsis taking out Live to Dive in what was a bit of a roller coaster game. You know, it was Stepsis, then Live to Dive, then Stepsis again. But they came out on top, and it was a good game for them. And we're gonna go into Game 2's draft right now. And I think we're about halfway through the draft. There you go. We actually have been through the draft a little bit. Live to Dive, they have the Lich as well as the Jakiro, where Stepsis takes the Hoodwink as well as the Grimstroke.
I'm not that big of a fan of the Lich pick because I just feel like as a pause 5, there are just so many better pause 5s. But let me tell you, I'm a big fan of the Hoodwink pick. I love that hero.
I don't. I've never played. I haven't played with her yet, but I think she's kind of cute the way she talks and stuff.
Oh yeah, it's just such a fun hero to just create chaos. And I mean the ulti, just as a hero you do so much damage, the bushwhack, DOT, and the ulti. And I mean, who knows, this could be a core Hoodwink we're looking at. I really hope it is. But yeah, I love the Hoodwink pick. It's really fun. And Grimstroke is also one of my favorite pause 5s, but I feel like it's not picked that often.
The problem with Grimstroke is that getting the hero ultimate off is so important. It's not that like the best cast range. Well, it's pretty decent, but it's not the best. You have to make sure the combo is available for this spell, because sometimes you like Doom jumps on someone and Grimstroke is like nowhere nearby. You still use the Doom. Of course you use the Doom, so the Soulbind combo is gone. So Grimstroke is definitely a hero that even in the pro scene doesn't see much success.
Yeah.
So
they take the Viper again though.
Well, I mean they were like banning some of their heroes, so we might as well take the hero now, while you can. All right, so that's 3 range on Live to Dive. I'm one of those people who definitely advocates of something like a 2-tier of heroes, where you have a tier that's in the front line, a tier is a bit more behind. And I look at Live to Dive, I'm like, yeah, Vipers can sort of go into the front line, but can be bursted down, and Lich and Jakir definitely can't. Like they definitely don't want to be in the front.
Yeah, as these supports, you definitely do not want to be seen, especially Lich. I feel like it's you're going to be very in trouble, especially because you're going to be quite poor. I'd say. I mean, if this is a pause 5 Lich, you're going to be quite poor. So there's kind of no way of escape here.
Ironically, Lich's best partner is on the other side, the Grimstroke, because the double chain frost is amazing. Like it's not like that's a combo that you can execute pretty early in the game, useful throughout the whole game basically, but not going to be able to do that. Stepsis, they're wondering now who are they going to team up with the Grimstroke Hoodwink combo. Doom is banned, as well as Night Stalker. Would they go with? Go with
Mars.
Mars, baby. Now that's an interesting hero. No real synergy with the other ones, but a very strong offlaner.
I do like the Mars pick. We haven't seen it in this tournament yet. We've seen quite a bit of... What have we seen so far? We've seen quite a bit of Night Stalkers.
10 seconds remaining.
Vipers.
Yeah, Vipers. Kind of the same heroes, but
5 seconds remaining.
this Stepsis draft is, I think, all new heroes. I don't think we've seen any of these this tournament yet.
Yeah, for sure. And who are they going to pair up with the Mars, though?
Team pick.
Someone who's going to be with? They go with the Lina again.
Classic.
Lina has been, we've seen her in like basically every match so far. And you can't blame the teams for picking what's the best mid hero right now.
Yeah. I mean, you can play it in mid, you can play it pause 4. I wouldn't say
10
you can play it
remaining.
anywhere else, though, but at least you've got a
5
couple options in
seconds
case you want to
remaining.
flex pick it first.
Live to Dive now, they're going to be showcasing either their their mid carry or offlane. Basically, Viper is flexible, so she can be played in either role. I kind of feel like I want them to go with something that can go in the front. I like Tidehunter, but then you're up against Hoodwink and Mars. Sorry, Tidehunter's banned. I was going to say Centaur. We're up against Hoodwink as well as the Mars, so Stampede's less useful and you can break the passive. But it is pretty good up against the Grimstrokes because you can just Stampede and the people can just run away. They'll hold hands while they run away.
Hold hands. Yeah, very true. They'll hold hands and run away. Yeah, it's interesting because when I played in FSL, Centaur was a really big pick. You just see it almost like every game. I forgot which meta that was, like which patch that was, where Centaur was like you would always just pick Centaur and then get Vanguard, like fast Vanguard, and you just take tower down super fast. Like, it's always picked, but now I rarely ever see it. Ooh, Faceless Void.
I mean, that is a bunch of combos there, by the way. You have good combos with the Nether Toxin, good combos with the Chain Frost, good combos with the Macro Pyre. Like, there's a lot of things that can work inside the Chronosphere. But you still need someone in the
10
front to
seconds
provide vision,
remaining.
because Faceless Void doesn't really... Like, you can start fights if you have wards in the area. You
5
can time
seconds
walk in and
remaining.
chrono. But if you don't have wards in the area, someone else is going to have to be the front line, because you cannot, take a Mars Spear, Lina Stun, and survive. There's no saves on Lift to Dive.
Yeah, I think this Faceless Void is also kind of a tricky pick, especially for the lane. I mean, you have Grimstroke. You're actually against a Hoodwink Mars, so you're gonna be like disabled quite a lot if you land those spears and those bushwhacks. I mean, those two skills are also, I guess you'd call them skill shots, right? But I guess bushwhack seems like less of a skill shot because it's kind of got AoE. But anyways, you get what I mean.
Oh, I
Yeah,
don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you get that bushwhack first, and you spear him into it. You just hold him down for like quite a bit, and that's kind of a lot of damage on the Faceless Void.
Steps is banning out the Invoker, which is a hero that I was thinking that Live to Dive might consider, because it will give you all that extra AoE damage with the Aghanim Scepter.
10 seconds
But that's
remaining.
gone, so now they have to think about something else. The question is, do we think Viper is
5
mid or off
seconds
lane?
remaining.
That's sort of the biggest deal. You know, it's like, where is Viper going to go? I'm kind of hoping it's going to be a Viper mid, just so that... Sorry. Yeah, I guess I do want the Viper mid, just so we can have an off lane they can
Radiant team back.
They can be in the front. But then they have another problem. Like, what combo do you have that works with the Chronosphere? Because the Sand King's just out. That would have been a pretty good one. You Epicenter, you blink into the Chronosphere, and the Epicenter is still active.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of have to see a Viper offlane just because I want a different
10
mid matchup,
seconds
you know?
remaining.
See something different from last game, that
5
is.
seconds
But
remaining.
I think Viper mid would definitely be the better pick here.
Radiant team pick.
What are they going to go with here? They go with the Juggernaut. All right. I mean, there is a lot of things you can avoid with the spin. Basically, everything except the Viper Strike as well as the Chronosphere. And you can just spin towards the enemies and kill them. Either and the Grimstroke with the extra movement speed will be very
10
helpful.
seconds remaining.
No big combo for the Soulbind apart from the Laguna Blade. I think
5
nothing else
seconds remaining.
actually works on multiple targets.
How does Omni Slash work? It just works normally, right? If you on someone who's binded.
Yes, I think that there's the spells like Omni Slash and Nether Strike, things like that, where the person is the spell. You know, like the person throws their body. What they do is that the person you target, it goes to the other one. Like, let's say, you Soulbind Lich and Jakiro, use Omni Slash on Lich. Instead, Juggernaut will jump to Jakiro first.
Oh.
It's a bit weird how that interaction works, but that's basically how it is. Live to dive now. Yeah, I mean, today has been very informative, right?
It has been very educational.
Let's see. What are they going to go with here? They need some sort of AoE damage that can work inside the Chronosphere. And they need a mid lane and a melee hero to do that.
I don't know. It seems like if, as of right now, I definitely like Stepsis' lineup better because I feel like you're going to have to make a lot of space for your Void. And the thing is, they don't really have any initiating heroes. Okay, yeah, as I was saying, they don't really have that many initiating heroes to go, fight us for and give their Faceless Void some space. I feel like they're going to struggle getting these pickoffs or doing these team fights.
So it's going to be the 4 Lich and then the 5 Jakiro. I was kind of thinking it might be the other way around, but yeah, Necrophos. I mean, I get Heartstopper as damage inside the Chronosphere. That feels like it's so lame though.
It's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, calling that. I mean, with the Aghanims though, it becomes damage because when you 5% damage a second, that's almost 20% during the 4-second Chronosphere. That's a lot, but that's a long time from now. It is going to be the mid Lina, off lane Mars, like standard picks. Divine is going to be playing the Hoodwink, which I expected. I think that Divine that's more her style. Just the heroes that can do these big plays, and Grimstroke is going to be on Chicken. Overall, I feel like the drafts are actually kind of even. My only issue is that I think Steps is just a better team, so that's why I'm going to favor them in this match as well.
Right. I think. Well, to me, it just seems like the Necrophos pick. I think there could have been a better, something that just blinks and stuns or. You know, because it's gonna be hard for this Necrophos to get farm or do much, especially when they have so much burst on Stepsis. You have the Sharpshooter, the Laguna Blade. I mean, Spear does a decent amount of damage.
Yeah.
This is like, you know, this Necro is just gonna melt.
Yeah, that's kind of the worst part about the Necrophos in this game is that there's also a good the mixture of
Prepare for
damage is
battle.
insane. You know, do I want to take an Omni Slash or a Laguna Blade? Well,
Yeah, you gotta choose one.
so I was like, all right, I guess I'll just take the damage. You know, thanks so much.
That
So-
is too good.
It is a bit tough game for the Necrophos.
Yeah, I don't know. I just see it just favored to Stepsis.
Lenny mid. Yeah, I favor Stepsis as well, but I played a game today with Necrophos offlane and I won, so I'm kind of feeling the Necrophos pick. You know, I'm like, it could
Out of
work.
personal experience.
You know, I won with it, therefore anyone can win with it. You know, that's how
Yeah.
it goes.
I mean, the tricky thing is, I mean, you're also playing against a Jug, right, in the lane. So you have Jug and
30
Grimstroke.
seconds to battle.
That is a combo that is one to be feared. You just Inkswell and spin, and I think it's like one of the few combos that you can kill any hero level, or not, I wouldn't say any hero, but most heroes level 1.
Do they have enough
See,
damage? Maybe
it's
not.
the Bushwhack and Spear combo. But yeah, it's like, you know, not many heroes can kill other heroes, just level 1. But with the Inkswell and the spin, surely you can.
Yeah. And
The battle begins.
like Necrophos is not exactly very fast. You know, you don't look at the guy who's barely able to walk and think speedy. He's 280 movements. I think that's one of the slowest movement speeds in the game. All right, let's play a game, and this is going to be a trivia time. Who is the slowest hero on Dota 2?
Oh gosh, I can't tell you, man. I mean, okay, I see Viper's already slower than Necro, but see, that doesn't make sense. I mean, Viper, you're a flying like snake with wings, and Necro's like an old man on
Yeah.
2 legs. Ooh, some nice stun, some good harass.
Close, but not quite.
Actually, it's 4 people who are the slowest. All right. So a little while ago, I mean, this was like a year ago. They actually had one slowest, and it was Broodmother. She had she had like 270 movement speed, but everyone, of course, no one knows that because when you're walking spin web with like 50 bonus movement speed, no one, you know, you're flying, so it feels like she's fast.
Right.
But she was the slowest. Right now, it's a tie between Viper, Weaver, Invoker, and
Oh.
Medusa.
So see, that doesn't make sense to me because how could Broodmother be the slowest before when she's on 6 legs?
I mean, they must be lazy. What
That is
else are you
true.
gonna go with?
She's pregnant. She gotta hold all her babies.
Interesting that even though Chansika played 4 in the last game, she is now playing bottom with Princess, and looks like Fox is going to the top lane with the Jakiro. So, it's a bit of a role swap here.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can see some action. Katarina has her level 2. And Chicken is also level 2.
And that might be a bit, time to get a bit worried about that. Now it means that the enemy has the Stroke of Fate as well as the Inkswell. And one of the worst things about being Necrophos versus Grimstroke is that if you go into the Ghost Shroud and she throws the Phantom Brace at you, you can't do anything. So
Right.
it is one of the least fun interactions.
You know what is a great interaction is the Timbersaw throwing out the Chakram and then you Phantom Strike the Timbersaw.
Oh yeah, I love that. And he
is
stops
great.
like midway.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one.
Alright.
In general, anytime when you play against Timbersaw and you interrupt his Timber Chain, that is the best. You know,
That
like
is
when
very
they,
true,
When they,
yep.
when they mid Timber Chain, you get them with like a Frostbite or a Stun, and they like move like half an inch and then they stop and you're like, yes.
Chansika trying to pull. Very
Static
even-ish
lanes.
laning right now.
Yeah. But favoring Stepsis though, particularly the top lane as well as the mid, where Jug is just, they're doubling the CS of the enemies, both the Viper as well as the Necro, not really coming close. Bottom lane is the one that's even, and that might be the most important part though. If Faceless Void, Princess has a good game, lands a few good chronos, that might be your only win condition. You don't care as much about the other lanes.
Yeah, I think that's definitely how it's gonna look right now. I mean,
because
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, because like if you get a good chronosphere, and Chansika's dead. Well, oh, we're not looking top. Can we look at the Jakiro? What's Jakiro?
Oh, see, yep, that's exactly what I mean. It's just gonna be Spin City. People are just gonna die. And I think, yeah, it's like even if Necrophos tries to Ghost Shroud away from the spin, you're taking that extra damage.
From this, from like the spin, the ink swell, from the stroke of fate, if you get hit by it, like all of them are magic damage. So, and it's like, well, how do you time it to dodge? It's just very difficult. Yeah, Chansika dying first is a bit of a problem. And
ooh, lucky bash from Miss Anborgeza. I mean, from Princess onto Miss Anborgeza. The spear does not connect, and Princess is gonna be able to get a kill onto Mars.
They need Princess to stay at this level the entire game, because she is going to be their win condition. Good chronos, they win. Bad chronos, they lose. And this is when the carry earns their keep. You know, it's like, you want to be carry? You gotta land good chronos.
Very true. Very true. May I know what is the issue?
Phone.
Huh.
Oh, there you
right. Phone cam hudong.
I was like, what? Did the food delivery arrive? And baby? There's a baby falling down?
A baby? Wait, how'd you know that's what that meant?
No, she wrote baby.
Oh. No, hulog.
No, right under hulog is baby.
Oh, because hulog is falling down.
Oh, well, I mean, they wrote that as well.
Oh. G?
I was reading about this pro player. She doesn't play Dota. She plays, I think, Mobile Legends or something. And she has a baby. She has she goes like to the boot camp. She grinds for 8 hours with her team, then goes back to the baby. Oh,
there it is. Inkswell, where's the spin? There's the spin coming off. And the stroke of fate's just like a cherry on top, you know? Just to give that extra so. Ooh.
And very soon there'll be a Phantom Embrace on top of it. That'll be double cherries, you know.
Gosh, yeah. Cherries and sprinkles.
Of course, right now it's like if I eat cake, I'm like, oh, the calories.
Ooh,
Speaking of calories, there's free food for the dire side. Stepsis, 4 kills. Just loving life right now.
Very nice combo there. Oh, whoa, what was that? Did you see that?
What?
There's like a little cake animation.
There is?
Yeah, wait, I thought I saw like a little cake come up.
Let me see if anyone's got a cosmetic that has a cake.
I don't know. That was really weird. But anyways, what I was talking about, the pushback and spear, it's just so strong. Especially when you max out spear. The Lich will just melt.
Top lane.
There's another Inkswell spin. Jolly good. Going down.
It's one of those things where you're like, ouch. Not sure what we can say. It might be one of those situations where you're like, Necro, go jungle, you know? Maybe have just the Jakiro solo the lane. There's not that much options. Like you can't keep going top with the Necro. You are only... Oh dear.
Ooh, they're getting on top of the vine. Bushwhack does not connect.
Yeah, you can. If you keep sending up the Necro, most likely the Necro will keep dying. So you can even see the Necros making a beeline towards the jungle. This was one of the old ways you can play Necros. You max Heartstopper, and Heartstopper used to affect ancient creeps, so people would just stack ancients with Heartstopper.
The good old days.
The good old days. It was the worst.
Back in my day.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yep. But I am loving how strong Stepsis is looking. I mean, it's very expected how that lane would have gone. And a bit scary though for Liv's dive because, you know, now that, you know, this Necro, there's no way he can come back to... Oh! Never mind, it seems like he's kind of back in lane.
By the way, the Necro was the last pick, so they knew all this when they were like, yep, we believe in Necro. So hopefully Necro will be able to, like, make a strong comeback here. I mean,
bottom lane could have got Chansika. She could have went down. Maybe,
overcommitting and giving the enemy a kill might just lose a lot of the gains you made in this lane. So they're like, yeah,
that is true. Yeah. That is true. But with high risk is high reward. Or just no reward and all risk. I mean, you know.
You're one of those players who dives the enemy tier 2 to get the kill, aren't you?
Me?
Yeah, I knew it. Nah, because yeah, they've won the lane. Like they're basically winning bottom, or at least even. If they go for a risk and they lose it, they give away control, and that's just too important.
So we're gonna
Like
get the Battle Fury onto Jug.
Like sometimes people think that you can't like shut down 3 lanes every game and like just make sure the enemy gets 0 farm. They're gonna get farm. They're gonna probably win 1 lane. As long as you win more than one of them, that's
Radiant's
usually
middle
enough.
tower is under attack.
And Stardust is also jungling. That is, there's not enough jungle for everyone.
Stepsis seems to be doing really well during the laning stage. I think their laning is very strong, probably because their players are probably just more high skilled in that sense, I guess. I mean, even last game, they were dominating the laning as well. Ooh, and there's a nice connect on the spear. God's Rebuke does not do enough damage to finish him off. He's just gonna time walk away and salve up.
I think Miss Mars could have
Radiant's
kind of
bottom tower
went
is
for it a
under
bit
attack.
more. She hesitated going sort of in and out of it, but either way, it does scare the Faceless Void. Alright, Katarina. Level 7 versus the level 4 Necklace.
Oh, and there's Stardust. Katarina, she could just spin a
okay.
TP, but she looks maybe she's gonna go back into fight. Chicken is TP'd up.
Radiant's bottom tower
Will
is
they
under
go
attack.
back in?
Foxy with the intimidation ice bath, like you better get out of here, or that will, you know, once you're done spinning, that's gonna hit you really hard.
Radiant structures
Nice attempt
are
by our
fortified.
Viper though.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
and our
was
Necro's
quite good.
keeping bottom.
Dire are
I
scanning.
think it's very risky to be there. I don't understand why they would TP. Unless, I guess, her teammates are coming in to help her out. But
I mean,
we
they're
do still have the arena.
They probably will do a better job bottom than they did top, though. Like the
Oh, definitely.
I do think that if you wanted to, you might want to have the Necro Force against the Mars. Maybe.
I mean,
It's a tough situation regardless.
mhm.
I want to see the skill build we are having on the Necro Force. Going for 3 points and Death Pulse, no second point Heartstopper. So the reason I highlight this is that Heartstopper's damage doubles at level 2. It goes from 0.6 to 1.2. That's kind of a big deal. So you see some people might put the second point Heartstopper. But Death Pulse is also very worth it.
Yeah, I think especially in that lane, you're gonna need that extra heal just to try not to die to the jug. Now level 8, looking very strong. While our Faceless Void is level 7. He's got the Morbid Mask, so soon he'll get the Mom, and he'll start farming them creeps real quick.
Surprised Grimstroke has no points in Phantom Embrace. I was like, Phantom Embrace. Phantom Embrace. So I had to max out the Inca as well as the Stroke of Fate instead. Alright.
I mean, I think it's all right because he didn't even need the she didn't need the Phantom Embrace to get those kills in lane, so,
True, but 1 value point is just always valuable.
That is true.
That's why it's called the value point, I guess. They spot this out. They all walk into. There's no level 6s.
Ooh. The Inkswell, she's gonna chase Foxy. We don't need to use the arena. They're just gonna take down Foxy with a spear and a bushwhack. Yep. But Stardust is TPing down, and Chansika and Jolly Good are also ready to fight. We don't have the ulti on Jolly Good. She's gonna get right click to death. But the arena's up, and the spear also connects. Chansika only hits the one-man Chain Frost.
Radiant's bottom tower
Looking.
has
Oh!
fallen.
There's the spear, but Chansika's gonna go down. There's no way of escape there. And the Inkswell connects onto the Viper as well as the spear and the sharpshooter taking the kill.
If there's one fight that you want
Dire's
Faceless
middle
Void, and I think that
tower
would
is
be the
under
fight. Because you had the Chain Frost, you had, they were diving on your tier 1, even Viper was there, instead they lost like 3 people in that fight, or 4. I think the Necro as well as the Secure died early. They got nothing out of it. Steps is looking way more dominant in game 2 than they did in game 1.
Yeah, it's looking just kind of rough because I mean, our offlane only just got her level 6, so I think fighting there or going there was just kind of really risky. I think she just could have maybe stayed safer in the bottom jungle, or I definitely think hugging that tower was a bit of
For the record, I did hit the tree.
And the graphs agree with you, by the way. There's the Juggernaut 6k net worth at 12 minutes, while Necroforce is 3.3. So just no real impact in the top lane.
Yep.
Yeah.
Stepsis
do
gonna take
have-
this middle tower.
They do have Mr. Faceless Void, Mrs. Faceless Void here. That's the biggest deal. Like it has to be. If Face Void gets a good chrono, they're back into the game. If Face Void kind of doesn't get a good chrono, you're gonna be losing more and more as time goes on.
That is true. Mars walking in strong with the spear onto Necrophos. The ulti of Viper comes off, and there's a chrono. It's pretty good. It hits 2 heroes, and a chain flash manages to come off on Selena. Our Mars is frozen still off, but nothing will save her. That was the chrono you were asking for.
Yeah, and the good thing about the chronos also is that Catalina, before she was able to get the Laguna Blade, she saw that Necrophos was Ghost Shroud. She was like, alright, let me try and get the Laguna Blade on her. But it didn't work, so it was like really good. That was a very good Chronosphere. 2 cores, you lose the Necrophos. It doesn't matter. I feel like Necrophos is just non-factor so far, so losing her isn't going to hurt you too bad.
Right.
But now they know the Chronosphere is down, and I expect Stepsis will say, let's take a tower or 2. You know, we're going to go for at least 1 tower now.
We managed to close the net worth by 1k also, so yeah, that's kind of notable. That's some good money from taking that Lina down. How much money did that Lina give?
Oh, wait, let me see here.
265. Okay, not as much as I thought, but
Right,
still.
but they got 353 from the Mars. When you think like, how does that even make sense?
Oh yeah. Oh, Chansika looking kind of vulnerable here. Oh, but a nice ice path. The silence goes off onto... Oh, and there's the link as well. Nice spear, and the structure connects. Very well played.
Who would have thought it? Radiant's top tower.
By the way, I forgot to say that bush also would be pretty good with the soul bios. Oh, is it? Acorn shots, not the bushwhack. I was like, yeah, it's the Acorn shot. Also works really well with the soul
Dire's
bind.
middle tower is under attack.
Especially, I mean, if you're going like a core hoodwink build where you're getting like a Daedalus or, you know, damage items, you get that Acorn shot onto both units.
She's going for like pure utility though. Has the
Yeah, as
urn
expected.
which is a bit sad because after you mentioned it, I was like, what if she gets Maelstrom and she gets all these bounces, lightning
Oh,
from
yep.
2? You know, that sounds cool. And then now I feel disappointed. I didn't even think of that. Whoa, there's jolly good walking in.
Ooh, Mars using the arena. She's getting speared. Oh, she can't spear. The Necros all comes off, but everyone else is going down. Oh, Chain Frost coming out onto Lina, and Lina is walking slowly through this Macropyre. She's just burning. The LSA comes off, but she cannot walk away. Doug uses the Omni Slash, and Foxy will go down. He can still take this tower, and he has spin. She's gonna spin, take this tower with the healing ward.
Chronosphere in 10
Unless there's
seconds.
a fort.
Oh, well. They get the tower. Oh, no, they haven't got that. They might be able to just back out. But Chronosphere is available now if they want to use it. And another, based on the crowd, another victory coming out for Live to Die. They handle team fights pretty well. Like, yeah, you gotta give them credit for that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. And they were able to take out the Lina in both fights. The Lina has her Dragonlance backpack, though. This is what we were talking about! Oh, she put it in for the Fairy Fire.
Oh, so she is using it. She's not gonna be like, I don't know. But they're gonna be pushing mid again. Chronosphere is available, and I think Chain Frost will be coming up pretty soon as well. No, 30 seconds though, still some time.
Yeah, they'll definitely get this mid tower. I mean, it's a very important tower to, you know, start putting pressure on their map. Give them less space to farm, because that's exactly what the Faceless Void needs.
If you can't defend it, taking the risk is not worth it. And
Middle tower is
it's good on Live to Dive to realize that. Juggernaut is level 12. That is insane.
Yup.
Well, I mean, 16 minutes is actually not that bad. It's almost 13 now. It's more of that net worth. And so is the Lena. Like, look at them. They're farming at the very top of net worth. Well, if Atos is finished on the Viper, but apart from... I mean, you don't want to throw it on the Jug, but the rest are pretty susceptible. Especially the Hoodwink, I'd say.
Oh, there's the fear onto the Hoodwink. Princess sees them. Will she Chrono? Oh, the Chrono comes off onto both of the supports, but she does not get to Mars, so she's also stuck between the arena. The Mars will go down. The Viper Strike is used onto Lina, and Lina's just gonna hit from the side. Oh, the Scythe comes off onto the Lina, securing that kill, and our Chicken is gonna try to TP out, and manages to get the TP.
Beautiful double kill coming out for, and that was great use of the Reaper side. I thought she might actually use it on the Hoodwink, who was caught in the Chrono, had no HP. Because I would do that, you know? I'm like, oh, guys, I'm making sure she's dead. But no, she actually right-clicked her down to death with like this 50 damage right-click, but she got it. and then she was able to use the Reaper side on the leader. So really well played by the Necrophos.
That fight was
And
pretty interesting because they used the chrono also, right? But
Yeah.
she was stuck between the arena, and so she couldn't reach the other two. Oh, Omni Slash onto Fox to use just for that nice 251 gold. And it's very well played. And Katarina's gonna go for more. She's spinning towards Stardust. The Bushwhack connects, and Katarina is just gonna keep slashing at her. Maybe want to step out of the negative option, but she gets that kill anyways. And she's gonna try to run away. She does not have the healing ward on top of her. Necrophos is silenced, and Miss Anborgeza misses the spear. The Bushwhack does not connect because of the rebuke, but she's going to be able to Inkswell him to death. Inkswell her to death.
And I mean, the killing of Juggernaut's nice, but it was like 3 people to get it, so it's barely worth it. And thank you for saying Miss Anborgeza, like the name. She's like,
I know, I
OTOMO.
tried.
She's like, OTOMO, if you, I know you're not saying the name, so this is how you say it.
It's a hard one though. I mean, in the middle of a team fight,
Is under attack.
Mars versus Miss Anborgeza.
I mean, Mars is Miss Anborgeza, right?
That is true.
Tower is under attack.
Miss Mars.
That's what I told you. So you just go Miss Hero.
Miss
And
Hero.
Foxy trying to get that deal off, drops the sentry, but is kind of worried about going close. And there you go. Now she's going in for it. But you can also see that Miss Mars is also charging. They're all going for the Jakiro.
Juggernaut is farming mid-wave. It's really interesting to see because Stepsis is putting a lot of pressure on the map, but Live to Dive takes these team fights really well.
Yeah, it's all surprising to me when that happens, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm always like, how do you like win fights when you're so far behind? But they do. And I think all of it will be on Princess. Like, it's all Princess. Good chronos, you win. Bad chronos, you lose.
We have the blink on Miss Anborgeza. Will she go for some food? She will not.
Dire's structures are fortified.
She's gonna TP. They're gonna go top and try to get this Viper, it seems. The support's still hanging out in the bottom jungle.
Now it's a good time for the Raid to take a fight if they can, because they know that at least the Lena's top. They may have seen the Mars as well, we're not sure, but they smoke. They want to go get someone, and this is the best time to do it.
Ooh, another shawl coming out for Stepsis. I love that item too. It's just a very nice item to have when the enemy has so much magic damage, and when you do too.
Well, they walk into them, Jolly Good does.
Ooh, Jolly Good sees them. Bushwhack does not connect onto anyone. It looks like they're gonna get a free pick off on this Hoodwink. The dual breath. And this guy's also used onto Hoodwink. Princess is stuck, she's binding, and the silence comes off as well with the Omni Slash. Princess is gonna go down as well as the Necrophos. Very nice play by Katarina. Our Grimstroke looks like she's gonna go down. Poison attacking another toxin, while our Viper is getting hit and rebuked.
4-for-1, that Phantom Embrace with the silence, catching the Faceless Void, not allowing her to use her atmosphere, which really Foxy trying to delay with nice dual breath over there on 2 people, but it's not gonna be enough. Oh, no.
It's a shame though because like how last game, you know, it was the same situation where they tried to take this 5-man smoke but ended up getting punished for it.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They went uphill with no vision.
That's always the worst thing to do. Like sometimes in Dota you're forced to do it, but you could have approached it from the like the western side, not the eastern side, because that's most people will go towards the mid like that.
Right.
Well, it's 9k ahead for Stepsis, and the game situation has not changed in any way. Good chrono or bust.
Good chrono or bust.
That's true.
Indeed. If the SNY onto Jug also, she's gonna get an Ags next. I love the Ags. It makes the little swift slash is so much fun to do. Oh, baby.
That's actually the reason why I used to play Juggernaut. Is that I love the animation for the Omni Slash. It's so cool. Like you press R on someone and you teleport and you slice and you teleport and you slice. Like that's so cool.
No, the best is when you're an offlane hero and you buy a Lotus Orb and you get the little anime battle where you're just flying midair.
Or you do that with Anti-Mage as well when he gets the counter spell.
Oh yeah.
Then they both like are in the air fighting each other and you see all the slashes. You're like, so cool.
Yep. Always my favorites. I always get really hyped when it happens.
Ironically, the game thinks that the Radiant has the better draft, which I don't disagree with. I think the draft is actually pretty good. Like, Necrophos is pretty solid late game. Viper doesn't see. I think Viper's the weak point, but Jakiro and Lich are pretty decent supports to have, especially Jakiro. Like later on in the game when PKBs are down, you can just keep throwing out ice paths, so that's a big deal.
And the high ground defense of Jakiro is also really nice. I mean, you have the
Yeah.
Macro Pyre, which its cooldown's not that long. When it's maxed out, 60-second cooldown, and it lasts 10 seconds. So, you know, pushing high ground at tier 3 just
Or 30
makes
with
a big
Aghanims.
difference. Yeah, or 30
A
with
lot-
Aghanims.
When you get the Aghanim stuff to you, and then you miss aim it slightly, it doesn't go in the middle of the lane, and you're like, oh, whoops, looks like it's hitting nobody.
Yep. But yeah,
But yeah,
I
they
think
do have-
if we get those
they have-
really good chronos and they put that macro on top with the Chain Frost, that makes a big difference.
And Macropyre's damage was recently buffed as well. It's used by like 10, I think. It was like 100, 150. It's like 200. Now it's like 110, 155. So it's a little bit better at the lower levels.
All right, so we're back in action. We
This
have a
is right.
9K, 10K now net worth lead on Stepsis.
Doesn't feel like they're that far ahead though.
Yeah, it doesn't. Well, it's because, like what we were saying, it's because they're taking these good team fights. Well, you know, most of the time.
Goodish.
Yeah, they're
goodish.
taking these goodish team fights, so it really doesn't feel like they're that ahead.
Oh, Lich went for the Aether Lens first item, and there you go for the golden rock that you mentioned.
The money stone, the money
Money
rock.
Stone, thank you. Or Money Stone, Money Rock.
Yeah.
I mean, why is it called Philosopher's Stone? That's supposed to be like something from Harry Potter.
That is a good question. That is a Harry Potter thing, but maybe.
Like, because I remember when I saw the Pupil's Gift, and then I realized it was an apple, and then I was like, oh right, students would give, their teachers an apple, so it's a pupil's gift. That's really cool. So I was wondering if they're like a Philosopher's Stone, something like that.
I did not realize that, but thank you for bringing that to my attention. That's actually pretty
Don't-
cool.
Don't worry, when I realized it as well, I was like, how was I so stupid that I didn't realize this before? It's so obvious.
Oh my gosh, now I feel dumb for not noticing it, but
As you should.
but now we see a 5-man smoke on both teams, and Stardust picks up a haste rune as well. They're looking to not Roche, but maybe find someone in the jungle, but it's looking like yin and yang on the map right now. They're all kind of on the opposite sides. Do they know who will find each other first?
In this situation, you might want to wait until near any hill that you have advantage. Like you can see here, if Radiant fought near this area, they might have been able to take the fight because they have that observer ward right up there, scouting people down.
Tough
And
spot
Jakiro-
if Lina gets found in the river. Jakiro. They see Foxy. Do they have detection? Oh, nice spear. And Lina is finding her own food. She gets Necros and uses the LSA. Chrono is used as well, but the Omni Slash is going off onto a ghost-shrouded Necropos. Link, the Frost, Save Frost is looking really nice too, but the spear onto face this void. This fight is looking really messy. I'm very confused who's winning this, but Miss Ambergaz also goes down. Our Juggernaut is in a bit of a pickle. We have no healing ward right now, no spin ready yet. Will they keep chasing? Chicken is so low.
Oh.
Spin out. She won't get hit by the ice path. Divine is right behind. She's unable to connect the bushwhack,
Radiant's
and
bottom tower is
what
under
an
attack.
awkward fight.
Dire's top
That's
tower
one of the
is
ones you want
under
to watch in the replay and be like, I want to make sure what exactly happened here. Because 1 second we were on Foxy, then there's a Crossfire, then there's a Mart. But what we do know for sure is that Ghost Shroud was able to block a lot of the Omni Slash damage.
Yep.
The Chronosphere worked really well with the Nether Toxin as well as the Ice Blast. So it went pretty well for the Radiant side. Is my take from it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like I thought that Radiant would be able to like take out more of them because of the Chain Frost in the Chronosphere, but for some reason it felt kind of underwhelming, you know?
Yeah.
There's the Phantom's Embrace.
Dire's
Will they
top
use the
tower
Stroke of
is
Fate to
under
chase
attack.
down this Jakiro? Yes, they will, and it does connect. We don't have the detection, but now we do. And the Spear connects too. So does the Bushwhack, and Foxy is down.
Tough game for Foxy. You are playing against a Juggernaut, so sometimes it's hard for her to land all her spells. And yeah, I think she has like the most deaths this game. So just a tough game. No, actually, that's
Bounty.
Chansika over there.
Yeah, it's like I was saying that high ground defense on Jakiro is really nice, but that's the thing is when you're Jug and you're pushing, you really don't care about anything because you can just spin and have your healing ward behind you.
Time is money.
At least it's not ice armor, so that will help them out a bit. And Lich can take the talent as well, additional 10%, so that might help. Although the other talent looks really good. 125 Frost Blast radius and damage seems like a lot of impact.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So they're taking all these towers, and look at how small the map looks for Radiant.
Dire's bottom tower is under
It's
attack.
the classic situation you're in when you're behind. Now what we can expect is that Stepsis is not going to go high ground unless they farm up the whole map. They're going to get Roche, they're going to control both outposts, they're going to get a bunch of sets of bounties. There's no timer on them to end the game right now, so they can just farm away if they want to.
That is very true indeed. But it looks like they might contest this Roche. They do have the Chronosphere. Princess, she's silenced, so she's unable to jump in. Getting speared and is just dead like that. The Scythe comes out as well, and the Omni Slash does too, and everyone is just gonna go down. Like, it really doesn't look like that many spells are thrown out during these fights because
Dire's bottom
They're
tower
not needed.
has
yeah, they're not needed.
It's like we don't actually have to do too much. We can just kill them pretty
Yeah.
simply.
I mean, they are using their ultis, but I guess the reason it doesn't look that big is because our Chronosphere wasn't used.
Yeah, it's like it all comes down to Chronosphere, and I don't think this Faceless Void. Yeah, she was so close. She's so close to the
Radiant's top
BKB.
tower
She has less than 200 gold. Like, I think you might sell the Fairy Fire and the Quelling Blade and get the BKB. You know, like you don't really. If the game comes down to a Quelling Blade, that's a pretty bad situation to be in.
Yep, and it's a Fairy Fire over a Mithril Hammer, so a little interesting there. 2 damage versus 24.
Ah, but you get the 70 HP heal.
Ah, right.
Radiant's top tower
So
has
they
fallen.
get this tier 3 tower. They're not gonna go for the racks just yet.
And BKB is finished on the Mars, which means that it doesn't defend you against Chronosphere, but everything else inside the Chronosphere won't be hurting you at all.
Dire's
Very
middle
nice.
tower
We still
is
have
under attack.
about 3.5 minutes on the Aegis, so they can still make some plays if they wanted to. I mean, Swift Slash is also just so strong. I think probably once Swift Slash could almost take out the Jakiro or the Lich.
Depends on whether Lich has Frost Armor, though. That 60% damage reduction is a big deal.
That is true. 4-man smoke coming out again. Will they be able to use the Chronosphere this time? They have the BKB, but will it be pressed? I hope so.
You are mean. You are being very mean to them.
What? No, it's just a thing, It's just
Will they press BKB?
it's a normal
Oh, there you
thing
go.
that happens. Oh, there's the Ice Path for the spin right away. Viper Strike doesn't slow for that much apparently. Katarina's just gonna spin very fast. I mean, it's a thing you see in pro scenes in TI too, right? You're like, oh, why didn't he press BKB?
I like one of the players. He pressed BKB when he first got it. Back then, the charges would reduce, and they were like, "Why did you press BKB?" He's like, "I was making sure it's like a good BKB, or is it like a forged BKB, and not a real one, a forgery." So I had to click it to make sure it works properly.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, everybody makes mistakes. It's just that's life, and that's Dota.
Well, speaking of Dota, this is something that Stepsis can do. They can just poke the map, and then they go back, and they don't have to do anything else.
Ooh, and there's the Mars Arena, the blink in. Spear onto the box. It does not hit the edge of the arena, but hits this little viney looking thing. Connect onto the link with the Necropulse. Omni Slash is also used. Princess is going for the backlines. Chicken is going down. And they're just smacking each other. The Wound Blade is used on the Princess. Princess will not move anywhere. She cannot time lock out. The Scythe is used on an Aegis Jug. Very interesting. And the Chain Frost is also up. Goes on to Divine. Does not connect any further. Swift Slash goes off on Lich. Juggernaut just spinning in. The buyback comes off onto our Void. But there's no Chronosphere, so they can still push if they really wanted to.
Yeah, I guess they realize it's too risky. 3 for 3. That's a little too fair for Stepsis. They're like, I like it more when the numbers are favoring us,
Yeah.
But it is.
The Scythe used on Juggernaut with the Aegis was a bit sus.
I mean, at that point, you might as well get it out, like get it out of her, because she's still had like 2 minutes left. So, you know, I agree with you. It's like it's a bit awkward, but I don't think either team actually wants to fight for the next, you know, like 1 minute. So
Right.
might as well get out the Aegis. Next fight, you'll probably have the Reaper Sight available.
You did get the buyback off from the Faceless Void though, so it's gonna look
Oh.
like next fight will be kind of the game changer here.
The deciding factor.
All right. To seal the deal.
Well, looking at Jakir. Jakir's gonna go for the Aeon Disc, holding on to the Paladin Sword. That's all right. There you go. Sending back to base. Titan Sliver on the Faceless Void only has the Maelstrom and the Mask of Madness, which is kind of decent damage, but you know, hope for a little bit more of that.
I mean, look at our net worth. Our Jug almost has double the net worth of the Faceless Void.
Check out what Lich is doing. Lich is actually going for the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, we have the Philosopher's Stone.
There's the Fear onto the Jug. Ice Path is not connected. Viper Check is used as well. The Spear connects onto the Viper. Katarina's just gonna spin in there. The Switch Stocks comes off as well. Viper's gonna get choked to death. Necrophos has to run away, but linked to the Faceless Void. Princess going in, trying to do something. The BKB is there, but Arlena does so much damage with that double damage rune.
I mean, at this point, it's a very similar story to Game 1. We just know that Stepsis is just a better team, and like as much as they try, it's just it can't happen. You know, not this game for them. Good effort though. Like the bunch of those chronos were really good. I think that's the one thing you want to focus on. The chronos were really good, and that's nice.
That's nice. Yeah, I think
That's
it's
nice.
just a lot of like, you know, there was just a bit too much like, I don't want to call it feeding, but you know, the top lane was really one-sided. It was kind of a bit of a trouble, and especially in the laning phase, you don't want to feed like the enemy safe laner that much. Like, they don't even need to go in the jungle and farm anymore when they're that fat. And there she goes, Katarina going with the Omni Slash into their base. Oh, she is going to get punished for that one though.
Yeah, good movement to bring them back in. They might be able to get the Mesa and Borgiza as well. And they got the Aghanim on the Lich, so I mean, I do want to say signs of life, really, but
Signs of life.
there are the thrones still standing.
That is true, and as we know, Live to Dive never gives up. They wait until the Ancient falls, as seen last game.
Which is something we appreciate very much. You know, we're like, yep, that's
the fighting spirit. This is why we don't have a surrender button.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, I like that part, but technically even the pro games, sometimes they surrender.
Oh yeah,
You know?
they do.
So technically the pros are allowed, but we're not.
Yeah, weird, no?
It is weird. That's not fair. We should write to Valve and complain.
I mean, I'd rather have a surrender button than deal with my, you know, safe lane AM running down mid, selling his items, or actually breaking his items and, you know, just constantly feeding. Suffering through that for 30 minutes is not fun.
That's true. But then again, there are games that people are able to turn on. I imagine, like, you know, you play a game, the mid dies like 3 times in the first 10 minutes, they're going to want to surrender. They're going to want to surrender for the whole game, and you have to think, is that a good thing or a bad thing? If we enable it, then
That is true.
Dota is very, very complicated.
It is very, very complicated. Like we said, it's so complicated that we are still learning today. How many hours do you have in Dota?
I'd rather not say.
It's okay, it's work. It's work, right?
Yeah, exactly. I open it to cast this stuff. It's not. I didn't play it.
Exactly.
If I was playing it all these hours, I can play better.
The spear does not connect, but the ice path does. I love the cheeky voice lines used. You know, some laughs here and there.
I think Mars feels like a very jolly fellow to be around. You know, he always seems very happy.
Oh yes, and I love it when he sings a song.
Yeah, I think Mars is one of those people you want to hang out with. You know, I don't think I want to hang out with Grimstroke. All he'll
What?
talk about is
Grimstroke seems so cool.
Are you kidding? All he'll talk about is his dead wife. You know.
Okay, but you know You could talk about art with Grimstroke. You know, he's a painter, right?
Yeah, I don't think my scribbles on like the school desks that I have really compare to Grimstroke.
That is true.
You know, a bird is like 2 lines. Yeah, it's a bird in the
Dire's
sky.
middle tower
It's from
is
far
under
away.
attack.
Oh, look at all that
Dire's
damage
middle
Arlena is
tower
doing. She's
has
got
fallen.
the Daedalus, and she is hitting hard like a truck. She's gonna get that Axe as well.
By the way, the Jakira is going to go for the Agams as well. They gave her the Philosopher's Stone on Foxy.
Oh.
I find that's kind of cool. I mean, it's a neat idea that they're trading Philosopher's Stones.
Passing it around. I mean, I love that the supports are getting Axe. I think that's kind of fun. I mean, I don't think it's the most like viable thing to do right now, but it is, like we said before, the more fun option. I think, you know. I guess Hail
what's
Mary decisions, right?
I'm not even looking. What's the AoE of Sinister Gaze? They say it makes it into an AoE, but how big is the AoE?
It's like a black hole, I think.
That's
It's
pretty
like
big.
Pretty big, yeah.
That's an AoE. It doesn't last very. Oh, 2.8 seconds. That's pretty good. She took the talent. All right, go for it. You know.
Okay, I
Let's see
mean,
that.
imagine. Okay, maybe we're underestimating. So you have the Aetherlands, you can finish the gaze, and it's huge, right? So what if you grab like 4 heroes? Boom, Crow comes in, big ice pass, macro fire. Oh, it looks like there might be a fight here. Are we gonna start off with the big Sinister Gaze that we're waiting for? They're clumped up. It's perfect. If she sees them, it would have been a perfect opportunity to miss that resistance. Wow, they get a nice chrono. Oh, Mars even connects the chrono. There's the ice pass with the chain frost. Will the macro fire connect as well? And they are just getting hit by all these chain frosts, but it's not enough damage. They will just fight through the spin. It's gonna block all the magic damage. Besides goes to the Lina. The Lina does have buyback. She chooses buyback. Xiaomi Sash is also used. Switch Sash is used on the Fox. The end this is popped. Stardust is also gonna be fighting with his Mars at the back. And Stardust takes down Mars. They're gonna be chasing this Foxy.
For the
But Katarina and Pause for only team up to get the Viper. It looks like Foxy is gonna go down as well.
Did it feel like it took forever for things to happen inside the Chronosphere?
Yes, it did actually.
Like the Chrono came out and I was like thinking, alright, look at the damage, baby! And then like 3 seconds later you see the Chain Frost coming out from a mile away.
Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like the macro fire took a long time to get down as well. I feel like
Yeah, what was it? Ice Bath?
yeah, right.
Radiant's bottom
So she
tower
could have
is
put
under
that macro
attack.
fire down first, and then when the chrono was almost over, then the ice path could have come up. But I don't know. It feels like there's just a little bit of a disconnect between the teamwork of Live to
Radiant's
Die.
bottom
Because that was a great Chrono. Like that was a fantastic
That
chrono.
was a great chrono.
Radiant's bottom barracks are
But
under
it's not enough to keep Lift to Dive in the game right now. They do go for another smoke. Alright. Katrina, I believe she used her aid. It's still
Oh,
available.
there's a Swift Dash. Juggernaut is frozen, but she does have the HP. Little Bit comes out onto Fox, and the Chain Frost is out as well. It does not connect to anyone. There's the
Ooh,
Phantom.
the double abyssal.
Ooh, and the Sharpshooter connects. Still, no GG is called. They're gonna just keep fighting the Aegis. Now going down, Stardust is also being poked by the Lina.
Radiant's
No
middle
buybacks.
tower is under attack.
Crossfire
Katarina.
at 30 seconds though.
Look at them high-fiving right in front of their faces.
This might be the best time for Lich to do the bedroom eyes and pull them into the fountain.
Oh my gosh. I'm ready to see the big spear. Katarina going in, big spin. Able to take down Foxy. And it looks like that is going to be GG.
Dire victory.
Well, it was a valiant effort from both teams, but definitely went. Stepsis looked like they were in control pretty much the whole series, really. Big shout out to Princess though. I thought her Chronospheres were amazing. Like,
Yes.
they lost, but the Chronospheres were really good the whole game.
Mhm.
And,
I think it was the Chronospheres that gave them like that slight glimmer of hope, you know?
Mm.
Just that maybe that fighting chance, but unfortunately, you know, as a team, I feel like they weren't as able to connect as well as Stepsis did.
For sure. Like, Stepsis, it's clear that they're all, they're all on the same page. Whereas if you look at Lift to Dive, they're playing in different libraries. So not exactly right there. Still a very good try by Princess. And I think Stardust also played a decent game,
Another 2-0 series from today's games. And they just showed that they're here to win it. They showed that they're here to fight, and they did not hold back. You can see this game 48-22.
Yeah, yeah, we are about 2/3 of the way done for today. I think we have Terminator versus Screaming Sirens late next game. So we'll make sure that we get the right information before that. But yeah, Terminator looked very strong as well. So Screaming Sirens will have a tough game. And we'll make sure we want to thank everyone who made this possible, Yahoo as well as Intel for making this tournament. This is an all-women tournament, and I love that. It's great that we can have this representation coming out. Stepsis, they look like they're going to be in tomorrow's games. They look like they're going to be top 2 in the groups.
Yep, I have to agree with you there. Amazing performance by them, really. And Divine also played very consistently throughout the whole thing. I mean, I just am still fangirling over her ES performance. Really well done. And our pause 4 only PNN mid, she just always won her lane, and she always made it a point to move around the map and play with her team always, while Katarina was able to have all that space to go and farm. Chicken and Miss Anvergeza also, playing so well together. So props to them.
Yeah, but I miss Divine at the Earthshaker. Like when I see the Hidwick, I'm like, yeah, that's cool. You get a nice sharpshooter, but it's not the same as a big 4 or 5 man Echo Slam. But yeah, we're going to be taking a break for now. We'll come back to you guys with the final series of the day that will determine all 4 teams that will advance till tomorrow. So stick around. We'll see you guys in a bit. And we are back for our last series of the day for the Dota Open FSL 3. So yeah, I started a bit. I'm OTOMO, and joining me is Sophie, and we're going to be bringing you Pacific Pink versus Merci, my waifu. And this match is very important for one reason. What's that, Sophie?
Because it's the last one of the day.
That's the correct answer, but also because whoever wins
this is a deciding one.
There you go.
Right.
It's good to know that our 30-minute, prep for this really, you can tell it's really dug in there. But all right. So yeah, both teams have taken one win and one loss as well. So whoever wins this match, 2-0 will be able to advance. If not, if they go 1-1, we'll have a tiebreaker of some sort. We'll keep you guys in suspense to what it is. But the draft is on the way, so we're going to go in and let's see what they're picking so far. And Pacific Pink starts. I was gonna say Pacific Stink, and I was like, "That's so mean." And then I said it anyway. Pacific Pink starts off with the Tidehunter, while Merci, my waifu, with the Snapfire. And Snapfire is my waifu. What about you?
I do love Snapfire. I mean, I really enjoyed seeing the way that Mira played it in TI. Very like bold plays with the blink and the shard and the Lotus Orb. That's my favorite way to play Snapfire, honestly.
Yeah, I like the hero a lot as well. Pretty solid against the Tidehunter. I get, getting people a little bit away from him. The minus armor is pretty good. If you get close, you can Scout Blast you. So solid, and of course she's a bit flexible. We have actually seen Yopaj on Ruby Neon play her as a mid. Getting all those damage talents for the little shredder and going crazy with it. So, I like the Sapphire as well. They are taking forever with their reserve time, though. We are down to 20 seconds from Merci, my waifu.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy using all the reserve time like that. But the Tidehunter pick's also pretty standard. And Rubik, ooh, I like that. Steal some Ravages, maybe.
I think is that what every Rubik player thinks whenever they pick a game. I'm gonna steal the Black Hole and the Ravage and the Global South.
I mean, has to be, right?
Sure. All right. Good for you. I hope you can get them all.
I mean, you have the choice of stealing those small spells or that one huge spell.
There comes Thunder Thighs, Dawnbreaker. I'm a big fan of Dawnbreaker. I like that she can be played in basically any position. The global presence is really good. And if she is a support, I think she has a pretty decent time against both the Rubik as well as the Snapfire.
Yeah, I love the Dawnbreaker pick. I am a big fan of what she does, just standing her ground in the lane. And she's got quite, nice movement with the Celestial Hammer. And yeah, the global presence, as you were saying, playing Dawnbreaker as any position. You can really just farm and then head to fight whenever you're needed.
You know what's my one problem with Dawnbreaker? When you use Celestial Hammer, you have to dictate the distance. I have no idea why you would ever not use the max distance for Celestial Hammer.
Oh yeah,
Because I'm like, why am I really ever going to use a 200 range Celestial Hammer? No, I'm always going to throw it max range every time because that's the benefit. Remaining. It's not like the movement speed, the speed increases or decreases based on distance.
Yeah, so, well, I guess in some cases, when you want the damage of it, how you throw it out does damage and you pull it back, it does damage. And if someone's close to you, if you want to do faster damage, I guess maybe it depends. It's really specific situations, I guess, where you would use it. But most of the time,
I still feel like it'd be a nice quality of life change if every time I press W, it goes the full distance, and I don't have to move my screen a bit because it's you have to target it, so you have to move your screen a little bit over to the edge. Either way, I do like what they have with Pacific Pink right now. Dawnbreaker and Tidehunter Ravage into
10 seconds remaining.
Solar Guardian. Oh my god, that took me a second to get.
Solar Guardian.
It's a lot of AoE. It's good heals, good control.
Yes, it is. And if this is for Dawnbreaker, I think that top lane it's top lane for Radiant side will be very strong.
Yeah, the Gush followed by the Starbreaker, basically was that half HP at least of someone.
Yep.
So Snapfire, if she's ever in our position or something, she'll be in a lot of trouble. But because of the cookie, she can save herself or an ally. And Gyrocopter coming out from Merci, my waifu. Definitely a hero that Tidehunter kind of has a little bit of trouble going too close to. The Rocket Barrage is annoying to deal with, and of course the Flak Cannon means that you're almost always going to be cupping a few hits.
Right. but that stunned the Kraken shell, you know,
10 seconds
maybe
remaining.
won't connect as much as this gyro will hope. So I mean, that's the worst
5
thing is when you're
seconds
chasing after a
remaining.
Tidehunter and you got a billion, you know, spells
Radiant
on him, but he
team
just,
pick.
you know, gets them all off with the
Phantom
Kraken
Assassin.
shell. The PA pick,
Ooh.
very interesting there. I felt like PA hasn't been like as strong this meta. I don't really, you know, feel that it's the best carry this meta, I'd say. But what do you think about it?
It's always one of those things where you
10
think a
seconds
hero,
remaining.
a hero's not doing so well or something, but you go check out their win rate, it's very different. I think Phantom
5
Assassin is actually
seconds
one of the
remaining.
more successful carries. She's like at 54% win rate or something like that.
Oh wow.
And she's being spammed a lot by Yataro, who was, as you mentioned, you're talking about Mira, how he plays, and I'm like, yeah, but PA is being played a lot by Yataro. So he clearly thinks she's very good because he's not picking her for no reason.
Mhm.
Another hero that I thought was sort of dumpstered was Omni Knight because Heavenly Grace can be dispelled. I was like, this hero's gone. People
Mhm.
will just Yule Scepter anyone who's Heavenly Grace, but no, he's the most successful support. He's like 56% win rate.
Dire team pick.
So just because we don't see a hero sometimes doesn't mean that they're not like you think they do badly, but they're actually doing well, which is crazy. Disruptor coming out, so it is going to be the 4 Dawnbreaker.
Radiant
Ooh,
team
very interesting.
back.
There's a lot of AoE
Legion
spells
Commander.
now with the Disruptor Static Storm as
Aw.
well. The Legion Commander pickup, very nice.
I hate being Disruptor against Legion Commander. You throw out the Thunder Strike, you're like, all right, I'm going to harass. Watch this, everyone. She immediately presses the attack, and you're like, no, it's gone. It's useless.
10
It is.
seconds remaining.
It's the worst thing in the world to be Disruptor against Legion Commander. So,
Especially when you get that
5
shard as
seconds
well.
remaining.
oh yeah,
That
and
makes a big difference. Walking out of those the field, static, what is it? The plasma, what is it?
Kinetic Field.
Kinetic field. Yeah, right. You
Yeah.
just walk
See,
out of those.
How can I remember the name of these spells when I'm on the verge of Alzheimer's and you're like,
Dire
there's
team
just
my-
like,
back.
There's just so many, it's my brain is just melting.
it's like 500 spells, and you can't remember Kinetic Field. It's so
I
easy.
know.
Yeah, I wonder how I feel about this Disruptor pick against the Legion Commander. I don't love it, to be
10
frank with you, but
seconds remaining.
I mean, obviously the Disruptor was picked
Radiant
before the Legion
team
Commander, so you
back.
can't blame the guy. Sorry, the
Right.
girl.
A lot of
But-
good spells for Rubik to steal right now, though. I mean, you can only imagine there's a Ravage if she manages to get into the range of Solar Guardian when it's being cast, maybe in the middle of a team fight, or even the Celestial Hammer, the
Dire
Disruptor
team
Static
back.
Storm. There's a lot of potential for the Rubik here.
Maybe in the Thunderstrike and the Glimpse, there's.
Oh,
like,
yeah, that
basically,
too.
Rubik will never be annoyed by anything you get from Disruptor. As long as it's like
Mm-hmm.
a maxed out spell, it's all good. Like Thunderstrike does so much damage. It's like a 9-second cooldown. It's a fantastic
Radiant
spell.
team pick.
And all right, so we need a mid for Pacific Pink. So something to bring this all together. I'm kind of feeling like it might be a Spirit, one of the Spirit brothers, or is it a Dawnbreaker mid and they pick a position 4 now?
We will have to see. With still a
10
lot of
seconds
reserve
remaining.
time on Pacific Pink and barely any on Dire.
5
Well, that's
seconds
my
that was
waifu.
fun. But at the same time, for Marcy, my waifu, maybe they're using Pacific Pink's time to think. They're like,
Oh yeah, that's true.
They're like, we will use all our reserve time so the enemy team doesn't have any time to while we're picking.
Dire team
Now,
pick.
here we go. What is it gonna be? It's gonna be all right. So
You were right.
To be fair, saying a Spirit goes mid is sort of like cheating because it's like it's always this.
Yeah,
What?
that is true.
It's like I think this Phantom Assassin will be carry. Like, yeah, well, duh.
Yeah,
But
but
it
it's
is gonna be-
interesting because
10
with the Legion
seconds
Commander, press the attack, you're gonna be able to purge off those
Wind
chains.
Ranger at
So,
your
Choose your
service.
hero.
it might be a little tough for Ember to play around it.
So this is gonna be the mid Wind Ranger. I mean, probably against the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit nowadays they go with the max Flame Guard, which is a build I always thought that was really good. They max out the Flame Guard with the talents as well. You get the extra damage as well as the extra durability. And here is just a lot tankier. So I like it. I like Pacific Pink's draft quite a bit. I love the position for Dawnbreaker. You got Tidehunter, you got Ember Spirit. Phantom Assassin is a good hero right now. And 1-to-1, I think she can crush the Gyrocopter.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I like it. I like Pacific Pink's draft. What about you?
I do like Pacific Pink Shops just because they get that Dawnbreaker. I love seeing new heroes, as I mentioned, seeing them being played, seeing what cool things people come up. But I don't know. I think I like it. Kind of feels a bit scrappy, like Merci, my waifu, their draft. Like it feels like they have a lot of, you know, um, potential to fight because they don't really have these like big
Prepare for battle.
team spells. I mean, they do have the gyro ult and they do have the Mortimer's kisses, but it's nothing. It doesn't feel the same as like, you know, huge ravage,
Ravage,
followed by
yeah.
static storm. Yeah. So I think I have hope for Merci, my waifu.
Well, all right, cool. We disagree a little bit. There's nothing wrong with that. And they do have really good combos with the L state, like, you know, more Snapfire Kisses into duels almost guaranteed. Like, it's a guaranteed kill every time. You also
Yeah.
combine it with a focused fire. There's a lot of damage you can do. And John putting out 11,000 matches on the Legion Commander player, which is very impressive.
Wow. That is, I mean, look at that set. That's a beautiful set. Let me see.
I'm looking at
30
the
seconds to
PA
battle.
set. I love PA Arcana, but I'm not sure that I
I'm
like
an
the extra
immaterial
stuff she
girl.
has. You know, like the Arcana's great, but
Oh yeah, I think there are better sets to put on top. I think.
yeah, it's like the PA Arcana I think is just so good, and then this one's like.
Look at the Wind Ranger Arcana. Looks so cute.
Let me see.
Looks
Oh,
like a
yeah,
Disney
she's-
princess.
And she's got like those butterfly wings. That's super
The
cute.
battle begins.
Yeah, nice addition.
I like it. Let's see. I love the Wraith King Arcana was good. I don't like the Ogre Arcana. I don't know why, but it feels super weird to me that he's like on some sort of donkey or whatever animal
It's
he's
like
on.
a chicken thing, right? And
Yeah, I
it
don't
poops
like it.
eggs.
Looks a bit strange to me, to be honest.
Ah.
Queen of Pain has a nice Arcana.
Whoa!
What?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
What? Queen of Pain has a nice Arcana. Did I say something wrong?
No. It's. You didn't want to say Wraith King's Arcana, maybe? You don't like Wraith King?
Oh, Wraith King's also great. I mean,
Yeah.
it makes him the Skeleton King, which is what he really is, after all.
Right. See, there's the Starbreaker doing its work. Just showing some dominance in the lane.
And look at that, like the Gush with the Starbreaker, if they can get it all like together, that's gonna be so much damage for them. Does Starbreaker does not have an Orb of Venom, but she does have the boots, so she shouldn't have any problem chasing.
Boots and Tango is like something like the meme with one of my friends because they always give me a hard time for it when I do it. I guess it's just a bit greedy, you know, especially when you can get stats in the lane to do some extra harass damage. Because I mean, you know, movement speed, it's not gonna do that much for you early on in the game, but you know,
It's
to
very
each their
odd.
own.
It's very odd to see that the Tidehunter and the Dawnbreaker aren't really coordinating their spells. Like every time Dawnbreaker does the Starbreaker, the enemy's not gushed, you know, they're not slowed down by it. So that's a little bit odd to see.
There's what you were talking about, the press the attack from the Thunder Strike, you know, doing nothing. Oh, but there it is, the first blood
Time to feed.
of the Tidehunter.
Both spells were used by, like, everyone used all their spells, and there's a lot of damage when you look at it. Gush followed by Anchor Smash with the Celestial Hammer as well as Starbreaker. Like, there's a ton of damage. And if Gyrocopter's not facing the right way, then Sapphire's Cookie is useless. So this top lane could be a pretty brutal lane for your team.
You know what's cute though is that like Snapfire and Gyro, they're like husband and wife. They're like, you know, they're like
Oh.
grandpa and grandma.
I guess they are in a way, aren't they?
Yeah, you ever think about that? Isn't that cute? Alright. Bottom lane. Looks like it's going alright for Radiant side. Binks is taking quite a bit of damage. She does have that 8 stick though. Press the attack is ready. Also, she's sitting with full mana in the lane. I think she can use that press the attack just to get the heals off. Her mana will eventually regen anyways.
Radiant's middle tower.
Our
is
Wind
under
Ranger
attack.
is leading in the last hits as well. Bing's still not using the press the attack. I think she's saving it for when someone uses the skill though, but I think she could use it for that extra heal. Oh, there it is.
There's your heal.
There's your heal. Oh, and the glimpse back into the lane, but she can man up. She's got one skill in Moment of Courage. So she might just want to fight for that extra life. So got the fairy fire. Ooh, but magic will finish her off with a stifling dagger.
Minky wants to make sure she can get revenge for her friend, but may not be worth it. And yeah, Minky decided to go back. Still full HP, but doesn't have enough. And in terms of last hits, it's looking pretty good for Pacific Pink right now, particularly in the bottom lane because Legion Commander. I thought she'd do a slightly better, just because press the attack is just so good.
Oh, there's the cookie. A little harass coming off on our Tidehunter, but our Tidehunter now has the Soul Ring. Very nice for 6 strength and 2 armor. Already so chonky without it.
And
getting chonky with it.
No little shredder on the Snapfire, going for the Max Scatterblast build, which I kind of prefer. I know all the pros don't do it, because little shredder, like, it's got so much value, but I like getting max Scatterblast, and just you can farm so much faster with it, get your items up, level up faster. But where do you fall on the Scatterblast versus little shredder debate?
I definitely max out the little shredder, but I think, like, I guess if you're playing in your pubs, it would be okay to do like max Scatterblast, because I guess little shredder does take a bit of coordination, you know. If your Pause 1 isn't really trading hits, then, you know, your little shredder isn't really going to do that much damage, I guess. So I guess the safe way is the Scatterblast and cookie way, you know?
You make a good point. It's like if my friend isn't like taking advantage of the -6 armor, then what's the point of little shredder, basically?
Exactly.
Oh,
it looks like they're gonna go into Kazel. They will connect the Starbreaker. There it is. Stun comes off though, so she doesn't get the slam. And Kazel gets out totally fine. Shalma has the salve.
I must say the best part playing Dawnbreaker is landing the 3rd Starbreaker hit.
Oh yeah.
Because what you do is like doosh, doosh, and then you land the 3rd one. It's like, oh, that's just so good, and you catch like 1 or 2 people.
Yes, it feels so good. The Starbreaker. The whoosh whoosh donk. What a feeling.
And she was denied the donk just now.
Yeah, she
got
was.
The whoosh whoosh, but
no donk. Oh,
there's something going for 2 points a Thunder Strike. I'm not sure how I feel about this, basically because you're never really going to be using it. Like, Thunder Strike is just so useless when you're up against the LC, and you might want to consider maxing out the Glimpse. At the same time, like, Glimpse gives you no damage, and unless you're winning the game, Glimpse is actually kind of useless as a spell. So,
but being maxed out does have that insane range to help you, you know, chase those heroes, or, you know.
Yeah, but that's only viable if you're actually winning fights. When you're losing fights, you know, like the 3 people jump on you, you're like, all right, I guess I'll glimpse one of them back. All the other 2 kill me. So
yeah,
that's the thing about Disruptor. Very good hero to play from the front, but very useless when you're behind.
Have you ever played Dota Underlords?
Oh yeah, I love it.
It's really interesting how Disruptor was considered a brawny hero.
Oh yeah.
Even though it's Intel. So, just the little fun facts.
I liked when he was brawny and warlock, and he gets like this giant stack storm. You're like, all right, this is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, brawny heroes are really busted.
They still are. I can't wait for the next patch for the Underlords. I'm sure it's coming any day now.
Okay. Actually, Legion Commander is really strong on the list, but there's the cookie and the stun. Oh, she's got this little shredder now onto the Tidehunter, but our Tidehunter's so chonky. It's just feeling like tickles.
They saw that the Wind Ranger was rotating bottom, so they want to make sure that Dawn is here to help them out. And in the end, Wind Ranger just decides to go back. Oh well, Dawnbreaker is going for has a Tranquil Boots and the Wand, and that's it. I'm excited to see what she goes for.
Ooh. There's the Celestial Hammer with the Starbreaker in, but she is also denied the donk once again from the Telekinesis.
Let her donk, people!
Let her donk. It's fun because, you know, it's like Snapfire, you know, doesn't do that much damage. The little shutter's only level 1, so it is really like tickles from grandma.
It's like 20 damage, it's so sad. I remember when it first came out though, Little Shred did a lot more damage, like 35 or something. That was a ton.
Our Dawnbreaker looks like she's in a bit of a pickle. The Focus Fire is used. She will try to Celestial Hammer away, and she succeeds in doing so. The next level play. Ooh, Bings looks like she's in a tough spot. Yep. They will not go further. She still has... Oh! Nice, she's salved up by Minky.
By the way, I just realized that if you duel anyone, the Solar Guardian will be on top of you, and that'll make it pretty hard for LC to win duels. I thought that you have Snapfire with more kisses, then you have enough damage. And I still think you do even with the Solar Guardian. But now it feels like dueling comes with a lot of extra risk that I didn't think about until now.
That is very true. I mean, if you get dueled, you have the Static Storm, the Guardian, like, so many things to just. I mean, they don't really have nukes is the thing on Merci is my waifu. Yeah. You look at their team. There's no finger Laguna Blade. Skills like that. No sharpshooter. And there's the Ravage out onto our Gyro. Kazel is going to be not punished because she can just TP because we don't have a Starbreaker right now.
Just like it was already used, and that's a pretty big investment, and not to get anything out of it is going to hurt them quite a bit. Like, you expected the Tidehunter. We know, I mean, she's doing well, that's great, but you expected her to get something out of the Ravage. And I'm looking, do we have any stacks? No stack? Oh, there's a stack on the Dire Triangle. But the Radiants also they have a bigger stack. They have a 4 stack right now, the Ember Spirit's taking.
Wow. Yeah, if I heard it correctly, I think the audio cue, I heard both the whoosh whoosh donk and the brzz of the Ravage come off at the same time. So I think that might have been a bit of a misplay there.
Could you do that Ravage sound again? What was it? Oh. This is what we're gonna do all day. We're gonna be like, then he did the signs of fist.
Oh, there's the shackle onto our PA Magic. Looks like she is gonna go down with a duel secured as well. Glimpse is not enough to protect our friend here. This Magic. Olivia is also going to go down as well. Trying to defend this tier 1 bottom tower, but they cannot. Good plays.
Great rotation. Merci, my waifu, fighting back, and they need to they gotta do this because this is a very important match for them. They have to go 2-0 if they want to advance in the tournament.
But they are looking strong right now. I mean, taking that early bottom tower.
Getting Sapphire to level 6 is very important because then that's your biggest combo with the duel. Sapphire, she's like 5 1/3, so. And I don't think she got the tome either. It looks like the tome went to Rubik. Classic Rubik players, always taking the tome.
Classic. But we do have the level 6 honor staff already, so it's looking like we can maybe do a team fight.
Sorry.
Yeah, they don't have Ravage right now for at least 20 more seconds. And 3 of Merci, my waifu, is smoked out. It's funny how they're Merci, my waifu, but they can't even play their waifu.
Oh, that's true. She's still she's not allowed in captain's mode yet.
Looks like they're gonna go up the hill. They're spotted by the Tidehunter, who does not have Ravage yet for 3 more seconds. He cancels. His lobs are out. Bings uses press the attack. Will he use the Ravage? He duels. Like you said, there's a Solar Guardian, but it doesn't really do anything to stop. When she's gonna get glimpsed away, even though they could have killed that Sunbreaker, but they do. With the power shot, very nicely done, and the shackle comes off onto the Ember. They're gonna chase this Ember down.
Oh, here we go, Rubik versus Ember. Oh, I guess not.
Oh my gosh, have you seen that one clip?
I did.
Where there was like the Ember and the Rubik just juking each other?
I was hoping we'd see something like that as well, but Minky was like, nah.
I definitely don't know how to use the Fire Remnant, so.
Do you think that's why she didn't use it? She's like, no, maybe I can.
No, I think she did, but it was kind of risky, I guess, if she just went up since there's a PA waiting at the top tower. I mean, the triangle.
They do have Ravage available if they need to use it, though. So this is their chance. And in terms of net worth, the Radiant's still leading, but it's just a tiny bit, though. Disruptor, I feel like we haven't seen much of Disruptor in this game, but so is available. It does have a Static Storm. Sorry, I mean, it's level 6 and Static Storm will be up in a bit.
Seems like they might try to make a play here. They're going into the bottom triangle. Will we see them take anyone? Maybe? They're just warding up?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It kind of feels like everyone is on their toes right now, you know? There's some tensions.
Waiting for the other one to make a move because...
Yeah.
And well, at the end of the day, I still think that Radiant's late game is just really good. I mean, Tidehunter, we've seen them go like Blink Dagger to double, pressure orb. Shiva's guard, the double ravage is
Dire's
insanely
bottom
valuable.
tower is
So I
under
think
attack.
that's a factor. PA is really strong late game. I don't know if she's stronger than the gyrocopter, but 1-on-1 at least she's strong. In the team fight, it's hard to say though.
But when the gyrocopter, I mean, I think it'll eventually get the MKB, right? I
Oh yeah, you
feel
have
like
to.
this PA just might get, shredded. I
I mean, you
guess you
can
could
see
say.
actually Windrange is going for the MKB right now because the evasion strat, you get like 85% evasion with the talent. That's crazy.
That is insane, actually. And they don't really have. I guess they don't really have that much like burst magic damage on the side of Dire to go through this PA without having, physical, true strike or whatever.
They don't really have a good source of break. But Silver Edge, I mean, Jericho buying Silver Edge is pretty common though. It's not a big thing. And there's
Ooh, and there's a Shackle with an easy duel. More kisses are used as well. Ember sees them. Oh, Tidehunter with a big ravage hits 4 heroes. The Static Storm is on top of it as well. But where's the kinetic field to hold them in? Verity's just gonna run out. Does not die to Sleight of Fist. And their Disruptor's gonna run. Little piggy run! Chase him down! She still has the glimpse, so she can still make use of it. Thunderstrike is used. Maybe she's gonna. Oh, she is now outputted. Looks a bit divey. Our NM is taking damage to the tower as well as the Scatter Blast. Ooh, Rubik stole that glimpse. Our Disruptor getting punished for that one.
Even though she had glimpse, I think it's only level 2, so the range is not that impressive. But I do think she could have used it way earlier on the Rubik, like she kind of, like when she used it, they were already so near the enemy base, and the kinetic field had already done its work, so you weren't glimpsing them back to where they were 4 seconds ago. It was more like 2 seconds ago and you were near the enemy base. So, very awkward fight coming out. The Ravage was pretty good, but the follow-up was just not there. And you lose Dawnbreaker very early.
Yeah, I have to agree with you that the follow-up was... It definitely could have been much better.
Legion Commander with 30 damage at 15 minutes in. That's pretty good. That must feel pretty great. You're like, I'm getting the damage.
That is quite a lot. I mean, imagine when she gets that level 12 leveled up duel. That's gonna be even more damage.
That's a lot of damage, right?
It is a lot of damage. It's interesting because, it's always fun to see whether people take the 30 dual damage versus the 400 AoE press attack. But I feel like that one's always a no-brainer,
Please tell me you think this is the 400 AoE press attack.
Oh, of course!
Oh my god. Because I can't imagine... Can you imagine you reach level 25 on an LC and someone takes the dual damage? You're like, you idiot! Why do we need more damage? Get us.
But that's the thing. Like, I want to see people take the other taunt, but it seems like they might be able to find the PA, and they do indeed. Solar Guardian is coming out, but it doesn't do much. It's not able to save the PA. The Static Storm is up as well onto our Sapphire and Bing. Oh, did you just hear that? Rubik stole it, but it didn't go all the way through. Our Ember is just trying to escape, with the rest of his team struggling. See, it's, what I was saying is this Rubik really has so many spells to steal.
Yeah, Merci, my waifu, is just doing an amazing job there, getting the kill on the PA. She's still second net worth, and I don't think she's going to be dropping from there anytime soon, but shutting him down even for a little bit makes a big difference. And she's gone for the Battlefield build, so she just wants to farm, she doesn't want to fight too much. Going for Deso after, so even after the Deso, she might need a BKB to be able to actually engage. So it is a big shopping list before the PA is ready to fight.
Big shopping list. Yeah, I mean, I feel like PA is always the same items that you see them building over and over again. I mean, it's rarely ever where you see something different. It's always the Battle Fury, the Deso, then the BKB, then, Basher or...
Play enough pubs, you'll see the PA with the Dagon. I crit, then I Dagon, he dead. I'm like, yes.
I have seen the Echo Saber PA though.
I've seen that one too. I mean, I guess it's decent stats, but I don't think you need the double attack because you get so much extra damage from Blink Strike. I mean, attack speed from Blink Strike.
Yeah, I think that's... I'm not exactly sure what circumstance you use that in. Maybe if you have like a Magnus on your team where you don't have to buy the Battle Fury, but maybe you want just that extra little, farming help. But I'm not exactly sure. I'm not a safe lane player myself, so
no, I mean,
I don't have the best insight.
Like even with the Magnus, you wouldn't want because you have Blink Strike to give you attack speed.
Right.
So the extra, it's like getting Echo Saber on Ursa. You already have attack speed. Why you don't need more of it?
Yeah, that is true.
Well,
Looks like Radiant's gonna
Dire's
try to
top
push
tower
this
is under
tier 2
attack.
tower.
Philosopher's Stone on Disruptor. That is the best. Like
The
that
Money
way-
Rock!
The money rock. That's when you're like, all right, I'll be able to get you guys. What do you want? Aghanims? I'll get an aghanim. You know,
Radiant's bottom
I mean,
tower
Ags
is under
is
attack.
great on Disruptor.
it's like one of the best ag upgrades in the game. Although
Definitely.
you do have to use it before BKB comes out. It doesn't like if you use it in their BKB, it's not an AOE duel exactly. But other than that, it's fine.
I steal from
It
the
looks like they
swamp.
might try to get each other's middle tower. Always a hard one to play for because, you know, people can come from both sides rather than, you know, one of these top or bottom tier 1 towers where, you know, most likely where they're coming from.
4 people on the raid are smoked up. They are leaving the carry PA here. Where are they gonna go find? If they walk up the way they're going, they might find the Snapfire first. No, they turn right, and there's an LC, a much juicier target.
They
Nope, it's a Snapfire.
will find the Snapfire, yep. There's the Starbreaker. Whoosh whoosh donk. She gets it off, but she misses this. Oh, does she have a Glimmer Cape?
Yeah,
Oh,
she did.
nice. I
That's
think
actually-
if she like had a quick TP
Radiant
there, maybe she
structures
could have got
are
out.
fortified.
A very optimistic TP there, you know? Ooh, and there's a duel onto the Titan, but the Solar Guardian's up as well, and the Gyro ult. They aren't able to finish the duel. The Ravage comes off with a very nice static storm on top of it. Very well played, but the Titan still goes down to Meridy's Focus Fire. Will they go for more? Ember getting hit by the Thunder Strike. That's a very nice play there by Disruptor. Olivia had a very nice static storm on top of that Ravage.
Yeah, but after all the hits are traded, it's just an offlaner for an offlaner, and both teams will probably be like, eh. Still, if you are gonna say who's gonna be the winner, I think Merci, my wife, won that because the Tide Hunter Ravage is way longer cool, and that was forced to come out just now.
Yeah, that is true. But they didn't get the dual damage off, so
Yeah, that's
you know.
I mean, still,
mean-
like, you know, you have duel available now, but you have Ravage available in 105 seconds. So.
Yeah, that is true. And we also have the blink on our Legion. We don't have blink on our Tide because I guess why do you think that the Halberd was the first item to get for the Tide?
Just because it's like Gyrocopter Wind Ranger, right? Like 5 seconds with these guys.
Ah,
okay.
right.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there's another duel onto the Ember Spirit. The Glimpse trying to save him. And it can! The Globs, the Mortimer's Kisses doing the work. Like you said, the duel and the Mortimer's Kisses doing so much damage. And securing those easy duels.
It is getting a little scary if you're a fan Pacific kid because Merci, my wife,
middle
they're just
tower
doing,
has
they're
fallen.
just playing this really well. You know, they're getting the duel followed by the Snapfire Kisses. They're finding these solo targets. Duel, what are we on? 60 duel damage? That's a
that's
lot
big.
of duel damage.
That is a lot. And they got Ember. I mean, that is a huge pick-off.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice clarity. You know, you always gotta carry clarities. It's like water, as I was once told.
Radiant's bottom tower is
It's
under
magic
attack.
water.
Yeah, magic water.
Fills up your magic
Radiant
bar.
structures are fortified.
Apparently, right? That's how it works.
Of course. Your magic bar that is blue. Actually, water is not blue, but we associate water with blue.
Rune of illusion.
I think it's because we always see it in swimming pools
Yeah.
as blue. Like even here, the water looks like it's blue, but I mean, what is it on? It's not it's on blue ground. It shouldn't be blue.
That's true. Why is water blue? Is it like a reflection of light? Oh! Things got debated by our Ember Illusion. But, you know, it's an easy mistake that a lot of us would make. Myself, I definitely would.
So after we solve why the sky is blue, can we talk about why grass is green? You know, like we'll just go through all of those one by one.
Because of... Isn't there like a thing that starts with a
Radiant
C?
are
Is it like... chlorophyll or...
My
something like that, right?
Dire's middle
I think that's something they
tower
put
is
in
under
water
attack.
for the swimming pools. But anyway,
No, that's chlorine!
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're saying it's like
It's like
chloroform?
not chloroform. Oh,
Uh,
looks like we might have a team right here. Oh, there's a shackle, but the ulti is used on Gyro and Mortimer's Kiss are used as well. But it looks like they can't chase for anything else.
BKBs are coming out very soon for the PA as well as the Ember Spirit. So once that comes out, the only thing that can really lock them down is the duel. So that'll help. You know, once you can get those. Oh, and that's something I want to talk about is Brigand's Blade on the Wind Ranger. This is amazing. when you attack so fast, the extra damage really adds up.
Oh yeah, that is true. And your attacks deal 8 more damage to enemies for each 10 HP. They're 10% HP they're missing. That's a good detail to note, you know.
Yeah, but on Wind Ranger, who was a hero who kind of like once you use Focus Fire, you kind of like damage, but all X bonus is really helpful for her.
They're gonna get that tier 1 middle tower with no consequences. It seems. I love seeing when you can see in the mini map all the doodles there.
Well, the purple is like go here, then go there, then turn back, then do a U-turn. Come here. I'm like, all right, well, yeah, yes, Captain. You know, you say I go that, I'm going that path.
Yes. You say jump, I say how high.
Dire are scanning.
Bounty.
Alright, so BKB is where we have it. The BKB is here. PA. Still a bit of distance actually to get her PA, but Ember Spirit does have his. So I don't think you want to fight without PA's BKB. It's just so risky. You need PA to fight, and without BKB, she gets the cold control too easily.
Yes, I do agree with you. I mean, it's hard. Both of these teams without BKB is a very hard game because, you know, on Radiant you have Static Storm, Ravage, Solar Guardian, and you know all other of the small spells. While on Dire you have the Gyro ult, the Mortimer's Kisses, and whatever Rubik steals pretty much.
Dawnbreaker is gonna go for the Aghanims, by the way. So her heal is going to be really good, and that but the evasion's kind of useless because you have a PA on your team anyway, so people are going to have MKB as it is. So 60% evasion actually gets you nothing really.
Right. I feel like this early in the game, I don't know. Personally, I just feel like there's maybe other items that are better than Ags per se, but like I don't know. It just feels a bit greedy. I mean, they don't have a global silence, so it's not like you're gonna get cancelled for going in,
That's I mean that is a fair point, right? Like you have to spend 4,200 gold to get a benefit out of it. Until then, you're really not getting that much. The stats aren't amazing. There's a smoke here from the Dire side though. Rubik breaks it, but they do drop awards from the Radiant. Olivia sees it. Minky might be losing her life very soon.
There's a kinetic field. PA looks like she's gonna jump in. She does have the BKB still, and the Mortimer is free to pop the BKB. The Ravage stuff is also Bing's getting Ravage and standing in the middle of that Gyro ult. Hazel, she's gonna chase down. Oh, but the counter Ravage by Minky. Very nice steal right there. She's able to walk out on Clarity with a triple kill and a godlike killing spree.
Wow, that stag, she really held the stag storm because I was thinking it must have been on cooldown the whole time. But okay, that's crazy. They do get a buyback for from Merci, my waifu, but they easily won that fight. One sort of nice thing for Pacific Pink is that there is 23 damage for the PA. That's gonna help her out a lot.
Right. And they have the Ravage also on Rubik still, so they can technically make a play with that.
And it is going to be with her for a while as well because it is level 2 spell steal. So I think they might wait for Rubik's Blink Dagger because then you can just get a Blink Ravage. No one would expect it.
Radiant are scanning.
And it's fun because, when you steal that Ravage, you know that it was just recently used, right? So you can basically time when the enemy team has their Ravage as well. Bing's looking at our Dawnbreaker, and Dawnbreaker is just going to melt. Very nice pick off by them.
I mean, Merci, my waifu, it's coming down from the fact that they have the perfect counter to the PA. If she goes in, she gets dueled, and then she can't really rely on her blur to keep her alive because there's MKBs. And she went for this greedy farming though. Oh,
and our Disruptor getting poked at by Xiaoma. Merci, my wife, is definitely looking like, a different team as the first game we watched. They look definitely much stronger. And they're playing very well and coordinated with each other.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, like they're just. You talked about their no downtime draft with what they have. Like they're always ready to fight. Whereas the other team is like, oh, let me wait for my Ravage, or Static Storm, and it's paying off for them. Binks is she got 80 damage. She's running around playing with the Snapfire. Mary's also doing really well for herself. Like it is.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Does Biggs have? I think she has a blade mail also, which is one of the reasons she's able to actually duel
She
the
does.
PA.
Yep.
Dire's
And
bottom
it's interesting
tower is
because, you know,
under
it,
attack.
like some of the
Radiant's
games, I feel like
middle
there was a lot
tower
of
is
very
under
notable
attack.
players, but everyone on Merci, my waifu, is playing, you know, just as good as the other.
Yeah, I think the same way. If you have to, I have to give credit. I think Bings has been doing a really excellent job of picking that. There you go. That's another good
She
part.
has. Yep. She's been picking people off really well.
I don't know what to call Dawnbreaker because I don't know what that like sign is, like the double dash. But please stop going to the triangle. That's twice now.
Oh yeah, her name is a double dash. Slash slash dash dash.
Uh, they must know that there's like vision here or something because this war's gotten them like 2 kills now, possibly more.
Telekinesis. Dire ult is up. BKB is also popped and the Ravage is used as well. Dire's gonna keep chasing after low life. Unless they're gonna go for this PA instead. Very smart choice. And PA goes down to Meredy with that NKB doing a bunch of damage. And a DD rune too. Wow.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Everything is coming out for the in dire favor right now. At least BKB wasn't used when PA died. He does have a BKB available as well as buyback and ouch, you know, like this triangle that the dire has taken over has paid for them so much.
It does. The triangle has caused a lot of deaths. It's you know, one of those cases where you're like, you know, you're a support and you just want to deward because you know they have wards, but if you go deward, you die, and then you're like, oh, but that's why they're killing us, because they have wards, so let me take out the wards, and it's just, you know, a never-ending cycle of death.
It would be, I mean, if they could have like maybe smoked together, that might have helped. But either way, it was a very risky thing. And you can see that they're playing on the other side of the map. They're like, all right, the triangle's gone. Let's do something else with it. Jarakopta does have the Aegis though, and she's gonna have it for another 4 minutes and a half. So around the 35-minute mark is when they can fight again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Will they be able to fight? They do have the Ravage. Looks like they're gonna try to defend this tier 2 tower. Xiaoma has her Mortimer's Kisses as well. Pretty much everyone's ulti is up except for the Static Storm. Oh, but now it is up as well. We're looking at maybe a nice fight here if they want to defend. Might be hard though because they have the Aegis, so we will have to see.
Dawnbreaker taking that. What level is she now? How close is she to the? She's got one component of the Aghanim sector, and I'm like, man, this is.
You see what I mean?
Like, this is a lot of gold that you're kind of not able to use. Yeah, she doesn't have 1,700 gold available, so she could buy another piece if she wants to, but still.
Dire are scared.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think are other options?
I think you might have to go. You can finish with Solar Crest, just so you can give that to the PA, give her extra movement speed, attack
Dire's
speed,
top tower is
armor.
under
Like
attack.
that'll help. You know, like put everything on the PA. Take the the disruptor shards. I love it. I think it's great. You put on the PA, you put a Solar Crest, and you say, PA, go do everything. You know, I'll be useless behind you. You just go kill everyone.
Yeah, I think a Lotus Orb also could be potentially good. I mean, even a Halberd on a pause 4 Dawnbreaker, you know, is pretty viable. And Halberd does look pretty good this game.
Yeah, but Halberds is a little bit more expensive. Like Solar Crest, you can get it right now. You know.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, and I don't like People's Gift on a Strength hero. I'm sorry, but I feel like the bonus, like People's Gift is amazing on like Agi and Intelligence hero, but on Strength, I don't know. I don't like it as much. What do you think?
Plus 14 secondary stats is really big. I mean, I do like it on the intel because yeah, you do get that extra agi, which gives you that extra armor, and you do get the extra health. So you know, as a support, it's kind of nice. You know, you feel a little bit safer. You know, a little extra
Radiant's
safety
bottom
blanket.
tower
But on a
is
strength
under
hero, it's like
attack.
you're already strong, and yeah, you get the extra armor,
Radiant's bottom
and you get the
tower
extra
has
intel,
fallen.
but I don't know. I mean, I could see why, you know, some strength heroes would get it, especially with like a limited mana pool. Maybe it'll help out a bit, but you know, I get what you mean. That you know, it doesn't feel as useful or yeah.
It always makes me feel just a little bit bad. Like I think like, oh, then I could put this on like a Shadow Demon or a Dazzle, and I get so much more valuable stats out of it.
Right.
But you know, she knows what she's doing, and she's going to go with it. What? And then you think, well, what other items do they actually have? Let's see.
See, I like how this
I mean, they do have the ceremonial robe and the paladin sword. Like that, you can take one of them, and they're pretty good.
Yeah, I do like how this Dawnbreaker is like using more of the map space to farm rather than just like sitting in the base. I think that's what needs to happen if she wants to get this Ags.
This could actually be a solid fight for the Radiant now. There's only 1 minute left on the Aegis, but they see LC is top, meaning they could bring 5 people here and still hope for the best.
Another double damage rune onto her Wind Ranger as well. That's like her third this, game. But the Static Storm is used onto a Gyro with his Aegis. His Aegis is gonna go down, and the Static Storm is also stolen by the Rubik. The fight is going to go to Radiant. Oh, Dire it looks like, with the call down also used, and he's just gonna be able to walk up, back in full health since the Aegis is down. Binks is gonna go in, just gonna get that extra duel onto the Ember. Very nice pick right there with the cookie. Helps stun the other two in front. They get the Disruptor. Our Solar Guardian Queen is very low too. Tidehunter with no Ravage. Gonna try to poke at them a bit. This just felt a little sloppy. I think to use that initial Static Storm onto our Gyro is a bit rough, but
to have it
take
stolen
my
by the
chase a
Rubik.
bit. Yeah, to have it stolen was not good, definitely not good. Oh, but look, did you notice this? Our PA has 20 dual victory damage.
I pointed it out much earlier. I feel very ignored right now.
What?
because-
What? I had no idea.
Yeah, I said it and I was like, oh, it's so much more damage because it's a PA. She actually got like one of those fights in the Radiant Triangle.
Oh.
Now I know how much.
Oops. I was listening. Don't worry.
I'm sure you were. Wow,
But we
we've
have a
been-
19k net worth lead on Dire. That's huge.
Yeah, don't mean to like lay blame, but I don't feel like we've seen much of the Ember Spirit. Like we haven't seen the Ember Spirit be active around the map and sort of get kills and things like that. It's just, PA has been farming. We've seen a few Ravages. We see Dawnbreaker and but it's like, where is the Ember Spirit? Ember Spirit's been involved in 4 kills. They only have 7 overall still, but you feel like you want a bit more from the Ember Spirit, more activity, comparing to like the Wind Ranger, who's just running around the map.
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean. I felt a little lackluster compared to what the Wind Ranger's been doing. Like, since early in the game, the Wind Ranger's been ganking and, making a lot of really good plays around the map. But it feels like, especially as an Ember with those remnants, like, you're able to just, not zip zap, but, like, I guess fly everywhere. It just feels like, there could have been something else better done. But there is the Shackle. Very nice Shackle on PA. And the Static Storm also from the Rubik. Will they be able to get the PA? They do. Now Merity is chasing after our Dawnbreaker. And it seems there's no escape for the Sun Mommy.
The Stolen Hammer. Oh, there's a duel.
Bing's jumping into the duel as well. Very nicely done. Plus 200 dual caching is actually such a nice talent. Just helps you make, it just helps you feel like you're really gonna get those.
Yeah, but it's like before you have to really hug them, basically.
Yeah.
Now it's like, alright, I have to smell your breath to duel you.
Oh my, that's kinda nasty.
Well, that's how the class range was like that. It was like basically you have to be face to face with someone.
That is true. Ew.
Well, it's looking pretty much like there might be a last hurrah over here. They do have buyback from the PA as well as Disruptor, but to what end, I ask? To what end?
This PA could get the Satanic, but that would be risking her buyback for the next fight. So honestly, I think this next fight was really a do or die.
Yeah, so might as well go for it, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like there's gonna be 13 fights coming out. You have this one and you have nothing left, so...
Exactly. And it doesn't look... Oh, well, her Tide and the Disruptor do have the buybacks, but... I don't know, I think once everyone's down, it's just like... PA by herself is just gonna get destroyed by a Wind Ranger with an MKB, a Gyro with an MKB, plus the Gyro has a Satanic as well, her Satanic.
By the way, she disagrees with us. She's actually gonna go for the buyback play.
Yep.
Radiant's top tower is
I mean, we'll have to see how it works out. Maybe, maybe the buyback will be the game changer or the saving grace. Little cheeky stuns coming out from the gyro, and the Kraken shell just doing its thing. We're gonna try to poke this tier 3 tower.
All ultimates are available except Mortimer's Kisses.
The stun onto PA.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Hazel's just glimmered momentarily. The dust is popped.
Radiant's
And it looks like
top
they're
tower
just
has
gonna
fallen.
get this rack. Oh, very nice pressy attack also with that spell immunity. Making this gyro hit very fast. Call down is used. Oh, very cool talent also. 3 times call down. Gotta love it.
I love how she sort of covered her tracks. Like, you guys want to chase? Here's my minefield right behind me. Good luck catching me.
Right. It's a very cool skill, the 3 times call down.
Most people take the other one, which is the minus black cannon cooldown, which is unfortunate. The cooldown it's really cool, the cooldown.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point in the game, I think Merci could go any talent they want, I'd say. I feel pretty confident for them. I mean, especially like, I know this is a stretch, but I think even Bings could go for the 30 dual damage if she really wanted to. That's how much I think, it's Marcy sided.
Yeah, we'll ruin a bit more pubs with that, like, you get the 30 damage talents and you're like, there you go. No, you always go for the AoE. I think just because, actually you're right. It's really unlosable, isn't it?
Yeah,
Marcy?
that's exactly why I would say, I
I
would
actually
always
have-
go
Radiant
with
are
the
scanning.
AoE.
They
pressing
literally
attack.
have a 0% chance for Pacific Thinking. Why, like... Oh, and Agam just finished on the Dawnbreaker.
Finally! I would like to see some cool Aghanims play, I guess. Maybe a instant cast Solar Guardian.
The heal increase is pretty decent. 7 I mean, not that much. You can get the same amount.
Oh, and there's the shackle, but there's our Ag Solar Guardian. Oh, but it is doing its work. Magic is able to turn back onto Merity, but Merity will survive, and they still do get this Aegis, but the extra heal, it actually did quite a bit.
Now she
I'd
might
say
just...
I'd say it saved the PA from dying, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, she was pretty low.
And I think, like, Evasion has a way of stacking that is sort of stacks in a way. It's not much though, but still it helps. It's like an additive stack. It's not, it's all we got. Gives you 60% of 15. What town did she take? Oh, she did 3 armor corruption. Okay, it's not so bad then.
So here's what looks like a big fight. We have the homing missile out, but that's the thing about the pressy attacks. You can just keep getting pressy attacks to core and just keep hitting towers, and nothing's gonna happen to you. Just that extra heal is nice as well. You see Hazel is just taking down the base by herself. She's the only one in there.
And they're
Well, they
smoking sort of approach from behind, and then they're like, oh, change their mind.
We
Hazel
still have the
with an Aegis.
Ravage. Yeah, we have the Aegis on Hazel and the Ravage still being held. I think the Ravage would have to connect with the backlines, but there's the call down, and oh, the telekinesis though, top piece of BBB. Ravage is not come up either. Bings is there doing the PA, but it looks like she might end up losing the duel. Our Tidehunter is back into base. She did not die yet. Buyback on the Disruptor is still available. I think she might want to buy back now, but oh, there's the Ravage onto the Gyro, and the Gyro still has the Aegis. Magic is cleaning everyone up from behind, but she's gotten scatterblasted and shackled. Buyback from PA, Hazel is shackled as well. She's just gonna hit that base. Agent is gonna go down. Tidehunter does not have a buyback. She's dead for 72 seconds, and that looks like an GG with Hazel just hitting the base.
Well played, coming out from Merci, my waifu. Their draft, the way executed, just full on aggression, making sure that they don't give any time for Pacific Pink to just sit and farm. And this is going to be a tough one, because I believe that if we go to a tiebreaker, Pacific Pink not only has to win the next match, they actually have to win it in less time than Merci, my waifu, won this match.
Oh, wow.
Because I think that first thing we have like the head-to-head, and the second thing we have is timer. And since these teams both lost to the same team, their big wins is going to be against each other. That's the difference. So Pacific Pink is in a rough spot. They have to win the next game in less than 42 minutes. But We'll see about that. For now, Marcy, my wife, who really love how Bings played in this game. Like with the way she played with Jama, they were able to use their ultimates together. Minky had great steals. Meredy 15-0-15.
Oh my
Like,
gosh,
that
that's
is-
flawless.
That is crazy when you think about like how good she played. And Kazel farmed up a Storm, highest GPM by far, and was able to just like later in the game just put her in the front. She took all the Raxes. So amazing play by Marcy.
Yeah, I mean, like, Bing's KD is not flashy, but she had such a high impact on the game. You know, being able to blink in, like, instantly dueling people with the Blade Mail, doing so much damage, you know, taking people out of the fights. I mean, that's the nice thing about Legion. It's like, you already have just one person that is for sure taking out the fight, while your rest of your team can just cause havoc. So yeah, Bings did a great job.
And also, I mean, we saw how many they steal Ravage twice, Static Storm twice
yeah.
as well. And you're like, that is, you know, their team fight kind of looks a little bit weaker on paper, but then you have Ravage on your side, and you're like, well, now it looks very, very different.
Yeah, see, there was so much opportunity for the Rubik to steal like really good spells. There was the Ravage, the Static Storm, which she did got the Static Storm a couple times. So yeah.
That is only game 1 though. Game 2 is coming up next. Pacific Wing has to tie to stand the chance, but we're gonna take a short break, and we'll see you guys in a few minutes. And we are back to our last game of the last series of the Dota Open for FSL Season 3. I'm OTOMO and joining me SOPHY, where we're going to watch Pacific Pink versus Merci, my waifu. Merci, my waifu took game 1, and they took it kind of convincingly. What happened there, SOPHY?
They did. They just had really good momentum overall, and they just kept, every time that duel was up, they managed to get it off, get these really good pickoffs, and yeah, they just kind of choked them out, it looked like.
So now Pacific Pink, they are at sort of match point. They kind of need to win this just to even up the draft, to even up the score. And they have to win it in sort of a time limit because both these teams, Martial Waifu has 3 points, Pacific Pink has 2 points, and they need to win this to get the 3-3 and force, well, not exactly tiebreaker, but a time limit sort of thing. But let's go look at the draft and see what they're going with. And see if maybe that has an impact on their draft. And Pacific Pink opening up with a Ogre Magi, which you said you hope is a carry Ogre Magi, I think?
I hope it's a mid! It was so much fun watching that. What was the second game of the first series?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think took it. And with the Midas, got the day gone. That was pretty fun. Merci, my waifu, going with the Snapfire into the line. Snapfire, huge impact in the first game. Laning stage was okay, but later on with the Mortimer's Kisses combined with the duel from the LC, were able to just shut people down one by one. So they're sticking to that. They're taking the line for just a little bit more burst damage and control.
Do you think this is going to be a 5-line or a 4-line? Usually it would be a 4-line and the 5 Snapfire, right?
Yeah, because I think a lot of people really want to get that Blink Dagger on the Lion, get that mobility. And Snapfire kind of doesn't need as much items. Like, she's good no matter what.
Right.
So, Lion needs items, Snapfire doesn't, and Mirana comes out. So that's going to be at least a 4 Mirana. Ogre Magi looking more and more like a 5.
10 seconds.
It's good to see, though. At least we have both our supports picked with both having stuns. Everyone has a stun right now, which is, more the merrier. But I'm not really a fan of these pick the supports first thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the same as you. It's like you show too much of your lanes. Like, I'd like to pick like a 5 and a 3, so that you don't show two lanes straight away. While you pick the 5 and 4, so you're like, okay, I know Martial Waifu will have a pretty aggressive lineup. Pacific Pink, the off laner might be something with a stun to set up the Mirana. The carry could be something that just needs protecting with the Ogre Magi. So it reveals quite a bit when you take the supports early.
Right. And I feel like it's just nice because like a lot of these supports that you could pick are like very good for counter picking cores. But it feels like, I don't know, whenever like a core is picked after the support, it feels like, oh, like I get it. Like cores do just, they just trash supports because they're just built differently, they're just thicker like that. So, but a good support skill can really counter,
Yeah, like we saw, like for example, a silencer versus a mid Dawnbreaker. That would be a huge counter.
Yeah,
it's a support, or even like silencer against like a Bane or a Shasham. Yeah, they're supports, but you're being able to globally counter them is a pretty big deal.
Right.
Speaking of that, I was just thinking, why is silencer not being picked today? I find it kind of surprising.
I don't know, actually. I mean, it is a strong hero, but I feel that maybe they're going for these more like team play, like big skill heroes. Because I mean, Silencer, you have your global ulti, and then when it's over, it's one of those like long cooldown things again, like Ravage, right? But I feel like it's so like, for example, if you have a Tidehunter on your team and you have that Ravage, like what, you're just gonna use global silence after, it's. I feel like by that time you kind of want everyone dead,
I guess
so. Feels kind of awkward.
It's too bad. We're not gonna see any silencer this game as all the sports have been picked, unless we get really surprised. It turns out it's like, oh look, it's the ogre core and the silencer 5. That might work because Lion Snapfire. Firstly, you can stop the Mortimer's Kisses, and secondly, you can really Lion is nothing without his spells. Like, there are some heroes where you're like, oh, Dawnbreaker can at least get some regen off with her Luminosity, but Lion just is nothing with his silence.
Yeah, and it's funny also like how we haven't seen any Dooms or any Magnuses today, especially after all the collapse hype. I'm surprised we just haven't seen any of it.
To be fair, they nerfed the shard on the Magnus a huge deal.
Oh right, that is true.
Like, before it used to be a stun, now it's just a slow, which means that a lot of people will just be able to like force staff themselves while they're being horn tossed or to dodge the skewer. So here we go. Gyro Cup coming out. Merci, my waifu, not really like going out of their way with their pick, sticking to their tried and true, and taking that snapfire, the gyrocopter.
I mean, if it isn't broken, there's no need to fix it, right?
No, why not? Still
10
no
seconds
LC,
remaining.
so there's gonna have to adjust that as well. They did take a different position for this game
5
as well.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean,
Really?
it would be interesting to see what they take as their 3 again because, I mean, since they banned out the LC, like it would have been a good hero here to dispel the ignite and the arrow as well. But now without that, it's looking a little different, looking a little more risky here because I really wonder what she could pick instead of the Legion here.
Yeah, you can't really like get something similar to an Omni Knight or an Abaddon because these are just no longer seen as offlaners like they used to be. So you have to find something else, something with dispels as an offlane. Tough thing to find. But Pacific Pink, they are taking a while. They do need to start setting up those combos. We know that they have the Ogre Magi stun. Are they going to go with some sort of aggressive lane to work with that? Mirana needs someone to step her stun. Slardar, we've seen today work with great success with Mirana. Sand King is no longer in the pool, actually banned. Same thing with the Tide Hunter as well as the Mars. So does feel like Slardar, Centaur. What other offlaners are good right now? Bristleback is in the pool, but I'm not sure that's something to pick. And they go with Earthshaker.
Ooh, interesting. And a Morphling. Ooh, Earthshaker Morphling could be exciting.
Oh my God, is this 2018 and is this TNC Predator? You know? Like, is Gabby here? Or is he playing with Armel? What the
10
hell?
seconds.
So
Yeah,
this
I'm
is-
excited to see this.
This is the classic Morphling pick. With
5
by the way,
seconds
you don't
remaining.
actually have to go for the Agnums this game. You can just turn to Gyrocopter and take the Flak Cannon. That by itself is amazing.
All right.
I mean, I expect that Morphling will consider. Magic will go for it at some point, but she's not stressed out for it. She can go for other stuff if she desires. Merci, my waifu, though, what's a good laner against the Morphling? They I feel like saying Necrophos, but I think you want something a bit sturdier than that.
I think so as well. I don't know. Maybe it's hard because, well, you do have the initiate with the lion. I feel like it's also kind of risky to leave him to jump in alone. So maybe something like a centaur, like you said, a Slardar would be nice. Oh, and the Doom! There it is!
Doom is still around. They decided to go with it. So all right. So tanky guy who's in the front who has that scorched earth you can cancel a lot of blink daggers with scorched earth by accidents. I've seen so many Earthshakers walk in and then they slam the ground and they're like, "What? Oh, scorched earth!" I didn't realize it's not a very strong visual, basically.
Yeah, that's true.
Good Doom pick. Although I don't
10
know,
seconds
I feel like they need something to hold people down besides the lion. Like, what's stopping people
5
from just running
seconds
away?
remaining.
Ah, yeah, I see what you mean. Like some kind of AoE stun or
Radiant team
disable of
ban.
some sort.
Yeah, because it's like once the Doom comes out, these guys can, especially with Moonlight Shadow on you. You Moonlight Shadow, you get that bonus movement speed, and if someone you get fissured or anything like that, you can just run away. So, Must my wife, they need someone to just control, keep them together. So give me something in the mid lane.
Yeah, I definitely
Most
know what
like-
you mean. You see, they banned that puck also. I think they were also thinking the same thing that you're thinking, is that's exactly what they need. Some kind of dream coil to keep them all together.
I was thinking, yeah, I was gonna say puck, but it was bad while I was ranting and raving, and the Void Spirit's out, Ember Spirit's out, as well as the OD. Pacific Pink, they kind of need their own mid laner as well, and they need a mid laner who can get to the back lines, kill that lion, and get rid of that Snapfire. Lion especially has got to be controlled.
10 seconds remaining.
Dragon Knight's in the pool, but I'm not sure that's the hero you want. Although you would appreciate the front line he brings. Go with the Queen of Pain. All right.
Your favorite Arcana.
I'd say favorite Arcana. I think you had a good Arcana, so that's all I said.
Ooh, Queen of Pain.
Good of Pain. All right. Well, what's your favorite Arcana?
I can hear you blushing.
I do not blush. I have a naturally red hue.
I see. My favorite
5 seconds
Arcana.
remaining.
I don't know. Actually, I can't say. I actually don't own an Arcana for playing,
You may now
over
select
5,000
your
hours on
heroes.
Dota. I don't own a single Arcana, and I'm quite proud about it, really.
All right. You poor people unite.
Oh my!
There you go.
Yep.
Oh, it's Magic is playing the Queen of Pain. sure. Wasn't Magic their carry the previous game?
She
Like they
was.
So that is interesting. Yeah, but it's gonna be the Bings on the Doom. Kazel is on the Gyrocopter. Merdy on the Lina.
Look
Queen
at
of
that Doom!
I know, he looks awesome. Like he's got dragons coming out of his like wings or something.
I've never seen that before.
That is really cool. I've never seen the Gyrocopter one. It looks like this old Roman thing, you know? Like he's got
The
the
gyro
helmet.
one's so funny because the ship's so skinny.
Oh yeah, it is. It's cute. It's more like he's in a barrel than an actual
Yeah.
flying machine. Let's look at the other side. Oh, this is the Queen of Pain Arcana. Yoo-hoo!
Yoo-hoo.
This game is now worth watching.
Oh my god. Wow, look. So pretty. Look at all those effects.
I barely noticed. I just thought it's pretty wings or something.
Oh yes, wings.
Doom. She's played over 200 games with. Oh no, not 200. Actually, 180 games with Doom. Not bad. Bings
Not
definitely
bad
knows a
indeed.
thing or two about Doom.
Yep.
All right, so pause comes out. What do we think of the draft? Do you have any favorites?
Let's see. I mean, it's kind of hard to say right now. Just looking at the two teams, they both look pretty strong. I do think that maybe the team fight of Dire would be strong because they do have globs and call down. I mean, Mortimer's kisses and call down, and all the mini spells coming out from Lina, but then and Lion as well, and then Doom just taking out one hero from the fight. But on Radiant, oh my god, that voice line. But on Radiant, you have the, all the constant spells coming out from Ogre, as well as the Queen of Pain, just blinking around everywhere. And then, hopefully some really big Echo Slams from Earthshaker and, Morphling just doing Morphling things, sustain and hitting. And I guess it depends also what kind of build this Morphling is going for, which should also be interesting. Sometimes you see the Morphling go for, like, they get, like, Manta, and they go for, like, right-click, or they just sometimes rush E-Blade, so...
I think I'm gonna go with the Dire on this one because they could just Laguna Blade and Finger, someone's dead. Doom, someone's out of the fight, and you have like Gyrocopter. We just saw her in the previous game; she played super well with Kazel. And Sapphire, we also know that's most of your team fight, but it's a lot of team fight. On the other side, it feels like they have to perform really well, to get what they need. Like you have to, Queen of Pain has to land the Sonic Waves. Earthshaker landing the fissures as well as the Echo Slam is a big deal. Ogre really doesn't scale well as a position 5. Like early in the game, you're a great laner. You're sort of a decent team fighter later on because you're tanky. But late in the game, you really don't provide much aside from Bloodlust. Like walking up just to use Fire Blast is so risky. Mirana also is kind of risky because landing arrows can be difficult. And yeah, I think I'm all in. I'm betting my house.
Your house.
Yes, I'm betting my house on the Dire side on Merci, my waifu.
Okay.
All right. Let me
Your
call
house?
my loan shark real fast.
Oh my gosh. The entire house. Wow. That is a strong bet right there. I will bet my
like a spoon, right?
Yeah, sure. I'll bet my favorite pair of chopsticks. I do have a favorite pair of chopsticks actually. They're lightsabers, but I just thought.
Oh, that is actually pretty cool.
Yeah, they are pretty cool.
30 seconds.
But anyways.
I'm surprised Mickey and Bings didn't get punished, and they might be punished now.
Yeah,
Arrow
as you just
comes
said,
out.
the arrow connects with the Fissure and the Fire Blast. But the LSA gets 3 heroes. Very nicely done, Magic. Using the Shadow Strike just to poke some.
I thought that for sure the Dire was going to lose someone when they walked up. It's like Light and Doom. So they're holding hands, walking up a hill by themselves, like 4 people are there. And somehow they made it out. But then the Earthshaker's like, no. That's not going to happen. And that's 3 bounties for Merci, my waifu.
So yeah, and I wonder now which build the Snapfire is going to go. If she's going to max the Little Shredder, if she's going to max the Scatter Blast and the Fire Snap Cookie.
I mean, she already has a point in Little Shredder, so I feel like it's probably she's gonna max it out,
And she does have the Blightstone, yeah.
And you go for that Solar Crest build. I find it very interesting that Queen of Pain gets magic from her dagger now. It's such a weird buff for the hero to receive.
Oh yeah, I never noticed also how long the description for Shadow Strike is.
Alright, let me actually go look at that because
Look how long it is.
That's a novel. That's not a. I mean, it's like what? Wait, is it like 8 lines of text?
I know, just for a dagger that does damage over time and heals per
Yeah,
tick,
but it
apparently.
does a lot of things actually. It heals you, it damages them. It's 15 seconds. It's also a slow. The cast rage, like there's so much info. Creeps heal you for half the damage. There's a lot to learn in this spell.
Actually, yeah, I never noticed that it does a heal.
Oh, that's the latest buff though. It came out very recent.
Oh.
And it's one of the it's a very odd buff because you would think that Queen of Pain is always about damage, damage, damage. And suddenly she gets like a buff that gives her HP when she uses a spell.
Yep.
Aw.
I mean, she's the queen of pain, not the queen of
Love.
cute little heals. Yeah, queen of love. I mean, pain is love, right?
That's definitely a theory some people subscribe to, you know?
I mean, oh, there's the
Oh.
Fisher as well as the Enchant Totem on Hazel, but it will not be enough damage to take her down. But yeah, I mean, if you feel pain about something, it's because you love it.
Well, I mean, that is some. I don't know about that, but they do say that the opposite of love is indifference, so that's something.
Yeah.
It's like if you ignore something, that means you really don't care about it. Doom's having a problem. She's got too many items, and she's not sure what to put in the backpack. She's like, I kind of need the tangos, but I also need the quelling blade, and I got the extra armor. It's like, whoops.
I think the Quelling Blade should take priority over that one Iron Branch, though.
I agree with that one at least. You know, it's like you could use, or you could even move away the tango. It's the only thing that you don't like, unless you use it. You don't need it.
Yeah.
But Bings has played almost 200 games with Doom, and I've played like 3. So I feel like I'll let her decide on that one.
Yeah, I definitely haven't played that many on Doom. It's just such a weird hero for me. I mean, like, Infernal Blade is always also very confusing for me because the range of Infernal Blade is so small. It's like, am I really stunning them? Like, what is going on here? Is it a burn, a stun? What?
It's a stun. It's a 0.6 second stun. That's something.
Yeah, that is, I guess, something.
But, yeah, I know what you mean. Like Doom, at the beginning you're thinking, oh, I should farm because I have a farming tool, but I also have this ability that fights, and I mean, more important than Infernal Blade to cast. It takes a certain type of player to really play Doom well,
Right.
and we are not that type of player.
Obviously not, or else we'd be playing, right?
Well, we could play after this. Like, that has to be something. You ever have that? You watch Dota for 8 hours, and you're like, man, I really want to play some Dota. I feel like I haven't been in the game client for a while.
Yeah, that is true. It's different though, you know, watching and casting. It's like, oh, watching all day I could, you know, after watching TI all day. But casting is, my brain is dead, you know?
It's definitely not an easy thing, and we have been at it for like 7 hours and a half now.
Yep.
You know?
Ooh, Shalma. Taking some hits from the Enchant Totem.
The-
I love the
but
taunt of the Mirana.
the spinning thingy.
Yeah, it's like a, what do you call this? The carousel?
Oh yeah, that's the one. I like Undying's. I like his
Oh
taunt.
yeah, it's like a thriller.
Yeah, this is beautiful. I like Lion's one as well when she does the
Oh
dance.
yeah. Oh,
Oh, there you go. First blood comes out in the
and
top
Shalma's
lane.
down.
I think that's something that you might expect. You are up against not the toughest lane, Earthshaker and Mirana, but definitely you can set up Fissure into Arrow, into Enchant Totem, into a couple of hits, and just lose your life. So Jama is going to be taking the hits for her carry, and that's what a good friend does for you.
A good friend. That is true. I'm excited to see how this offlane Earthshaker works out because it's not something that I particularly see very often in my pubs, but when I do see it, oh my goodness, it is so pain. Just an Earthshaker alone with shreds and that Enchant Totem is just a disaster.
Yeah, it's crazy how much damage that you can do with that. If only he had a if only she had a Fey Grenade to go with it. You know, that would be super good. Well, I'm wondering now. You know, now that you told me about the Queen of Pain description, I'm thinking, what is the longest description spell in the game?
Oh, I feel like I know this.
It's like one of those things that we should know because
Yeah.
I bet you something like Arc Warden's Ultimate, you know, where it's like so much to it.
Yeah, there's someone with like an insanely long description. I just can't remember who it was.
And Naomi keeping the lane pushed, always making sure she's using arrow for the range creep or just now for the siege creep. Just making sure that it's always pressed on to the enemy side. And there goes another finger.
Yeah, nice Fisher. This ES can just use a bunch of mana however she likes. She has the soul ring, so she'll get that mana back.
And this Merci, my wife, despite everything, like giving away first blood, they're actually 1k ahead. They are winning all their lanes in terms of the CS score, and that's scary. If you are Queen of Pain, you are gonna have to make work some magic. Last game we did. Oh,
there's a Fisher. The arrow connects as well. So does the cookie, but the cookie might have pushed Kazel too much in front. The enchant totem does come off, but is it enough damage? Naomi's gonna leap, but will she go after Kazel? It does not look like. And the salve is used onto Kazel. It's time to heal up. We do have the Fisher in 3 seconds to maybe cancel whatever is left of it, but we will not be doing that.
Yeah, so
The cookie comes out. Ooh, and a very nice little shredder with a stun from Gyro as well. Homing missile does connect, and so does the Fisher, but our magic is in! And Naomi leaps in, uses her arrow and her Star Storm to take down the Gyrocopter.
Much needed. Like that is like Magic needs to be doing this to make sure that her team like stays ahead. I mean, they're not ahead right now, but to actually get the lead and diving in for Jalma. No mana on Magic. It looks like Meridy's here as well, and that's the little shredder coming out. No,
she could have used that mana to blink out, but now she's kind of stuck there. A bit greedy to use the Scream of Pain.
and at the end of the day, it kind of comes out as pretty good for Merci, my waifu. After all, when the Lina came out, she had farmed to the mid a little bit more. She just TP'd in. She didn't have to sort of walk. I think the Queen walked there. That's costly. I actually check just to make sure. Oh no, she TP'd top. Oh, that's kind of bad. Now she can't TP for 20 seconds. She's gonna have to walk back to the lane.
But she might get this Naomi Mirana with that Laguna Blade. Ah, and there it is. So I wouldn't say it's that costly anymore.
Oh no, I meant for the Queen of Pain. She TP'd top
Oh.
and then she died. Now she's gonna have to walk all the way to the lane. And you can see she's actually in the minimap. She's walking there, lumbering. It's the walk of shame. That's the walk of shame.
Yeah, and with that level 1 blink, it's not like you can blink across the map with such a long cooldown.
Well, at least the Sonic Wave will be available in about 40 seconds. And Doom is just enjoying life. Solo bottom, doesn't need anyone to help her out. Goes in. She's maxing out Devour, which is very greedy. But if no one's killing you, you don't care.
Ooh, and it looks like they might have... Oh, the Doom is off, but the Strength attribute shift is being used. So it's kind of, a wasted Doom, I would say.
Definitely a very wasted Doom.
I didn't want to put it so bluntly.
She's nice. She's much nicer than me, but yeah, that is a wasted Doom. And Mary just walking up to them, but looks like that might one match.
Ooh, but the arrow, nice arrow by Naomi, but she will be able to just right click. Oh, but the Sonic Wave comes out onto Meredy. Magic might be able to get Kazel, but they don't have any more stuns. The arrow is on cooldown, so nice pick off on Meredy.
A lot more active this game than the previous game on the Ember Spirit. Like, at least it feels like the Queen of Pain maybe more her style.
Oh, but Magic was the PA, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. They swapped roles. You're right. I forgot about that.
Right. Wait, who was our mid last game again? The Ember was NM? Or no, was it Low Life? It was Low Life, right?
Yeah. Let me see. Where's Low Life now?
The Morph.
Yeah, they swapped roles. The carry is in the mid laner. I think that Team Liquid, when they won TI7, they did that as well with Miracle. They had him swap roles sometimes if they need him to.
Actually, did not know that. Ooh,
which is weird because you
toy.
think like the mid role is so specialized that you gotta be like a real specialist to take it. But if you're better with the other hero, then someone else will take it.
Yeah, I think it's when you just like that versatile. It's anything goes really. And there's the Fisher connecting with the arrow. The enchant totem will come off. Some big damage from some right clicks. Minky is gonna try to walk away, but there's no escape with that extra leap.
I oohed for no reason then.
Ooh, those 3 leap charges are really crazy. I remember when wasn't it just a 1 leap charge before?
Yeah, but it was like 700 range.
Oh, right.
I know, actually it was like, and it increases, it was like 700, 750, 800, 850, something like that. So you could like literally jump from one side of the river to the other.
Right.
You felt like you were really on a tiger back then. now you leap and you move like 2 feet and you're like, well, I mean, I moved, I guess.
You're on a little cat this time.
That's like a kitten. It's not the same. Oh, arrow?
Yep. Arrow does
Ooh.
not connect.
Feels like it was really close to hitting both of them though.
It was. Bings is just being left alone to farm. That's really big for a Doom.
I mean, she does have the highest net worth at 6k net worth with the Midas, with the maxed out Devour. And again, if you're not being punished, like, why the hell would you go anywhere else?
That is so true. Like you said, if your lane's going fine, no need to leave.
No, she's just chilling right there. Snapfire does have the ultimate available now. And what's the... Do Dire have to do anything is the question. I kind of think they're going to be fine. Like, if this just goes into Farm Fest, I think Dire's perfectly happy with that. One, they farm better thanks to Doom. Secondly, their late game seems really strong.
Yeah, and this Jara is also just, you know, getting fat as well. But it's kind of nice though, because, you know, this is a little free XP for our little ogre here. You know, just staying in the lane, not really gonna die, because, I mean, the kill potential of Doom alone maybe is definitely not as high, you know, with another hero with her, but yeah, this ogre is just getting a free lane, some free XP, doesn't have to worry that much, so.
Now they smoked up here. They want to get into a fight, and
Nice Earth Spike connected with the LSA. Merity just right clicking the ES to death. Ooh, Minky almost getting caught by that arrow.
Quick on her feet though. She was like, I'll dodge it. And by the way, we saw the Laguna Blade. No, actually, we didn't see Laguna Blade. Sorry, just the finger. I thought Laguna Blade was gonna come out, and we just see the double, like, lightning and green lightning. And someone just dies. I'm like, that's so much fun.
Yeah, I'm very interested by the build of Minky. It's the 3 levels in mana drain. What do you usually, when you play a line, do you do this as well?
No, I'm pretty sure the stand build is just to max Earth Spike, then you max out the mana drain because a hero with no mana is useless.
Right.
But
ooh, the Echo Slam committed to Bings alone. Bings will hold her Doom. She's just getting hit by the tower, and Merity's here to save the day. Bings looks like she's gonna back off. So it's kind of like what happened a while ago, you know. Bings used the Doom onto Morphling and nothing really happened. This time it's the Echo Slam used onto Bings and nothing really happened.
I was gonna say, I was like, oh, the first ulti by the offlaners on both teams has been pretty, you know, lackluster to say the least.
Well, you know, at least they're trying.
Then they can be like, look, it's on cooldown. I used it. What more do you want me to do?
Yep.
Yeah, I wonder if I guess if you use Mana Drain on like the Earth Spirit, no, sorry, the Earth Shaker or the Ogre, you can really get them to no mana in like 3 seconds. That's a big deal. But,
that is actually.
But I mean, on the other hand, you could just stun and kill them. Oh, Morphling doesn't have much mana either. Look at that mana pool, 500 only.
Our Lion is extremely fat though. That's a 13 and 30 second blink.
Holy crap, she has blink already.
That is very fat.
Yeah, she does. She has the blink. Oh, and by the way, she went for the 3rd point Earth Spike, which I'm surprised by because level 4 Mana Drain is the best level. It doubles the Mana Drain from 60 to 120.
That is.
You know, 1, 2, 3 is like fine, but 4 is the best.
I agree with you there.
And Earth Spike, for some reason, she's like, she is a very confusing Lion player, Minky.
Minky and Bings do have their blinks though, so this is like anyone who can die. Oh, and like we said, anyone can clearly die. A bit overkill though with the Mortimer's Kisses, but I mean for the Pods one, that's a good job. Good job smoking.
She is definitely dead. You know, she was like doomed, then they got the finger, and it's like, all right, 3 ultimates.
Yep.
But
plus the Agi, you know, gain was all the way up. I don't think, you know, even maybe the finger didn't have to be used.
I think so too, because you can just stun her down in time, but
yeah,
they knew what they wanted. And looks like Radiant though, they say, alright, 3 ultimates are down, let's smoke, let's see what we can find. And they know that Lion is here because they see her. Looks like Lion is going to be the victim here. And can she make that arrow? Oh, right in the back.
Right in the butt.
Right in the upper thigh is what we say.
I see. The upper thigh.
Well, it's looking again, like it's pretty Marcy, Marcy, my waifu favorite. Yeah, they just caught a kill on the line, but they had to smoke up for that, and they killed the line. Yes, she's a fat, like she's a well-fed line, but still not a big deal. Plus, you use her. Oh, actually, no, fingers available. Huh. They must have came out just now.
Yep. So they could technically go back. I mean, they don't have any doom, so it might be hard for them to really want to commit to a team fight. And they don't have Moonrise Kisses as well, but they do have the fingers, so. Really, the line could walk around with the Lina, just them two. It'd probably just take out anyone.
Well, mid lane is going to be where they need to hold the stand. There's no Doom, there's no call down, but there's no Mortimer's Kisses. So there's like 20 seconds where they have no ultimates. It's a big opening for the Radiant side, who does have everything available for them.
Merity could get a big stun. There's the LSA. Minky with the Earth Spike as well. The Ignite slowing Minky down. Olivia's quite deep-ish, trying to chase down Minky. The cookie to help him get out. Help her get out.
By the way, this is a pretty good game to go for the shard on Lion. Because you're up against like a Lina with Laguna Blade, so you might be able to block that. Finger of Death, you could block that. There's been a lot of flak cannon charges. I wonder if each flak cannon hit sends back the fireball.
Oh,
Kazel?
yeah.
Kazel!
The arrow connects. The MLS is also popped as well as the Ignite and the Scream of Pain. No need to use the Sonic Wave. Very nice pick off by them. But it looks like they might be able to get this Morphling as well. The pause one for a pause one. Ooh, but a nice counter Echo Slam. That is exactly what we've been waiting for. And the arrow does not connect to Bings. But we do have the Enchant Totem ready and the Scream of Pain as well. Our ES is just going to chase after Bings. No biggie. While the Scorched Earth comes off. But beautiful Echo Slam.
And the global lineup as well. They killed someone bottom and then they teleport all the way top. And yes, it is. You're a big fan of the big Echo Slams. Like every time it's like big Echo Slam. And that was a great one though. Like catching 3 people like that. It's surprising that they still went for the morph. I feel like you either hex the morph or you leave. Like you either hex the morph when she's full agi or you don't fight her at all, because dooming her, the animation is too slow. Right. And if you do her if she's full HP, it's like, what's the point really? Lincoln's is coming out for the morph, so looks like catching her off guard is just not going to happen after this.
I mean, it is a pretty nice Lincoln's game. I worry though that it might get easily popped by the mana drain because of how big the range of that is as well. But if the first thing you see is Doom and you have a Lincoln's, good for you. I mean, even with Lina, the Laguna Blade.
But yeah, it only slices through BKB. It doesn't slice through the Lincoln Sphere.
Ah, yes. Slice.
The slice.
And Arlena can afford her BKB now, so... Next fight might be a bit interesting. Sonic Wave does pierce through the BKB.
That was a nice change. I remember when Sonic Wave used to do magic damage and didn't pierce through BKB. That's like pure and better. So, Queen of Pain really fell down, but oh dear.
Kazel just getting destroyed by 4 heroes here, or 5 heroes here at the top lane. A bit of a tricky situation being in that area. I feel like Kazel should be playing around the bottom. They have that bottom tower, taken. So that's kind of the better place for her to farm. I don't see why that area that she was in,
Kazel in general is just not having the same game as she did last time. Last time she was like top of the net worth. Now she's out of the enemy Earthshaker off lane, but Earthshaker kind of doesn't need that many items. He gets a couple of items, and she's fine. She doesn't need to do more. Whereas Gyrocopter, you always want to be at the top. So,
right.
Looking at this net worth graph, I think you'd be pretty comfortable if you're Pacific Pink. Like, yeah, they're behind in gold, but they're up against the Doom. You're always going to be behind in gold in this situation.
I wonder if Pacific Pink feel the extra pressure since they're on that time limit. Like, I wonder if... Do you think they know also? Like, that's what they're going to have to deal with is finishing the game under... Last game was about 35, 40 minutes?
No, it was like 42. I think it's like 42 minutes and 40 seconds. So they do have plenty of time to finish the game. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's like, you know that you have to finish it pretty fast.
Yeah.
Whereas Pacific Pink, they're kind of playing defense. Sorry, not Pacific. Marcy and Waifu, they're kind of playing defense. Like, all we have to do, guys, is not lose. All we have
that
to do,
is true.
Like that's a very interesting way of playing Dota, where all you have to do is survive a certain amount of time.
Yeah,
'Cause I've never-
I
I've never
really
s-
wonder if they know. And I wonder if they feel the pressure from that. Well, we have a 4-man smoke. Oh, the smoke is popped. And Bings gets a big stun from the Centaur stun. Followed by the Mortimer's Kisses. Very nice. The Fisher was not able to stop anything going on there. And they managed to get the Queen of Pain and the Ogre.
Lion's going for a Spirit Vessel. That is crazy.
That's very interesting.
I mean, I guess that you often will get the full benefit of the Spirit Vessel because with with your stun, the Hex has like 6.5 seconds, and the Spirit Vessel is like what 8, 9. So you get a lot of the benefit out of it no matter what. But crazy Lion with Spirit Vessel.
Yeah, he's just not like one of those natural Spirit Vessel carriers, you know?
Well, to be fair, he does like being involved in kills. You know, with his finger, he wants to always be around, and he's just. The stats aren't bad for Spirit Vessel. All that extra HP.
But it just feels a little weird, don't you
I know. It's like, why are you doing this? It doesn't seem right. You know,
Yeah,
like,
it doesn't seem right.
I haven't seen it before, so I feel it's not right.
Shalma has her Glimmer Cape. Very nice item. And the medallion, she's gonna get a 4-staff next to, which I do like. Oh my gosh, one of my favorite items. The fluffy hat. Very cute.
It's like it's an insane amount of HP, right? It's like 125 just for one slot. You buy 2 or 3. I like when people go for it on the Nyx. You get like Magic Wand, Tranquil Boots, and they get like 3 fluffy hats into Aghanims.
Right.
So,
and it's also pretty cheap.
Yeah, so it doesn't cost that much for what it provides as well. Oh, top
Leap
lane.
forward to the line. Oh, but the blink out. Very nice, fast reaction there by Minky.
That's when you tip the enemy. I gotta say, like she jumped in and she used herself. That's when you tip. It's just to make them feel bad while they're in the air.
Oh, but there's the MLS and the Enchant Totem plus the arrow goes off to the Snapfire and the waveform just finishes it off.
It's a position 5 though, so they can't afford losing that. Like if you're gonna be, a Moonlight Shadow is gonna be used for someone, you hope it's your position 5. Queen of Pain is very close to that BKB though, making her basically the prime target to be doomed. Earthshaker is kind of hard to find. Ogre and Mirana don't deserve to be doomed. They're not worthy of being doomed.
Not worthy. They need the
know.
honor of being doomed.
Morphling is undoomable. So it has to be the Queen of Pain.
That is true. I wonder if the Queen of Pain is going to get a Lincoln's.
Did she still have that old thing at level 20?
Oh, the spell block, right?
Yeah, 18 seconds. She still has it.
Yeah, she does.
I mean, it doesn't feel like level 25. You have to get the spell block. I'd rather get the blink cooldown, especially when you have the shard upgrade.
Dire's top tower
2 seconds on blink cooldown. It sounds like a little, but it's actually a lot.
Yeah,
Ooh,
because
Bings
I
and
mean,
NM. Do they
same
see
thing with,
each
like,
other?
Oh, there's a pause. It reminds me of the doppelganger, 4 seconds off PL's doppelganger. You're like, oh, that doesn't seem like much. It's like, no, it basically makes the hero uncatchable. And no way you're gonna kill him once he gets that.
Yeah, that's the thing about Dota. It's like every fraction of a second counts, which is like the most insane thing to imagine. It's like point like 4 of a second off cooldown. That's still like a big deal.
When I first started Dota, back when the dinosaurs were around, team fights. My brother, when we were going to play with friends, not on a computer against boss, and he was like, "Man, people are much faster. Team fights last like 20 seconds." I'm like, "Oh," because before that, fights would last like for a whole minute against boss, and against people's 20 seconds. Now fights are over in like 2-3 seconds. A good echo slam and Sonic Wave, that's it. The fight's over. So,
yeah, it's very true.
It is crazy. It's like 1 second here, 1 second there, and it's just a huge difference. And 2 seconds cooldown off blink is pretty amazing with the shard.
That is very true. And the shard's really cool. I like seeing the animation of the circles. It's very, very cute.
And the way she shows up in the other place as well.
Yeah.
Also, it looks like she has a lightsaber, doesn't she?
With the whip?
The Queen of Pain, it looks like a bit like a lightsaber.
Sure. Like a bendy lightsaber, I guess.
I mean, aren't lightsabers naturally bendy?
Are they? I mean, they go the womp womp. They don't bend. I mean, they're like straight. They just look like they bend because of the light, I guess, right?
I guess so. I mean, to be fair, I don't know much about Star Trek, right? That's where.
Are you messing with me?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow! Look at that Earthshaker,
What a place to be.
right? Like you
Just-
gotta have real. You gotta be real brave to stand there. And Earthshaker's gonna go for, I think, the Shadow Blade. It's gonna be fun to see. Silver Edge. Oh man, this reminds me of the old way when you used to play Earthshaker like this. Silver Edge, you enchant totem, you Silver Edge, you hit someone, you just basically send them to the moon with one hit.
Send him to the moon. Oh, we have a 4-man smoke off Dire. Will Merci, my waifu, be able to find someone good to pick off?
Invisibility.
It looks like Bings might see magic. There's the blink in. BKB and the Doom comes off as well. The call down is used. And she is gonna chase after Earthshaker if she can see them. The suck comes off onto Earthshaker and the LSA connects as well. Merity is going in. She's gonna right click and M. But it's so weird. It's like they don't even see them.
They don't.
Hazel has a stun out. It's
Echo Slam.
Oh, and there's the Echo Slam. Very nicely done. Kazel is stuck in the tower. She has the BKB though, so I don't think she'll die. That was a very weird fight there. It looks like they were just looking for each other, but no one can find each other.
And Morphling is still not around, so there's something to be worried about. But Lion comes back in, does land the
Nice
hit.
line hexed. And M with a big Fisher. Ooh, but I think it's time for Radiant to retreat this fight. Olivia's gonna go down. She's just gonna get right click in the Scatter Blast. It's gonna finish her off. Didn't that feel a bit weird? Like when they were around the tier 2 tower, it looks like they were just searching for each other, but they couldn't find anyone.
I mean, I believe Moonlight Shadow was used, so there was just no way they could catch them. And oh, that's the clear. Only had a TP scroll, but you know it's the humanity of it. You know the disrespect. Oh, there's
there's a Sonic Wave and the Scream of Pain taking out the Gyro.
I think overall, the entire skirmish kind of comes off as even. You lose the Gyrocopter as well as the Lina, but and they do lose the top tier 2 as well. That's a bit of a problem for the Dire side, because you can see Radiant, Pacific Pink, they're like, oh, okay, we'll just go take the Roshan.
Yep. And I don't think they're going to be able to contest that Roche. They don't have Murderous Kisses, they don't have Finger, they don't have Doom. It's going to look like a free Roche for Radiant.
And then
Lina is going to make her Silver Edge soon as well.
So if you are on the Dire side, you don't really want to fight for the next 5 minutes here. Morphling is just unkillable for them. It does have the Aghanim Scepter, by the way, so we are going to be seeing the Slam Dunk coming out from the Morphling. So that's always a lot of fun. However, I believe that you don't get the extra cast range that you used to with Morphling, with the Aghanims now. Used to provide you with extra cast range. Does it? That was removed actually. Something was removed for it, or the mana cost. Let me check.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard to kill this Morphling, especially with that Lincoln Sphere as well. You're gonna have to go through the Lincolns, the Aegis, all that strength.
The Scepter no longer reduces cooldown. I was like, to do something, but I wasn't sure what it was. So it does not reduce cooldown anymore like it used to. We both don't play Morphling, so we're like...
Yep, definitely.
So you can tell.
Will they do
However,
something?
Besides Morphling farming, I don't think that there's much to worry about if you are on the Dire side. Like, yeah, Morphling late game is extremely terrifying, but the Queen of Pain with the shot is also pretty dangerous. But Earthshaker, she's not farming very well, and a BKB or a pipe can sort of reduce a lot of her impact. But that's a Moonlight Shadow. That's probably a dead Jama.
That is definitely going to be a dead Jama. The Fisher connects, and so does the Arrow. Very nice plays by the Earthshaker and the Mirana together. They're always connecting the Fisher and the Arrow.
And that's a quickening charm available.
Ooh, they're gonna chase Minky. Oh my gosh, and the hasted, look at that hasted fish and the double Fisher. Oh my gosh.
And this might be something you have to be worried about if you are on, a fan of Merci, my waifu, because Like these double bulls coming out of nowhere with their fissures, their enchant totem is very scary. Olivia though,
Absolutely terrifying. Ooh. But Bings isn't able to get the BKB off as she is perma-stunned. Merity is just going to TP out with her BKB.
but that's huge. You just got the highest value target in the game, and you traded him for the enemy position 5. But although there's a Philosopher's Stone, I think, on the Ogre, so keeping his net worth up a bit.
Sorry, the what?
Philosopher's Stone?
The-
The money stone.
The money rock, yes.
The money rock. It's like, I gotta say it just right.
Yep, just right.
Dire's
By the way, Olivia is going for Aghanims on the Ogre Magi. That is...
Oh.
I by the way, and remember, we only have 12 minutes left in the game for them to finish it. She's like, I would usually get Midas in this stage, but not this game. This game I have to go fast.
Huh, yeah. I mean, the Ags on a Pods 5 is very... You know, I mean, she has the mana boost, she does have the Force Staff, but maybe a Glimmer Cape would be kind of helpful here. But I guess they do have a lot of detection on their side because there is the Mirana with that MLS, so they're always going to be carrying the dust, they're always going to be carrying the sentries.
Dire's bottom
And
tower
the other side, I mean, their magic damage is less of a... It's still a threat, but it's not the same as their physical damage, you know, from the Gyrocopter, from the Lina. That's where most of the damage is coming from. Especially with that Silver Edge on the Lina, and Gyrocopter is going to go for that Scotty, or more stats than pure damage, but still, that's something where you're going to be more worried about.
This game is definitely feeling a lot more even, but I really want to see this Morphling make some plays with that Aegis. I really don't want to see it go to waste, and, you know, I want to see some cool, like, big, you know, big shapes of fissures, you know? Like some X fissures, maybe a V, a triangle, you know?
I love it when they do the V, and you're like, oh, they're coming at you from 2 angles.
Oh,
You know?
and you're
There you
stuck.
go.
Oh, there it is. Low life
one.
using the fissure. Oh, and there they go with the LSA and the BKB pop by Merity, but low life is able to absolutely delete Xiaoma.
regeneration.
The homing
I have
missile.
to say, I hate the Enchant Totem Aghanim upgrade. It's just
Oh,
so bullshit. Oh,
definitely.
it's like all of a sudden he gets this ability to fly.
Yep, and Olivia will get taken out as well.
Oh, by the way, before it used to be worse. Before you couldn't root the person, so even if they, you hit them with the Rod of Atos, they just jump away like they don't even care. So I'm at least grateful.
Oh,
Yeah, it used to be even more fun than it is now.
I did not know that. What a
Gyrocop-
hero, though.
Yeah, Gyrocopter getting close to that Satanic, I believe. That'll help once they start doing a bit of man fighting. Goldlade, though, slowly shifting to Radiant's side, and Lava is just going to that Morphling. Morphling just... All the gold's being funneled towards Morphling. The Aegis does expire, but... How are you realistically going to kill them? Even like 61% chance for Radiant to take it.
Yeah, I think if they're gonna kill this Morphling, they really have to come out of nowhere, you know? They have to hide, the line has to get in that Hex before Morphling can strength shift. It's definitely gonna be really tough, but I think it's still possible.
Yeah, as long as as long as the Hex comes out at the same time as the Doom, it doesn't really matter which one hits. You know, as long as
Right.
one of them hits, that's gonna be a dead Morphling regardless.
Right, and I mean, the Morphling doesn't have the BKB also, so there's still potential to get perma-stunned here. There's still a possibility to die.
I mean, I find alright, Morphling's coming bottom, and M is walking
Ooh,
towards
Magic
us. Like,
jumping in bravely. Bings, oh, both BKBs are popped, and the Sonic Wave is used, the MLS is used as well. They're just gonna TP out, I guess. There's nothing to stop them.
Radiant's bottom tower
oh, that's
is
so
under
cool. They're like, alright, let's just get out. We're in trouble. And
Yeah,
remember,
actually.
they only need 10 more minutes to not throw the game on Marcy's side. Like, that has to be that they're thinking right now. Now, if they know the rule, then like just 10 more minutes and we'll be fine.
Yeah, that's actually pretty funny how they both decided to TP at the same time. They both like just disappeared. Smart and fast thinking.
Olivia's sticking to that Aghanims build. I love it. Like, I think it's so crazy. And who's gonna
Ooh,
be?
there's the Hex onto Mirana. Mirana's gonna get. Oh, but a big Echo Slam to counter! The call down is used. Magic is gonna try to get Bings down. Bings is very low. The Morphlings Lincolns does get popped. They're both LSA and stuck. Naomi is trying to arrow in, but it does not connect. Bings still living with the last piece of her life left. And our
Just
Queen of Pain
denied.
died. Ooh, nice deny. And the Earth Spike onto our ES.
There's
but
an X shape.
wow, this Morphling is just too strong. Look at that! Oh my goodness, absolutely beautiful. She is shifting perfectly.
They have the buybacks if they want to use them, which they might consider. Roshan will be coming up pretty soon, and the pause comes out here. All right, what's this one for? And yeah, it's crazy. I'm surprised that they took sort of a while to kill Mirana. By that time, the Echo Slam came out, setting the whole fight up for Pacific Pink. Pacific Pink looking pretty strong here. They just need to hold on for keep this pace up for 8 more minutes, and they can win the game.
Right. I mean, also here, it's like, does Selena want to buy back? They don't have the gyrocopter, and they still have Doom, though. Actually, they have 4 ults up.
Sapphire. Oh, yeah. There you go.
There is a chance to defend this, but it doesn't look like they're going to buy back. Looks like they can give this free middle racks. Ooh, and the kisses coming out.
NM's looking for the Snapfire.
Ooh, NM getting hit by all those towers. That's quite painful.
And that is going to be at least 1 set of racks. And they Pacific might go for more. They're like, well, they're not buying back. Why the hell should we stop? You know, why are we going to go for another round? Instead, they get the melee racks mid. They're going to go bottom lane, just get another melee racks. And no gyrocopter. No buybacks are being used.
Ooh, and a nice pick off onto this Lion with this Fisher. Morphling coming in, and this Lion is just gone like that.
That feels very fair. That always feels good when you're just walking out minding your own business and the 2 space cows show out of nowhere.
Space cow. Wow, that is rough. That is 3 racks taken. 1 set and another melee rack.
And they also have buybacks available for pretty much all of Radiant's sides, so it is very risky. Looks like Heaven's Helper might be the item for Doom. I like that. He has the Doom available. Is he going to use it? Does not.
Yeah, I think it's better for things to peace out here. The arrow does connect, so it's looking like a little tricky. Your Morphling is kind of far. The MLS is popped. The LSA does connect to the ES, and so does the Laguna Blade, but she's just going to Shadow Blade away. Bings use the Shivas onto Olivia. The Fisher connects as well. Oh my gosh, look at that damage. That is disgusting. You have this Eye of Scotty also onto Low Life. I think that was just picked up, was it?
Oh god.
And there's the Fisher onto the Snapfire. They do have buybacks on Doom and Lina. The Lina buyback comes out. Lion is just absolutely melted. It is looking extremely grim for Merci lovers. The call down is used. Hazel does have the BKB. She does not have a Satanic yet, but she does have an Eye of Scotty. The damage of the Sonic Wave is just too strong. Merity is trying to run away. The LSA does not connect to anyone.
And Pacific Pink.
My.
Yeah, there you go. GG's call by Merci, my waifu, because Pacific Pink looks basically unbeatable at that stage of the game. I like how you're talking for like 2 minutes. I was just sitting here like open jawed. You know?
Oh my.
Pacific Pink, we didn't see any sort of Mortimer's kisses, any fingers, anything. Just one by one, they were like stacking their deaths in a way, and they never had the team available. For Merci, my wife, Pacific Pink played this beautifully, double Lincolns just to nullify the advantage of the Doom, and it is crazy. Merci, my wife, had such a big advantage, but it just doesn't matter when Pacific Pink had that Aghanims on Morphling.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think Merci definitely played the first game much better, because what it felt like was, they were playing a lot around Bings because she was hitting, those timings where she had the duel, and so she could just use them, whatever. But I feel like they didn't really play around with Bings, even though she was probably the strongest player, in the early game, because, when she had that Doom, her supports didn't really come to her and help get, secure those kills, rather. It was kind of just, there was a lot of dead space, and it was a bit awkward. I mean, she was getting all that extra farm, but, they could have gotten a couple people down, at different times. So
yeah, it's like there's no real value in getting all this gold if at the end of the day it really translates to nothing. You become this giant money bag. Anytime people kill you, you give them, oh look, I'm a pinata. Here's all my goodies, for killing me, and that's kind of felt like what Bings had. Unfortunate, of course, because she played really well in game 1, but game 2 it's a very different pace with the Doom, and the team just couldn't really work with that.
Right. Yeah. It just feels like this game, Pacific Pink, really like there was one point in the game where it kind of just turned around.
Mm.
Was it
I
that
think
fight in the bottom jungle?
the one was the one. There's like it came with an echo slam. There was one time when there was a good echo slam,
Yeah.
and the bottom fight I know you were talking about was because they were all looking around. Sorry, my
Yeah.
wife was looking for people, and they're like, we have no detection, we have nothing, we can't find them, and that felt sort of so useless for them.
It felt like, I mean, they were fighting under that tier 2 tower, and it was just a lot of pain was taken there. And, is I don't know, it just felt like in general, Pacific Plank, they salvaged, it didn't seem like they were ahead at the start, but they really like salvaged everything, and, they put it together at the end. While Marcy, my wife, they weren't able to, take advantage of the advantage that they had already.
I also like the role swap. I thought that Magic played mid really well, whereas in their previous game, I'm not sure who it was who was playing mid, but like on the Ember Spit, but that was very farm heavy. They switched around so that the farmer's on the carry and the mid laner wants to kill everyone. And I was like, oh, well, that's perfect. That's what you want on your Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it was. I mean, overall, it was a really good day of good games. I think, I wouldn't say. Well, I'd say maybe like one or two games were a bit one-sided, but generally they felt like it could have gone either way.
Yeah, and we want to thank everyone for tuning into the Dota 2 Open FSL 3. And, I'm OTOMO, this is Sophie. We saw 3 games today. Do we have brackets? I wonder if we'll see if production tells us if we have brackets. We don't have brackets. We're going to show you the brackets tomorrow. We're not going to show you any brackets. If you guys, there's a website, we'll link you to it, and then you can check it there. But in the meantime, we are going to call it for today. We want to thank Intel and Yahoo for making this tournament possible. We want to also thank all the teams that were eliminated today for joining the tournament. I mean, you may have been eliminated from the tournament, but you're not eliminated from our hearts. So thank you all for being here, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time to crown our champion of FSL Open 3 tomorrow. So see you guys, and have a good night.